The world order we have known for 80 years is being disrupted. Power is being redistributed. And the world's democracies must ask a simple question. Do we want to keep living in freedom and democracy? Or do we want a world of spheres of influence, economic coercion, destruction and war? I refuse to accept this world. For our children and grandchildren, freedom is worth fighting for. But we cannot be nostalgic for the world that has passed into history. We must shape what comes next. And we all have the power to build stronger and more resilient democracies. Join us for the Copenhagen Democracy Summit on the 12th of May to create a new alliance of democracies. A series of coalitions of the willing to stand up for free trade, willing to deploy tech for freedom, willing to defend each other against the united autocrats. Those of us who believe in democracy can no longer be bystanders in its protection. One for all and all for one must be our motto. The autocrats and dictators are working together, but I have faith that democracies will rise to the challenge. Individually, our democracies are strong. Together, we are unbreakable. So, join with us. I look forward to seeing you at the 9th Copenhagen Democracy Summit, where global freedom forces gather.
Welcome to the 2026 Copenhagen Democracy Summit. It is great to have you all with us. I'm Jean Meserve, the host of the NatSec Tech podcast.
And I'm Gordon Rapinski, the executive editor for Politico in Germany.
Earlier this year, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney described a rupture in the rules-based international order. Concepts that we had hoped were consigned to the trash bin of history are reappearing. Power competition, might is right, rule by the strong man, America first. Throughout the course of today, we will try to agree on a path forward to ensure a new world order is not one of disorder and dictatorship, but rather of democracy. We'll discuss how to strengthen the ties between middle power democracies. We'll ask what the new world order means for Ukraine, Taiwan, and Greenland. We'll focus on the need for democracies to be more innovative and able to deter threats. We'll focus on the existential intersection between tech and democracy. And we'll hear from leaders and activists from the front lines in standing up to autocracy.
And of course, we do this with media partners. One of them is Politico, my outlet, and also Berlingske from the Danish media. We're proud to be partners of this important conference, and the topics have not become less in the past year.
In some of the sessions, you, the audience, will be able to ask questions. You'll use the app, which hopefully you've downloaded for the Copenhagen Democracy Summit. If you haven't downloaded it yet, here's your chance to do so. And you're welcome while you're there also to register for the networking function so you can interact and meet up with fellow participants here. And if you would like to support financially the work of the Alliance of Democracies Foundation, you have the opportunity to do so. Simply scan the QR code and make a donation, however big or small. We'd be very grateful for your support. And we have a packed agenda, so it is time to get things underway. Please welcome to the stage the founder of the Alliance of Democracies Foundation, Anders Fogh Rasmussen.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 9th Copenhagen Democracy Summit. Let me be direct from the start. The world we once knew, the democratic foundations we once took for granted are collapsing. A decade ago, I published a book called The Will to Lead. It urged the United States not to walk away from leading the free world. 10 years is a long time in geopolitics. In just the past decade, an axis of autocracies has risen. A technological revolution is reshaping power. And America is retreating from the order it built. Taken individually, each of these transformations would be momentous. Together, they are existential. The world order that we knew for 80 years was built by democracies, anchored by the United States, and protected by institutions like NATO and the United Nations. It was not perfect, but it led to levels of peace, progress, and prosperity that were unthinkable to my grandparents. The rupture in the post-World War II order has happened. The United States no longer has the will to lead. And from the perspective of Greenlanders, the global policeman has gone rogue. I say that in sadness. Much of my life's work has been dedicated to the transatlantic alliance. It is a bond built on common cause, shared sacrifice, and the ties that still bind us, of family, of friendship, and of free enterprise. The bond runs deeper than the actions of any leader. But the alliance will never be what it was. Regardless, we do not have the luxury to lament what has passed into history. Our job is to build what comes next. So, my challenge today is to democratic middle powers. These countries are not hegemons like China or the United States, but they still have the money, the muscle, and the might to matter. Collectively, the world's middle powers must grasp the torch of freedom and the burdens that come with it. Today, I will publish a proposal to create a Democracies 7, D7, a group of like-minded nations that can collectively build an alliance of democracies. 7 democracies. At its core, the European Union, the UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea. They represent a third of global GDP. But the D7 is not a boundary. It is a nucleus, a core, vanguard that can build flexible and inclusive partnerships with democracies around the world. Coalitions of the willing that will lead a new era of democratic multilateralism, working with partners like India, Brazil, Taiwan, and South Africa in areas of common cause. The G7 cannot be a talking shop. It must focus on the big questions: free trade, countering economic coercion, emerging tech, defense, global investment, and critical raw materials. Because no democracy should be dependent on an autocracy for the ingredients of its survival. The big test for democratic result will be Ukraine. To consider the future of European democracy, we must discuss the present of Ukraine, because Ukraine's security is our security. And we are still failing to meet the moment. We need European troops on Ukrainian soil. We need the aircraft to protect Ukrainian skies. We need the political courage to say that Ukraine's future lies inside the European Union and yes, in NATO. We need to strengthen the European pillar within NATO. NATO will remain the cornerstone of European security, but we Europeans must be able to protect ourselves. We need Ukraine as a bulwark against an aggressive Russia. Ukraine must be an integrated part of a new European security architecture. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to be honest with you about the costs of defending democracy. Freedom has never been free. The bill for our freedom was paid forward by our ancestors. Now that bill falls on us, to us. Higher defense budgets mean tough choices on welfare and taxes. Standing for freedom will mean our opponents try to frighten and weaken our resolve through disinformation, destabilization, and disruption. These are real trade-offs. I will not pretend otherwise. We must get ready, and we must consider the alternative. A world where the strong pick off the weak. A world where democracies are treated as trading chips. A world of submission, of repression, and of war. That is not a world I will accept for my grandchildren. The closing of the current world order is a challenge. Yet it offers opportunities to open something new, fit for future generations. A decade ago, I asked whether Americans still had the will to lead. Today, I ask a different question. Do we, friends and allies of democracy, I believe we do. In the age, or if the age of American global leadership is ending, the age of democratic solidarity must begin. Let it begin here. Let it begin now. and together, let us turn back the tide of tyranny. Thank you. One theme of this year's summit is defending those democracies that find themselves facing hostility from big powers in their neighborhood. Yet, with regret, we begin today by discussing the threat to NATO territory by a NATO ally. The people of Greenland have found themselves stuck in the middle of a power struggle for the Arctic, a region where Europe, Canada, and the United States should be working in lockstep as allies. Yet, President Trump's threats to Greenland have become a dividing line in our alliance. I'm honored that today we are joined by the Prime Minister of Greenland, Jens Frederik Nielsen, a leader who has shown great resolve and restraint under constant pressure. Please welcome him to the stage.
Dear friends of democracy, thank you for the opportunity to speak at the Copenhagen Democracy Summit. My speech today is called "Not a Word About the United States." This summit brings together those who believe that democracy, cooperation, and shared values still matter in a world marked by uncertainty, polarization, and rapid change. From a Greenlandic perspective, that belief is not abstract. It is deeply personal. We meet at a time when the world feels less stable than it has for many decades. War is no longer something we only read about in history books or faraway headlines. Conflicts, pressure, and power politics are shaping decisions in almost every corner. This is not just a security crisis. It is a challenge to the international order we have relied on for decades. This is not, from a Greenlandic point of view, these changes are real and close, not abstract. The Arctic is no longer a remote or isolated region. It has become a place of growing strategic interests. Military activity is increasing. Infrastructure that once seemed technical or neutral, cables, satellites, air routes, is now clearly linked to security and resilience. For Greenland, resilience and security starts at home. Kalaallit, the Greenlandic people have lived in the Arctic for thousands of years. We learned early on that survival depends on cooperation. You don't make it through harsh conditions alone. Everyone has a role. Everyone matters. That way of thinking still guides us today. Our location in the North Atlantic and the Arctic connects continents, shipping routes, and communication lines. What happens in our region affects far more than the Arctic itself. Security today is not only about soldiers and weapons. It is also about whether societies can function when something goes wrong through cooperation based on shared values. In Greenland, digital connections are essential. Telecommunication keep communities connected across vast distances. They support healthcare, education, emergency response, and basic governance. If these systems fail or are interfered with, the effects are immediate. That is why a resilient infrastructure matters. It matters who builds it, who runs it, and who can access it. It's not just a technical question. It is a political and security question. The same goes for strategic resources. Greenland has minerals that are important for modern economies, development, defense industries, and so on. These resources attract attention and interest from many directions. Our position is clear. Development must happen under democratic control with transparency, clear rules, and respect for our environment and society. Security is not just about strength. It's also about control, trust, and social resilience. In Greenland, fisheries and hunting are not only industries. They are part of everyday life. They support families, communities, and local economies. When people lose their livelihoods and their sense of belonging, security weakens from the inside. Strong societies are the foundation of strong people. Education plays a key role here as well. Our young people are growing up in a world shaped by conflict, competition, and rapid change. We need to give them tools to understand that world, to think critically, and to take responsibility. That way we can protect and evolve democracy as a shared responsibility. A society must value truth, demand transparency, and remain alert to pressure and misinformation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are entering a period where power politics are back. Certainty is gone. Rules are challenged. Gray zone pressure is becoming more common, where the line between peace and conflict often is blurred. In this situation, cooperation between democratic societies is not a nice extra. It is necessary. International rule of law and democratic values are the glue that creates peace and prosperity. For Greenland, the message is simple. Small societies depend on a rule-based world, but we also help maintain it by governing responsibly, staying open, and standing by our values even when it's difficult. And I must say, today, the EU member countries has been a steadfast friend and have stood by us when we needed it the most. We are grateful for the strong support shown to Greenland during the challenging times we have been going through for some time now and continue to navigate. And before my speech called Not a Word About the United States ends, I have one last point. Greenland will always stand by friends and allied countries. Let me finish by inviting everyone to do the same. Let's sit respectfully around the table together, then nobody will be on the menu. Thank you.
Your seat.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Prime Minister, I have to ask you first about this crazy story about this man named Cliff who has been reportedly roaming around Greenland offering $200,000 to anyone who'll sign a petition saying that Greenland should be part of the United States. What do you know about him? What do you know about the money and where it's coming from?
It's a good question. Nice to start this way. No, there's a man, I think he's a former banker, an American man called Cliff, walking around in Greenland and trying to make people sign some sort of paper where they say they want to be a part of the United States, and then he will, if he get enough signatures, he will start some sort of a trust fund or something where they can have $200,000 each and so on. Look, I think it's a part of the influence they try to put on the Greenlandic people in this situation between our countries. So yeah. But he's 86 years old. I think he's.
Is he an agent of the U.S. government, do you think?
I don't think so. I think he's a private person walking around and trying to do something his president wants him tells publicly he wants to.
And do you think it's his money that he's talking about using, or is it somebody else's?
He's quite transparent about he don't have any money. So that's
big promise. Then
that's a big promise.
200,000.
Yeah.
Wow. What is the state of negotiations right now for the U.S. to expand its military presence in Greenland?
It's difficult for me to, of course, to be concrete about the conversations in the working group, but we have taken some steps in the right direction. The first step was to start talking together instead of about each other in the media. Stop threatening Greenland. Take the conversations into a room and talk respectfully to each other. There is conversations about more the security question around our region in Greenland. Those conversations are ongoing.
Would you say they are respectful, as you'd hoped?
I think the conversations now is in a better place than when we had our conversations through the media. Yeah.
Are the conversations complicated at all by the fact that Denmark at this point in time has not formed a government?
Yeah, of course. I would like Denmark to have a new government soon. That would be nice for us in Greenland, because when you talk about foreign policy and defense and so on, that it's a matter of the Kingdom of Denmark, Greenland and Denmark together. So it would be nice. But I think the government in this question, I think they can rule. So it's fine.
Jeff Landry, who's Trump's special envoy to Greenland, has announced that he will be coming to an upcoming business summit in Nuuk. Will you be meeting with him while he's in Greenland?
I don't know yet. I have said if he wants to meet with me, I need a clear agenda of what he wants to do. Look, I see. We know this big game played in Greenland. We have been under this pressure for now 15, 16 months. So trying to influence the Greenlandic people, try to influence the Greenlandic politicians. We know the game. So we can have robust discussions and we can meet, but it will be with respect for what Greenland have been saying from the beginning. We are not to be taken, we are not for sale, and that will be the narrative of the meeting.
Can it move forward from there when you've laid down that red line?
I think so. We have been ready from the beginning and said we are ready to do more, take more responsibility in the alliance in terms of national or international security. We have been ready to have a better and maybe wider business collaboration. We are ready for investments, to cooperate in mineral resources and so on. We have been ready from the beginning. Our only demand is respect. Don't stop threatening us. Look at us as a like-minded partner that you will work together with, not only would stomp on.
How does it feel to be a Greenlander right now? Do you feel under siege? Do you feel some power?
Look, we have been under, the Greenlandic people, my people, have been on a huge pressure for the last 15 months. And in some periods, it's like feeling a relief if we don't read about it in the paper for a period of time. And right now in the world we are living in, the focus is another place for him, we all see. But I think you can imagine it this way: as a prime minister, being or have to tell the people to be ready. Anything can happen. They won't rule anything out. Just to be in that stage, I think it shows how seriously we have taken this situation and how serious it has been for the Greenlandic people. We are not there now, but we are not finished yet either. We don't have. We are negotiating, but we don't have an agreement. So,
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you so much for being here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. And now let me introduce the Prime Minister of Denmark to get the view from another perspective. Mette Frederiksen is here with us, and Anders Fogh Rasmussen is back with us to interview her. Please welcome the Prime Minister.
Jean welcomed you as Prime Minister, but actually you are acting Prime Minister.
Because of your party.
Yeah. As it's well known, you and I may disagree on a number of domestic political issues, but I want to start by stating in public what I told you in private, that when it comes to foreign policy, security policy, defense policy, you haven't done anything, you haven't said anything that I disagree with. On the contrary, I appreciate your strong leadership in helping Ukraine and bringing Denmark in front regarding defense investments. So, against that backdrop, I would like to ask you, how do you think the world's democracy should respond to the strongman of this world, Xi Jinping, Putin, Trump? Do you agree with the Canadian Prime Minister Carney that the middle powers should unite in a collective response against coercion?
Absolutely. That's the short answer. There's no way around. The old world, either it is changing rapidly or it's gone, and it will probably not return as we knew it. So we better hurry up. We have to speed up. We have to scale up. And yes, there are still democracies in power, and we have to join each other. And actually, that is what's going on now. So, I mean, it's very easy to have skepticism about the European Union. But if you look at the way EU works today, compared I mean, when I came into office, it's a much stronger European Union. We manage going through crisis. UK, let's see what will happen during next elections. But until now, they are moving closer to the rest of Europe again. If you look at the Nordic region, now we have Sweden and Finland in NATO, and we are much more coordinated in our daily life, politically, in defense, in security. Canada is moving much closer to its European partners. And if you look at NATO in the last couple of years, Japan is now participating every time we have a NATO summit. The same goes for New Zealand, Australia, South Korea. Yes, so I think those of us who still believes in the old world order and who have the capability to change our world into a new world order, but based on the same values as the old one, should get much closer together. And that is what we're doing right now. So my guess is that coalition of the willing, the idea that some countries goes together and move things forward is one of the methods you will see in the future, like we did on Ukraine. And like we are doing right now in Europe when it comes to defense and security. Because if you look at the northern part of Europe today, it's like a horseshoe with the Netherlands, with UK, with Scandinavia and the northern countries, with the Baltic countries, with Poland. It's like a horseshoe, and it's the strongest defense region now in the world. And if we have Germany one day to structurally participate in our enhanced cooperation, well, then it's not just a horseshoe, then it's a brick, and it's a strong one.
Yeah. Now speaking about the coalition of the willing, I hope it will not be the coalition of the waiting, because not a lot has happened. We're speaking about a coalition of the willing to help Ukraine. How do you see the state of affairs regarding that coalition? There's a headquarters in Paris, but as far as I know, there are very few concrete commitments to actually deploy troops if needed.
Yeah, coalition of the waiting will be a disaster. And I think, to be very frank, the problem for us Europeans is that we still think and behave as it was in peacetime. And we are no longer at peacetime. I'm not saying we are at wartime directly, not all of us, but we are not any longer in peacetime. And therefore, first of all, we have to change our mindset. If we don't do that, then Russia is going to win. Because their mindset has never been at peacetime. They're always at wartime. And they have the willingness always to fight as they were at war, and now they are in a war again. So changing our mindset is the most important thing. Today, Europe has a strategy of buying time because of what's going on in our transatlantic relationship. But buying time can only be a strategy if you use the time that you are buying in the smartest way. And if you look at what Denmark have done in the last couple of years, I mean, when I came into office, we spent 1.3 on defense. Now we spend 3.5. It's almost tripling up. And you can only do that if you stick to your own strategy. And if you don't think as we were at peacetime. Looking at Ukraine today, the main reason why Ukraine is still standing is Ukraine. It's not because of the rest of us. And the only reason why they didn't win Kiev in the first couple of days in the war was because of the Ukrainians. Some of us, and after that, many of us have supported them. It's good. But I mean, everything has been too slow, asking me. So you remember when we had the discussions about F-16s, we were not allowed as Danes to provide Ukraine with what was totally necessary because some allies said no. You remember the discussion we had in Vilnius and in Washington about Ukraine getting into NATO. Some allies said no, they are still not a member of NATO. It would have been much easier and much cheaper to have them as a member, because then we would be in a totally other situation. You remember the discussion about red lines on long-ranging missiles and so on. Some allies said no. So we have been asking them to fight for the entire European Union with one hand tied on their back. That has been a huge mistake. So if you want to win a war, you have to fight it. And therefore, when you ask me, what should the democracies do to win the battle on the global scene, there is only one way forward, and it is to be more powerful than the others. So in the future, power will be the only money you can buy something with. Talking about Ukraine today, I think there are some positive signs on the battlefield. I do not participate in the wordings about that we see a totally weakened Russia. My guess is that Russia are preparing themselves to attack into another European country. I actually see no signs of the opposite. Our problem is that the so-called peace negotiations with US and Russia has, there are no results, and a bad so-called peace deal for Ukraine would probably be a disaster for the rest of Europe. So I think we have to stick to what we have said from the beginning of this war, that we will not accept any Russian win in this war. That cannot be the conclusion.
I couldn't agree more also on a possible Ukrainian membership of NATO. That would be the most effective, least expensive way of guaranteeing the security of Ukraine. But in the lack of that membership, could you imagine a new European security architecture where Ukraine is an integrated part? So Ukraine is not only a consumer of security, but a producer of security. It's the strongest military power, the most battle-tested military power in Europe. So why not include Ukraine in a multilateral European new security architecture?
I don't only believe in it. I think we totally depend on them now because of what you said. And one of the things I'm really proud of being a part of is the Danish model in Ukraine, because as you know, we have been one of the biggest donors to Ukraine. Because from the beginning of the war, I haven't seen this conflict as a conflict about Ukraine, but as a conflict about Europe and Russia's imperial dreams. And when you know that Russia wants the old empire back, then you really have to be aware and stop them before going even further. But at some point, we didn't have any more to give away. I mean, we simply ran out of equipment that we could donate to Ukraine, and we couldn't buy because people were out of stocks. And then we developed this Danish model where we support production lines directly in Ukraine. And that is at least a small part of why Ukraine is still standing, especially on drones, but also on other capabilities nowadays. So what they have experienced on the battlefield, and by the way, the drones have changed everything in sea and in sky and on land. And therefore, when we are, rearming Europe, we have to think differently from what we were thinking about just a few years ago. So, their experience on the battlefield, their production on different kind of capabilities, we need to put it into rearming the rest of Europe, yeah. And rearming Europe, in my perspective, is now, it's not in 35. I disagreed, actually, when we had a new goal in NATO about using 3.5 in 35. That would be too late. It is latest by 2030 that everybody should reach 3.5. And asking me, are you sure that it will be enough? No. Because I think Europe has to be able to defend itself absolutely. Totally. Not only because of Russia, the problems with terrorism coming from the south, problems in the Arctic region, you just heard Jens Frederik, by the way, a leader I really admire, but also because it's a question about, for me, it's a question about identity. A Europe that is not willing and not able to defend itself, who are we then?
Yeah. Well, we are soon going to close this discussion. I will not interfere with domestic Danish
Maybe
politics.
it could be helpful, actually, if you did.
Well, but anyway, according to the Democracy Perception Index that we published today, Denmark stands out as one of the countries happiest with our democracy. And, by the way, with most people willing to fight for our country. So what do you think make Denmark's democracy strong, and what could others learn?
That's a big question. I will say cohesion and social balance as the most important aspects. Because if people don't trust that tomorrow will be better than yesterday, then they stop believing in democracy. And it is extremely difficult to carry responsibility today because there are so many voices in the public atmosphere telling people that they can solve all the problems so easily. They are lying, we know that. The populists will never be able to do what they are claiming, but the voices are extremely strong. And because of social media, that we haven't been able to regulate the algorithms yet, then you will look into a more fragmented, more divided political landscape. So I think one of the reasons why Denmark is still in a good democratic position is because of our cohesion. That is one of the areas where we disagree a little bit, that inequality is not too big, that people still believe in our welfare system, and that they believe that someone will, have their back if something happens. So fighting for democracy today is on the global scene when it comes to rearming ourselves, security and defense. It is to regulate tough the tech giants because they are working directly against our democracies. And it's like we don't understand it. We don't believe in it. It's too scary, but they will do what they can. And they are, by the way, working hard on it to undermine everything we believe in. And then thirdly, build a strong society where people believe that tomorrow can actually be better. Otherwise, they won't vote for people like you and I.
Acting Prime Minister Mette, thank you very much. You have. I think you have still some time to go before forming a new government. The Belgians used 541 days to form a new government after the 2010 elections, and the Dutch, they used 299 days, so you have still some time to go. Thank you very much.
And now we come to a very special moment at the Copenhagen Democracy Summit. We are proud to welcome Women Political Leaders, WPL, as a summit partner. WPL is the global network of women presidents, prime ministers, cabinet ministers, and parliamentarians working to change the face of political power and to make women's leadership visible at the highest levels of decision-making. The WPL Trailblazer Award 2026 will be presented to Acting Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen by Silvana Koch-Marin, President and founder of Women Political Leaders and former Vice President and member of the European Parliament. Please welcome Silvana Koch-Marin to the stage.
Thank you, Jean. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a tremendous honor for WPL to present the Trailblazer Award to Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen. WPL recognizes with this award the very few women that made it to the top level of political power. Today, May 2026, more than 90% of the world's presidents and prime ministers are men. But WPL also recognizes with this award outstanding leadership. And that's what Mette Frederiksen is about. I try to pronounce Mette the Danish way, and that gets me hooked up into complications. So Mette Frederiksen was the youngest ever person to assume the role of prime minister in Denmark. When she did that, she knew politics, she knew Denmark, but I don't think that she knew what was to come in her time of prime ministerial responsibility. But Prime Minister Frederiksen reminds us what leadership looks like when history gets difficult. Leadership when the pressure is real. Through crisis after crisis, and there were so many, COVID, Russia's attack on Ukraine, rising threats to democracy, instability in the Arctic, uncertainty on NATO. Through all these crises, she has led with clarity, courage, and conviction. She has been clear in standing with Ukraine, and equally clear in standing up for Greenland, for international law, and for the right of people to decide their own future. Mette Frederiksen shows us something very important. Security is not only military. It is democracy, it is social, it is human. She shows that strong leadership and compassionate leadership are not opposites. They belong together. She's one of Europe's most influential leaders, and she has done something immensely important, normalizing women in power, showing that women lead nations, women carry responsibility, women make the hardest decisions when the times are tough. In a time of noise, she brings direction. In a time of uncertainty, she brings clarity. And that is why it is such an honor to present the WPL Trailblazer Award 2026 to Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Now the award trophy should be brought out. Okay, there it is. Could I just...
Thank you so much. During the elections we just had in Denmark, there's a funny story. There's a woman coming to me, and she's the mother of a young boy. And he asked his mother, Mom, is it possible for a boy to become prime minister in Denmark? So, of course it is, but it shows something that you can change the way we look at things. By the way, in the European Union, we are now 3 women leaders out of 27. We could do a bit better in Europe, I would say. No, but thanks a lot for this. Political leadership in the world of today is not as easy as it was, on the one hand, but on the other hand, standing in front of the things that we are all facing today, the things we just talked about, the things you will address during these days in Copenhagen, then I think it's not that difficult. Because we are every generation will face something where you know that there are only 2 directions. And therefore it's not that difficult. But of course it demands that you actually stick to what you believe in, and that is what we have to do in the coming years. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we take a photo with Anders? A photo?
Ja, så går vi ind.
You go.
Yeah.
No photo.
Photo?
Okay.
Yes, I thought I was at least in the corner. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations. So how is democracy perceived globally? Is it delivering to its citizens Where are the points of tension? Are opinions about the big global powers changing? The Democracy Perception Index provides answers to these questions. For the 9th year, we are pleased to bring you the results of this global survey. This year, it involved a poll of 94,000 people in 98 different countries. Please welcome to the stage Nico Jaspers, is the CEO of Nero Data, to discuss the findings. Nico, great to see you again.
Thank you, Jean.
So, what did your survey learn about current attitudes towards democracy?
A lot. Let me start by first saying this is, as you mentioned, 100,000 people across 100 countries. A huge survey. We ask lots of questions. We categorize them in 8 different groups where we ask people about different components of democracy. So, for example, do you think elections are going to change something in your country if the government acts against the law? Will they get in trouble with courts? And all these types of questions. We then aggregate all that into an index to measure how people's perception of democracy is in their own country. So this is different from the kind of more objective measures. This is really how people feel democracy works in their own country. Lots of people always agree democracy is very important, but the differences across the countries are huge. We don't have the time to go into this individually, but it's always interesting to look at the countries that perform really well. No surprise here, maybe the Nordics and Switzerland are among the top 5. And then some other countries more at the bottom. One of the things I want to point out here, which is something interesting and worrying, is a big red dot in the center of Europe, of France. So that's something to keep in mind.
What did you learn about attitudes towards defense spending and military service in Europe in particular?
A big question there's a few things. There's some improvements that has happened from last year. Sub-Saharan Africa really improved in their perception of democracy. On the attitudes towards democracy, this is something that is very interesting in the European context. We asked the question, if your country were in a conflict, would you yourself be willing to defend it? We see lots of people willing to defend it in the MENA region. And in Europe, there's a more mixed picture. But what's interesting is that the countries where there's a highest willingness to fight for their country is also those countries where support for democracy and satisfaction with democracy is the highest. And we also see this on defense spending. When we ask people, would you support higher defense spending, even if that means higher taxes or cuts in other areas? Support in the Nordics is the highest, and in some of the more Central European countries, it's much lower. So there seems to be a correlation between satisfaction with democracy in your own country and then willingness to support it.
There has been a lot of discussion here already today about the U.S. What did you discover about perceptions of the United States, and how has it shifted from previous years?
Yeah, this is one thing that we've been looking at for many years now, where we ask in all of these countries how people in those countries perceive different countries, and then we break this out for large global powers. The US is, of course, one of the most interesting countries here. We started in 22 with a very high net perception of the US. So we take all the people who say I have a positive perception and subtract the ones who say we have a negative perception, and this gives like a approval rating score, if you will. So in 22, the US plus 22%, and then Russia, this was just around the start of the war against Ukraine, very low. And then Russia moved up a bit when the freshness of the war subsided a bit. The US stable, dropping a bit in 24, and then last year this happened, which was quite astonishing. And this trend has continued. So the US is now seen in the net perception below even Russia globally, which is quite shocking. This decline is almost universal. There are a few countries like Panama, Venezuela, Israel, where it has increased, but across the vast majority, almost all countries, there's been a significant drop in the perception of the US. As someone who's lived a big part of my life in the US, it's quite sad to see that it's among the least regarded countries in the world right now. similar to Iran, North Korea, and Russia itself. We asked people, would you support military bases in your country of the US? And there's barely any country, Poland, Israel, South Korea, and Puerto Rico are the only exceptions where you have a net support for military bases of the US in the country. So I think what has happened here in the last 2 years has really been probably the biggest destruction of soft power that we've seen, at least in the last 80 years.
You asked about conflicts around the world and asked about Greenland. What did you find in that respect?
So we asked people in a number of conflicts who they agree with, side with, actual conflicts, hypothetical conflicts. The first is Ukraine against Russia, where you still have a vast majority of countries supporting Ukraine. This has been pretty stable over the years, with African countries kind of in between, ambivalent. Of course, China, more pro-Russia. India also, which is interesting from the population, not just from official the government, and then the Americas and Europe and parts of Southeast Asia, East Asia support. When we go to Israel's conflict with Palestine, the Americas more or less ambivalent, the MENA region and Asia very much in support of Palestine. When we go to a hypothetical conflict between Taiwan and China, very interesting question, the world is pretty much split, with roughly a little over a third of countries being more on the side of China, a little more of a third of countries being on the side of Taiwan, supporting Taiwan, and a few who are ambivalent. On the US-Iran war, and I find this also quite shocking, because it's not as if Iran is a country that many other countries sympathize with. But when you ask who do you kind of align more with, or who do you support more with, we have more countries aligning with Iran than with the US. So there's some food for thought. To end this maybe on a bit more upbeat
that would be nice. Thank you.
Note, since we're in Denmark, and one big theme that we talked about earlier today is, of course, also the somewhat strange conflict between the US and Greenland, Denmark, and we asked about that too. And there's almost universal support for Denmark, Greenland across the whole world. So this is something that the world can really agree on, even in the US, that everyone is standing with Denmark and Greenland. This was lots of data. There's a QR code where you can download. I saw many of you taking pictures. There's a QR code where you can download the report. And for this year, for the first time, we've also built an interactive dashboard where you can go into every single country, look at the different scores on democracy, look at the perception. This is what I presented here as maybe 1 or 2% of the whole data set. So thank you.
Nico Jasper, CEO of Nira Data, thank you so much. We'll look forward to hearing what you find next year. We'll see.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
So we are now focusing on a conflict that goes in the 5th year, or that is in the 5th year. And although the war in Ukraine might fade for some people from the immediate political focus, it still continues in the middle of Europe. And I'm very happy to be now connected with a person in Ukraine that knows the business very well, but knows politics also very well. Alexander Kamishin, he's the presidential advisor on strategic issues. He's now live with us. I can see him and would invite him to start with opening remarks before we go into an interview situation. Welcome, Alexander Kamishin. Floor is yours.
Good morning and thank you. And dear partners, dear friends, I would like to begin with thanking Denmark for standing with Ukraine. Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen just said about the leadership. And Frankly speaking, the leadership of your Prime Minister, Mette, of the whole team, of the government, of military, of industry leadership, the whole people of Denmark would be always astonishing for me and for our people in Ukraine. Thank you for standing with us since the beginning of this war. Today, Denmark is among the largest supporters of Ukraine, having provided nearly 10 billion euro in military assistance since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. Denmark has delivered critically military support, including Caesar artillery systems, F-16, Harpoon missiles, and ammunition. Denmark also became the initiator of the Danish model, an innovative approach that allows allies to directly finance weapon production inside Ukraine. This model has transformed Ukrainian defense ecosystem. We are deeply grateful for Denmark's leadership, trust, and strategic vision. Today, under the Build with Ukraine program, Ukrainian and Danish companies are already working on joint production initiatives in Denmark on the ground, including middle and deep strike systems, and we are working to ensure that many more such joint ventures will follow. Several months ago, your Minister of Defense, Minister Paulsen, was in Ukraine, and there was something we never expected Denmark could be interested in. That was unmanned ground vehicles, ground robots, as we can call them. And we thought that having the land border with Germany only, Denmark would not consider those ones. But we showed how UGVs became the integral part of the land forces. And your Minister of Defense saw value in that. And I'll give you just some numbers. For the last months, we got over 10,000 of combat missions of unmanned ground vehicles on the front line in Ukraine. It means that unmanned ground vehicles, unmanned ground robots became the integral part of land forces of the modern army of any European country. We would be happy to co-produce not only them, but all new systems we have developed in Ukraine in this fight. Ukraine's industry is no longer only about Ukraine. It's about the security and defense of the whole Europe, of the free Europe. Thank you for building the arsenal of the free world together. Mange tak for din Stark holding. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander Kamishin. Give us a brief overview on like how hopeful you are that on the battlefield some changes in favor of Ukraine are still possible.
It's already the 5th year of the big war. It's already the 11th year of the war in Ukraine. We found a way how we can stand against Russia and hold the line on the front line and incur damage inside Russia in a way Russia is actually asking for the allowance to hold the parade on the Red Square. We would be happy to keep holding the line and keep having the asymmetric war inside Russia until we will get to the fair and just peace.
Now there are debates whether a ceasefire or even a peace, some sort of peace situation will be possible in the near future. What do you think about these debates?
No one wants more peace than we in Ukraine. But we want a fair and just peace, the peace that will not bring us to the war again. Probably at this point, the whole free world stands with us and understands that countries like Russia, countries like other countries from the axis of evil understand only the strengths. And we have to be strong enough to hold and stand together.
I was in Kiev just a couple of weeks ago and had a conversation with your president. And I was asking him how it would be possible to create a peace situation between two people who, outspoken, hate each other, Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin. What's your answer on that?
I know my boss. He can negotiate with anyone if it's about the peace for his country. We will make it.
Vladimir. And what do you think about suggestions that come from Moscow saying we need a mediator that could be the former German Chancellor, Gerhard Schröder?
We, at this point, already had several countries where we could hold these negotiations. We had several different mediators. In our belief, anything that will bring us to just and fair peace would be considered well in Ukraine.
That's not a no.
I'm not the one who is in negotiations. I'm the one who is working on defense industry to make it stronger and not to let Russians get into any other European country.
Okay. Give us an overview about the situation. I know that, and we all know that your infrastructure, your industry are being bombarded on a continuous level. Just when I was in Kiev a few weeks ago, a big energy plant was being attacked. How can you deal with the situation that you build up things that are being destroyed in the next day sometimes?
Probably if you would find one of the words that would describe Ukraine, one of them would be resilience as well. This night, in the midnight, we had another attack, so I had to go down to the shelter. And I would be happy to sleep more in nights like that. But ultimately, our people, our industry, our logistics, critical infrastructure, everything is ready to fight as long as it takes until we get a fair and just peace. In defense industry, we learned to produce under fire, under shells, since day one. And at this point, we keep running no matter what happens around.
Mm-hmm. Acting Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen just said it can't be possible that Europe isn't able to defend itself. In Germany, I'm German, we have the same debate on whether we are capable of being as strong as we need to be. And then some people look at Ukraine and say, would we have expected that a country like Ukraine can defend itself over such a long period of time so effectively and learn so much? What are the lessons that you might be able to give us in Europe on building resilience?
The main lesson, all countries in Europe, in my belief, still believe that they will avoid aggression from the Russian side. So the best way to avoid it, be strong enough. I know that your leadership, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Defense, Chief of Defense, they know the risk and they are ready to defend and they are ready to build up a strong Denmark. If all European countries would be as decisive, as led by its leaders as Denmark, we would have a much stronger Europe at this point. I wish other countries would be as decisive and as strong as Denmark.
Talking about which countries?
All other European countries.
Is it one of your biggest disappointments that the support of the United States is not there in the very moment when you would need it?
Disappointment is not something I have enough time for. We would be always grateful to the United States for all the help we had from them since day one. At this point, it's not only me, it's probably many other people who do not understand the strategy of the United States. And recent polls show that it becomes an issue and a challenge for US at this point. We still believe that US would be a strong ally for Europe over years, and we still believe that we'll build it up.
After the attack on Iran and after the war in Iran started, and then the counterattacks happened on the Arab countries and the United Arab Emirates and so on and so forth, President Zelensky went into the region and shared some of his knowledge on drone defense. Is this a skill that Ukraine acquired? Like a particular skill that might be a potential even?
It's an important skill, and we are happy to share our lessons learned with our strategic partners. And actually, as the industry guy, I'm quite surprised, because if you go to fight a country that gave its Shahid drone to Russia, and you see how another country, Ukraine, is fighting against the Shahid drones for years, and you go to fight Iran and you don't have a solution against Shahid drone, come on, it's kind of surprising for me. And in my belief, it's important for all the countries of the free world to get ready for any aggression coming from Russia, Iran, North Korea, or any other big country that doesn't want to live in peace with its neighbors. So we're happy to share that lessons learned with Denmark, Europe, US, Middle East, whoever is standing with us.
Alexander Kamishin, not that I want to draw some positive things from what happened in the past 5 years, but we have to consider positively that not only you learn to be resilient and that you build impressive industry, but also that you learned a particular aspect of political diplomacy when it comes to talking about the United States. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your conversation. Thank you for your resilience, and we send greetings from Copenhagen to Ukraine.
Thank you, Denmark. Thank you, Copenhagen.
In 1945, as Denmark emerged from 5 years of German occupation, the Danish theologian Hal Koch published the book, What is Democracy? Now, more than 80 years later, it has been translated into Ukrainian and will be distributed there. Joining me to discuss this is Eva Kjer Hansen, who's Vice President of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe. Next to her is Julia Timoshenko, Head of Ukraine Publishing. Jonas Prejo-Plesner, who you all know, who's Executive Director of the Alliance of Democracies Foundation, and Matthias Pasbeck-Skibdal, who is Executive Director of the Danish Institute for Parties and Democracy. Eva, what in the world inspired you to initiate this translation of Hal Koch's book?
We were a group of representatives from Danish political parties taking part in an event in Ukraine. And I was struck by the surprised attitude from the Ukrainian colleagues about how we were acting together, being good colleagues, being respectfully in our way of talking to one another, having good fun together. And when I came back home, I thought, I better read once again this book by Hal Koch. Maybe it could be of inspiration for the development of the political culture in Ukraine. And when I read it, it struck me how relevant it is today. And I think even some Danes ought to read it again.
Julia, why does this book resonate, particularly in Ukraine?
Well, I want to provide some context about Ukrainer, the media and publishing house that I have an honor to lead. It started in 2016 as a small grassroots media project inspired by the revolution of dignity and the values it stood for. And shortly after, we launched the publishing house. And as a media ecosystem, our goal is not to just inform people. We're not a news outlet. Our role is to provide a deeper understanding, a spark curiosity and thought. And we work in 3 main areas. It's national identity, war and resistance, and future. And the latter one is very abstract, but this project lands right into this. And we believe that despite being written more than 80 years ago, Hal Koch's ideas, they're very relevant to Ukraine fighting for democracy. We know that this fight is not going to finish when, the front line is going to freeze or, some sort of ceasefire is going to be achieved. We believe that our lasting peace is also lasting and strong democracy. And this project is a testament of friendship and deep cooperation between Denmark and Ukraine.
Jonas, this is your initiative. Some people would say, why are we sending books to Ukraine, not more drones, for instance?
I was asked that question, yes. But I think books matter, words matter, also in a time of war. I think Koch's message really simple but radical. As Eva said, it's not just about democracy as a system. It's not just elections. It's not just parliament. It's a way of life. And I think that's also what Ukraine is fighting for right now on the front line, but also in every town hall, every volunteer network, every act of civic courage. So Ukrainians are living democracy, not just defending it. So that's why this book matters. Koch wrote it for people emerging from occupation, our Danes, asking us, what do we want to be? And I think that's the same question Ukraine is asking today. And that's also why here at the summit today, we have Ukraine as the center of our conversations, because what's happening in Ukraine is not just a war over territory. It's a contest between 2 models of organizing society. One based on dialogue and freedom, the other on coercion and silence. And that's exactly the contrast which Hal Koch described. And it's as urgent today now as it is, and it was in 45. So when the guns fall silent, Ukraine must keep building a democracy worth defending. So I want to encourage people to read the book, discuss it, and keep fighting for Ukraine and for democracy.
Thank you all. And let me say that there are free copies of the book out in the lobby. You can pick one up. It's in Ukrainian. And these folks will also be there to answer any additional questions you might have about the book. Matthias, let me quickly ask you a question since we have a little bit of time. Tell us about the launch of the book.
Yeah, well, as my colleague said, this has been an important book in shaping the Danish understanding of democracy. So we look forward to launching it in Ukraine in September and making sure that it is distributed widely in the Ukrainian society to see if we can also give our small contribution to the shaping of modern future democracy in Ukraine. So we look forward to launching it together with our partners here on stage and many other partners in Ukraine come September.
Thank you all. And once again, copies of the book available during the coffee break. Speaking of the coffee break, St. Javelin is also going to be in the lobby. They're selling merchandise. All of the profits from this will go back to Ukraine. So you might be interested in stopping by their table. If you are assigned to a side event, you should go to the meeting point, which is the reception desk. The rest of you go enjoy some free coffee, and we'll see you back here at 10:55 sharp. Enjoy. Thank you all. Welcome back. I hope you all got some caffeine and good conversation during the break. In 1992, political scientist Francis Fukuyama posited in his book called The End of History and the Last Man that the end of the Cold War established Western liberal democracy as the final form of human government. Jonas Preo-Plesner, the executive director of the Alliance of Democracies Foundation, told me last night that Fukuyama is the Taylor Swift for foreign policy nerds. And he caught up with Fukuyama recently to ask him about the current state of democracy. Here is their conversation.
Francis Fukuyama, welcome to this airport edition of the Copenhagen Democracy Summit 2026.
Thank you very much for talking to me.
Our theme this year is democracy in a world in disorder. So my first question to you would be about our time, how to define it.
I think that the major shift that's occurred lately is this change in the position of the United States and what that's done to disrupt the North Atlantic Alliance, which in turn has all sorts of implications for the global balance of power and the struggle between democratic countries and authoritarian ones. And I think that we're just waiting to see how this all sorts itself out, whether the United States can recover some of the leadership position it used to occupy, or whether it's going to proceed down a more isolationist path.
My second question is, do you see artificial intelligence as strengthening democracy or undermining it?
I think that there are going to be real dangers with artificial intelligence. The first really has to do with information, because it's much easier to produce fake videos and to really generally undermine the credibility of things that you see and hear. And that's not good for a democracy, because you have to actually agree on facts before you can argue about opinions. The other thing is that it is, I think, likely to increase inequality because it's going to benefit the people that master the technology, and it may reduce the work that's available to less skilled people, and that's also going to be stressful for most democracies.
We are the Alliance of Democracies Foundation, so I wanted to ask, is it helpful, do you think, to think about sort of the world divided between democracies and autocracies?
Well, I think that that's the way the autocracies think about it. They themselves are in an ever closer alliance, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, and so forth. And I think that if democracies don't give each other support, they're just going to be picked off one by these very aggressive authoritarian powers.
That you see a sort of greater cooperation among them?
The United States has been the big problem lately because, we had an alliance system that was based on democracy that had really lasted, since 1949, and that alliance is very uncertain right now. I think that it's very important for Europeans to try to fill in if, American support really does start disappearing and, take care of themselves better. It could actually lead to a new rebirth of an alliance of democracies, but it's going to be a very difficult transition.
How optimistic you are, I try to frame it positively, about US democracy.
I am actually modestly optimistic. I think that we are going to have a midterm election in November where there's going to be a fairly substantial rebuke to Donald Trump and the Republicans. They will almost certainly lose the House of Representatives, possibly also the Senate. And if you combine that with the Hungarian election, it seems like some of these, populist regimes are really not, they're stoppable. People can vote and, they can actually make choices to stand with democracy.
So looking back, of course, with your own history at the optimism of the 90s and the 2000s, where do you think we were most naive?
Well, for me personally, the most surprising thing is what happened in my own country, the United States, because I think the US had been the model democracy for many people around the world, an inspiration, and the idea that we could back away from basic, rule of law, basic democratic principles in the way that we have, and, abandon support for democracies worldwide, as we seem to be in the process of doing, is something I really did not expect, and it's been, deeply disappointing to me. But, as we were saying, it may be an opportunity for others to, to pick up the torch and carry it forward.
My next question is about, can liberal democracy survive in an age where truth itself is contested and increasingly shaped by individual algorithms?
It's kind of an arms race between, certain algorithms and the things that you use to defend against them. And it's really uncertain where that arms race is going to end up. But I do think that there's a demand for truth because people really need to be able to relate to the real world and get a good idea of what's actually happening. And so I think that in the long run, we'll figure out a way to create a market for higher quality information that's not manipulated by, by algorithms or by the many bad actors out in the world.
Yeah, because it's a big component of democracy as well. You need the trust of the citizen so that they actually see their system as functioning.
I think that there are two kinds of trust that are important. You have to have horizontal trust in governments that they can enforce a rule of law and defend your rights, but you also have to trust your fellow citizens. And that's one of the things that's been deteriorating very quickly in the United States. And that's something, I hope that we can reverse, because if you don't have that kind of citizen trust, you don't have civil society, and you basically don't have democracy.
I also wanted to mention that Jesus Amas, Venezuelan political prisoner who has just been released, I saw him recently.
Yes.
He's also here at the Copenhagen Democracy Summit in the audience, so I think we should both wave to him. And
okay, yeah, that's great. Okay, Jesus, good luck.
Francis Fukuyama, thanks for doing this with us. Safe flight back to the US.
Okay.
And hope to see you in a time when democracy is in a little bit better shape.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry I can't join you at the summit in person, but I'm glad to have this opportunity to talk a little bit.
Pleasure.
When we talk about democracy and resilience, we always have to consider, discuss, and talk about multilateralism as well, because the crisis of democracy, if you will, is also a crisis of the multilateral organizations in Europe, the UN, also the NATO. So it's constructively thinking time to discuss alternatives or how to improve the structures we're working in. And that is something we are going to do now on our next panel. And I'm very happy to invite the panelists for this panel. And one you know very well, which is Anders Fogh Rasmussen. And then also with us is Chrystia Freeland, the former Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance of Canada. Welcome on stage here. And virtually with us is Taro Kono, the former Foreign Defense and Digital Minister of Japan. On the screen now. Welcome, Taro Kono. Anders, much of today's discussion today has focused on multilateralism, but you have also advanced the idea of a D7. Could you elaborate on the concept and how it complements or maybe even challenges existing frameworks?
Yeah, it does both challenges and complements. As I mentioned, the idea is to create a core group of 7 well-established democracies in the world: European Union, the UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and South Korea. That's a core. But of course, no one is excluded. If other countries want to join and work in favor of freedom and democracy, they should be more than welcome, including the United States. So if the Americans one day in the future elect a government that feels committed to American global leadership, leadership of the free world, they should be more than welcome. Then it would be a D8. But here and now, I have noted that the American policeman has retired, and in his place, I would like to instate D7.
Something that might resonate with the Canadian way of looking at the world, right? I mean, we're not sure anymore if you're closer to Europe now or to the US, although you share such a long border.
There's geographical proximity and there is values proximity. And I do want to say to the Europeans here, thank you for being such good friends of Canada. The fact that we have CETA, our trade deal, CETA was concluded just a couple of weeks before the first election of Donald Trump. And it's a really, really important connection that Canada has with the EU. More important today than we even understood when we first did that deal. And I think that Anders' idea is very, very important. I think that this is a moment, maybe more than at any time in my lifetime, when the world's democracies need to be working together, need to be consciously working together, certainly meeting, but also talking about ways that we can support each other. Because, I think in some of the previous conversations, we've been hearing about the hard work you need to do to maintain democracy at home. But I think it's really, really important for democracies to be supporting each other. And without that sort of ballast of a group of democracies working together, I think each of our democracies domestically is going to be weakened.
Tara O'Connor, this is something that probably also applies on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, right? When we discuss the Japanese situation. So are you joining the coalition of the willing?
Not yet. We have our own relationship with other countries. And we are thinking about what Japan could do or Japan should do in this situation. Looking at the United States today, we have to wonder if democracy itself is a goal or if democracy is a tool to get something. Like if you become democratic, you may improve your economy faster, better, or is being democratic state itself is a goal? Something we have to wonder.
What's your answer?
Well, living in Japan, yes, democracy itself is good. But if you look at the situation where you elect the president democratic way, the Congress democratic way, appoint a Supreme Court judge according to the Constitution, and what you have, we have to wonder if democracy, there may be some level of democracy in itself.
What I find striking about the debate is that we totally shift away from geography and more focus, maybe not totally, but focus on values more than actually on former geographical constellations. The challenge about it is that we never know how long values persist because governments changes. So what's the actual framework of that coalition of the willing?
I'm not sure that values as such shift. I do believe there are some fundamental values that remain valid, like the desire for freedom, the desire to get rid of your government if it's incompetent. That's democracy. So I think there are some basic values on which we have built our democratic societies that remain valid. And I think that's the basis for D7. Then comes the interests. And we have an interest in free trade, for instance. And I would like D7 to engage in free trade agreements internally. We have seen that already taking place. The European Union has adopted a free trade agreement with Australia, but it goes beyond D7. For instance, the European Union has adopted a free trade agreement with India and with a number of countries in South America, the so-called Mercosur countries, and together it creates the world's largest free trade area. I think that's a fundamental interest. I also think we have an interest in securing the supply lines of critical minerals. We have to reduce our dependency on China. So D7 countries should help each other. Some of them have a lot of critical minerals, including Australia and Canada. Actually, Denmark has a lot of critical minerals in Greenland. So to create an alliance of critical raw materials would also be important. And then finally, I would mention our interest in investing more in the global South. This is not a Western alliance directed against the poor countries in the global South. On the contrary, I think D7 should jointly invest much more in developing countries to create an alternative to the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. So it's a combination of values and interests.
So do we need to shift from a G7 summit every June to a D7 summit every June, Chrystia Freeland?
I think it would be a great idea.
Yeah.
And, I want to pick up on one thing that Anders said, which is, I think we just heard from Francis Fukuyama, and, following the moment that he called the end of history, we sort of decided that we didn't need to worry about values anymore. That everyone, all countries were moving towards, were going to become Denmark. That was another great Fukuyama phrase, right? Everyone was getting to Denmark. And as we all converged towards being liberal democracies, we didn't have to be concerned about differences in values. And I think that that's when we got to sort of peak globalization. China joined the WTO. And I was a foreign minister. I was also a finance minister. And I was really struck by how those tables were kept very separate. There was the finance conversation, the money in the world conversation, and then there was the foreign minister conversation where you would, maybe sometimes talk about human rights. And that was a huge mistake. I think that Europe learned how dangerous it had been to keep those conversations separate with the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. And all of a sudden, having an economic dependency between countries that did not share each other's values turned out to be incredibly dangerous. Being so dependent on Russian gas turned out to be incredibly dangerous. And that's what I think is so powerful about the idea that Anders is putting forward. I think it's a line that is attributed to Bismarck, that only fools learn from their own mistakes. So I think we should learn from that mistake when we saw the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine point out to us how dangerous it was to have an extreme economic dependency on a power that didn't share our values. And we should be thinking about that when it comes to the relationship between democracies and China.
I want to follow up quickly on that, because when I say a bit in a funny way, should we exchange G7 and D7? I think the core question is a serious one, which is, should we stick to the former formats that we've all been working in politics, or do we need to get rid of some of them to be actually able to reform ourselves and find new and more effective formats? I think G7 is only one example. I think the UN is the biggest example for it. What do you think about these structures? Do we need to stick to all of them or really invent new formats?
I think we need to be building new ones and seeing how they work. I think that we're moving into a time of aggressively experimental plurilateralism. I think we're going to see different coalitions of the willing working together on different projects. I think that's a very good thing. I would just add 2 points. One is, it's great to have meetings together. It's great to meet and work together. And it genuinely is. And that is genuinely an important part of the effort. But then there comes a time, or there can come a time when the rubber hits the road. You know, Russia launches its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and either countries are there to support Ukraine or they are not. Canada experienced this in a much smaller way when we honored our extradition treaty with the United States and arrested on a US warrant the CFO of Huawei. And China retaliated against us, even though really it was not a hostile action from Canada at all. It was honoring a treaty that we had. We handed her over to the United States. But the retaliation was against Canada. It was trade retaliation. And 2 Canadians, completely innocent, regular people, were arrested, imprisoned for more than 1,000 days in conditions that amounted to torture. What does a country do in a situation like that? And, you know, if there's a collective action problem for democracies that face hostile action from another country. And one of the questions that I think an Alliance of Democracies needs to think about is, great, we can be together, we can talk about great things, we can work together with the Global South, but are we going to be there for each other if there is a hostile action? And if absent that kind of collective support, then we're going to have a collective action problem when it comes to democracies standing up to a hostile authoritarian regime. Because by yourself, you're too small. That maybe doesn't apply to the EU, but for every other democracy in the world, standing up to an authoritarian regime is very costly, and you are going to have to think very, very hard before putting yourself in a vulnerable position.
Tara Conner, we are in Europe and all over the world, I think, well aware of the rise of China as a world power. At the same time, we're still very focused on the conflicts in Iran and in Ukraine, and it pushed away a little bit the focus on China. I can well imagine that your focus is completely different, particularly when the one country that always or early had a focus on Pacific region and on China, the US, is a bit of an unstable ally, if I may say so. What's your point, or what's your take on that?
Thank you. Well, in Europe, you may be thinking about Plan B, Europe without United States. You still have 30 plus countries in NATO, and you are sitting on the same continent, connected by railroads. In East Asia, here's Japan on the islands. We have Korea next to us, but separated by the sea. We have the Philippines, we have Australia a bit far away. So in East Asia, there's no Plan B vis-a-vis China. We have to have United States. I mean, it used to be. We argue we have US-Japan Security Treaty. We are under the American nuclear umbrella, end of discussion. But now, Self-Defense Force and the US Indo-PACOM, they have probably the best relationship in the history. But even they would tell you they don't know about the relationship between Tokyo and Washington. So can we really rely on the United States when when the crisis comes? We are not sure, but there's no Plan B for East Asia. We have to probably create a Plan A plus or Plan A plus plus. We are talking about one day NATO would become global institution rather than regional institution to defend common values on this planet. And Japan, I think we need to change our constitution and become one member of NATO. I mean, it'll be North Atlantic and Pacific Treaty Organization, NAFTA. I think that'll be the alternative. And as for United Nations, it's not functioning at all because 3 countries using vetoes. So D7 plus like-minded middle powers plus global South, we need to create another institution. Maybe we can adapt UN Charter 2.0 and supersede the original UN Charter to get rid of veto power. And then, as Christian said, we need to rely on each other to keep the peace and stability on the planet. Even the smallest country need to make some contribution to keep the stability on this planet. So we need to move on to something different, something new in international order. I don't think we can go back to the old order, even Americans elected somebody other than President Trump in 2028, I guess. So I think it's time for us to sit down with not just the D7 and like-minded country. We definitely need to include the global South and then think about what is our future. Everyone need to bear more burden on our own shoulders.
Maybe we can elaborate on D20.
Yeah, I have 2 remarks. First to you, Christy. I think D7 should adopt what I would call an economic Article 5, modeled over the NATO military Article 5. We consider an attack on one, an attack on all. So, if Canada is exposed to Chinese coercion, all other members of the D7 should come to the aid of Canada. We have seen how Australia has been exposed to pressure from China because they demanded an independent investigation of the COVID outbreak. We have seen how Lithuania has been exposed because they changed the name of a Taiwanese representation office in Vilnius, etc., etc. So the Chinese strategy is to single out individual countries and expose those countries to economic coercion. But if we respond collectively, we represent 30% of the global economy, then it would create some respect. Now, my second remark is to you, Taro Kono. We also discussed the last time I was in Tokyo. Your idea to expand NATO, actually, to also cover parts of the India-Pacific region is very interesting. And actually, you distance yourself a bit from the idea of a D7, but what you propose when it comes to defense is pretty much close to D7. Because which Asia-Pacific countries could we imagine in addition to NATO? That's Japan, Australia, South Korea, maybe also New Zealand. So it's exactly the same idea. I would assure you that in the case that we create a D7, Japan will not have to choose between the United States and D7. What I could imagine is that D7 countries meet on the sidelines of G7 meetings and other international meetings as a starter. But also Japan will need assistance from other countries if Japan is exposed to coercion from its big neighbor, China.
Tara Kono, when you look at meeting of President Trump with President Xi, what's your expectations on that?
Well, we are quite worried. What we should have been doing is Europe, Japan, Canada, United States, Australia, other like-minded country should have been sitting down together, discuss coordinated strategy vis-a-vis China, how to deal with Chinese excess capacity, how to deal with their military expansion. Instead, President Trump is just shooting the allies from behind. And we always wonder what he might do when he meet Xi Jinping. They might just shake a hand and try to create a new G2 era or something. So we are quite worried, and we should, we were hoping we could have discussed China's strategy with United States, but because of this Iranian situation, we didn't had an opportunity to do that. So we are wondering what's going to happen.
When we talk about the economic implications of geopolitics, we always end up at the point of digital sovereignty of the regions. It's a big topic in Europe. I assume it's also one in Canada and Japan. But how do you particularly look at it?
If I may, I'd like to go back
Sure.
to the question of the U.S. and China. And I think Taro is absolutely right that, we've been talking about this vision of an alliance of democracies, open to smaller countries, open to the global south, working together. There's another idea out there that we might be seeing in Beijing this week, which is a sort of G2 world where China and the United States, in a sort of strongman mercantilist way, make some kind of a deal and set up rules of the road, and that the rest of us just have to kind of live with it. I think that would be very dangerous for all of the democracies that are not part of that agreement. And so I think Taro is very right to say we need to be really concerned. And, I do think that it's right for us and important for us to be concerned about over-dependence on China. But that kind of a relationship, I think, needs to be figured out by democracies working together. And I think we also, not to kind of pussyfoot around the elephant in the room, two different animal metaphors there, but I think we need to be thinking about a shared approach to the United States. I think that we really should not give up on the United States. I was glad to hear Frank Fukuyama being cheerful about it. I think we should be honest with ourselves that if the United States is sort of permanently lost to the Alliance of Democracies, it's going to be really bad. It will be hard both in terms of the global economy and global security for all of us without the US on the team. But I think the way to work with the United States actually is tough love. I think that we do need to be very clear with the current government of America, but also with Americans, how unacceptable some of the behavior is. The territorial claim on Greenland, the territorial claim, the talk of Canada being the 51st state. And I think we need to be a lot more direct about all of that, in part because I think we need Americans to recognize, American voters to recognize what is happening to the US position in the world. We want, in 2028, an opportunity for Americans to kind of shake their heads and say, what have we been doing? Is this the role we want to be playing? And if we're all too kind of polite and scared and quiet to be candid with the United States about what is happening, I think that we will only have ourselves to blame if there isn't a real shift and conversation in the US.
So a couple more Carney speeches.
Yeah. I fully agree. I haven't given up on the US either, but time for flattery is over. The only language the Trump administration understands is a language of unity, strength, and power. And that's a way to tell the Americans, if you don't want to lead the free world, we can do it on our own. That's the best way to facilitate a change of the American attitude.
Yeah. Again, I mean, I don't think we have the time to discuss the economic matter, but if the US then comes up and says, but we deliver the critical infrastructures for all technological development, and China says, okay, and we do the other part, it's going to be additionally different, no?
Yes, no, look, and I've been in some conversations where Americans have been very candid in a sort of dismissive way and said, look, in the AI-driven future, you will have no choice but to be part of Team USA because you are going to be dependent on our tech stack. And at the end of the day, it's going to be the US tech stack or the China tech stack. And so really, you know, you might have your little childish concerns about things like the US talking about the 51st state. Europe might have its own childish concerns about the claims on Greenland, but you're going to have to be on our team because of the tech stack dependence. I think we all need to be extremely thoughtful about that. And, you know, exactly, I totally agree with Anders. The time for flattery is over. And really say to the US, including to the US tech companies, don't take us for granted. We want to work together, but we've learned some tough lessons in the past few years, and we're not going to let ourselves be vulnerable again.
Certainly enough to discuss for a second panel that we need to have here on that topic to deepen that. I thank you very much. I think what we can all probably say is that we haven't found the one solution, but certainly shared values across all oceans. Thank you so much for that debate. Anders Fogh Rasmussen, Chrystia Freeland, and Tara O'Connor. Thank you. And we are going to continue with Jonas Parello-Plessner and the Rare Earth and Democratic Supply Lines panel here. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Good morning, Copenhagen. Great to be here on stage. Let me start by framing why we are having this discussion here. At the Alliance of Democracies Foundation, we have for years worked on what we call democratic supply lines, the idea that open societies should not build their prosperity and security on dependencies on authoritarian regimes. That links with the previous session we just heard about the launch of our Democracy 7 paper that Anders Fogh Rasmussen launched. We saw very clearly with Russian gas and oil what happens when you ignore that reality. Europe paid a high price economically and strategically for that dependency. And today we're repeating the same mistake. Rare earths and critical materials are the backbone of the green transition, of our industrial base, and increasingly our defense capabilities. And yet, much of that value chain is still concentrated in China. We saw last year how quickly this becomes geopolitical leverage. When China restricted exports during trade tensions with the US, causing immediate disruption across supply chains also here in Europe. And the response has not been the same everywhere. The United States has moved quickly with industrial policy and defense backing to build capacity. Europe, by contrast, is still moving very slowly. On a personal note, This is something I followed closely for years. I think I first wrote a op-ed in a Danish newspaper in 2010 about rare earths, and this would be an issue, and that people were like, what are rare earths? So I think the lesson is consistent. Dependencies do not remain economic, they become strategic at some points. There are also good examples that show diversification is possible. Japan, after 2010, actively built alternatively supply chains, including with Australia, and reduced its exposure over time. And that brings me to introduce our speaker here. We're very fortunate to have Dr. Erik Eschen with us. He's the CEO of VAC, Vacuum Smelter, one of the few globally competitive, non-Chinese producers of rare earth magnets, critical components at the heart of electrical vehicles, energy systems, and defense. Then I know you've also taken a stand, which is important for me, that business stand up for, in my always every year Ukraine uniform, that your company has also provided a lot of direct assistance to Ukraine. So I applaud you for that. But on the rare earths, this makes you directly exposed to the reality of these supply chains, not in theory, but in practice. So let's sit down and have our conversation. So the question is not whether this can be done, but whether democracies can move with sufficient speed, coordination, and scale. So, Erik, we have already lived through one dependency shock with Russian energy. How do you see today, are we repeating the same mistake with rare earths in China? And what is the single most critical step Europe needs to take to remedy that?
A very good question. So first of all, I have to correct you. We are the only producer of permanent magnets in the Western world. And now it's one of the few. And actually, this problem goes back into the 80s that we are facing today. A new magnet was developed by Sagawa-san out of Japan, and then the rare earth was found in China. And the Chinese policy made a lot of sense. They just said, we don't want to produce only the raw material, we want to go the full value chain. This was very transparent. And then the Western industry stepped into the dependence and just bought from China. And China is state-controlled. Even there are several factories, but at the end of the day, it's the state who is saying and dictating what's going to happen. And now the situation is, it's only us who remained here in a very competitive environment. I also have to say we never made a loss. So what do we have to do? It's pretty simple. I'm not here to talk about politics because the situation we are in was created by our industry. Our industry leaders got dependent from China, and if you read any business textbook or economic textbook, don't get dependent from one supplier. It looks like a lot of CEOs didn't read that chapter. What we have to do, we just need a simple decision by our industry leaders to build capacity in Europe, to keep the know-how that we still have, but it will diminish if we don't act now, and then we are fully dependent. So it's a simple decision. Politics can support, but politics didn't create a problem. It was industry, and industry is the only solution. And we see that, for example, in North America, the decision makers are a little bit bolder. They make these decisions, also with a little push from the White House. But here they are still fully rely on China, and you have to understand what's happening right now. China is swamping the market with cheap magnets, cheaper than the raw material, and everyone is just falling back. It's great to have China as a supplier, but we have to act and not to become fully independent, because I truly believe China, together with the United States and Europe, we have to work together, closely together, also to keep peace. But we shouldn't be completely dependent on them. We need some capacity here. And I would love to build it, by the way, up in Ukraine. It's close to the Russian border, I get that. But that's what I always say. I would love to build a factory in Ukraine.
And the Greenlandic premier is here as well. And I think Greenland also has rare earths. So maybe there's even an extra opportunity.
Absolutely. And by the way, when I flew in, I was sitting next to a tall, strong American. And I asked him where he's coming from. He said from the US. And I said, "Hi, are you part of the invasion?" He rejected that. But yes, we are looking to Greenland. I hope there were just some announcements this week that some mines are deployed there. We are really looking forward, and I would love to get it then out of Denmark.
So diversification is possible. We could also look to Japan as an example. They have since 2010 started that sort of change away from full dependency on China. with partners, particularly in Australia, to build alternative supply chains. What are some of the lessons from Japan experience, and can we replicate that?
First of all, we have to be very thankful what China did. And China developed this rare earth strategy in 2009, 2010, when there was tension about the fishing rights in the Chinese Sea. And China blocked shipping raw materials and magnets to Japan. So, and then they established or used JOGMEC to invest in Lynas, a mine in Australia. And Lynas is, for the last 20 years, our supplier for non-Chinese supply chain, also here in Europe, and therefore we are very thankful. So we have some initiatives in Europe, mainly in Germany, to build up a kind of JOGMEC model, but we have to be clear, it will take ages. Also, JOGMEC took 10 years to be successful. And I'm a little bit reluctant to be over-optimistic on that, because the problem is now, and we don't have a mine. And to build up a new mine and invest in there takes years, if not decades. So we have to do it. We have to go that step, but that's not a short-term solution. Short-term solution is to work with the mines that are already existing, like Lynas in Australia. There are other mines in South America, also in Sub-Saharan Africa. And we have to strengthen our ties there. But also clearly to state there, the US is buying out everything right now. And we are sitting on the fence and watching.
Yeah, that was my next question, was particularly on the US. We see them move very quickly, subsidies, defense funding, industrial policy, while we are still coordinating, at least here in Europe, among 27 member states. So what's the real gap? It's not the resources, but the speed of decision making?
It's definitely the speed of decision making. We participate on that in full transparency. We just opened our largest factory in the world. We have factories on all continents. We just opened it in the US with a lot of support from the US government. And they're just moving very quickly. What I see, it's not very efficient. They are throwing billions out on whatever can ride rare earths at the moment. So there are a lot of companies that didn't even know what terbium is probably 6 months ago and now get $1 billion to do that. I'm not sure if I would like to see that as a taxpayer, but the strategy is pretty simple. Just throw a lot of money on the market and something will come up. And this is what we see right now. Again, we are participating on that, but we also see a lot of monsters who are created by that, by government money. So I have mixed feelings on that strategy.
So as a prudent European taxpayer, how should we do it the right way then?
I think we know pretty well who has a likely chance to succeed. We also have to be a little bit more courageous to put some money in companies that have a lower chance, but we shouldn't just throw it out. Saying that, on one hand, we should rely on the technical expertise we have in the European Union and also in our governments. There's a lot of know-how. We just have to listen to them.
If we end up meeting here again at the Copenhagen Democracy Summit 2031, it would be if it's in 5 years' time, are we less dependent or have we just moved the problem around? Where will we be?
So I'm sure. I think there are two scenarios that I see for the upcoming future. Either we get independent, and in Europe at the moment, I have some doubts that we get there. I see support from the policymakers, especially in Brussels, but also in Berlin and in Paris. They are really working on it and mean it. But making decisions here in Europe just takes a lot of time. But there's a will. The challenge is what I said before, it's really the industry. If our large OEMs, the large automotive manufacturers, the large industrial companies just want to save a few pennies from China, we will not get there because politics alone cannot solve the equation. And if we don't move here, I think the dependence will look differently. We will shift from a monopoly, what is China at the moment, to a duopoly. Because next to China, the US is establishing huge capacities. By the way, they are buying out the European technologies. So there were a lot of companies in the midstream. They have all been bought the last 12 months from American companies. And if we don't move, that will be the situation and the most likely scenario of the future. And then we have to handle China and the US, but still are dependent from others and don't have our future in our own hands.
Thank you, Eric. With those words, I want you to join me in applauding Eric. And I think, once again, why we bring this topic on a democracy summit is really because this is critical for our democratic resilience. And I hope you've understood that. I have at least 100% from this conversation, and how much we value that there's at least one European company still standing that can do this. So we have some. So join me in thanking Eric.
So innovation is more than a buzzword. It is an absolute necessity, vital to ensure economic and military success. With many of the emerging technologies, I've been told there is no such thing as second place because the advantages to the first adopters are so great. So we're going to discuss this for a moment with Ben Tallis, who's head of thought leadership at Helsing AI, and Anders Fogh Rasmussen, who you know is the chairman of the Alliance of Democracies Foundation. Ben, let me start with you. We hear so often about what we're learning from the battlefield in Ukraine. Are the lessons learned there directly transferable to Europe as a whole?
Well, Jean, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here, and congratulations to the Alliance for Democracies for putting this on. It's an honor to be here among so many who are so dedicated to defending what we really hold dear. Helsing, as you know, was founded to use AI to protect democracies, so this is very much in our wheelhouse, and delighted to be here. Ukraine was described recently as a teacher, not a template, by the head of the German military, and I think that's the right approach. Some lessons are transferable, others are transformable, but some are specific to Ukraine, and working out which is the key task for defense intellectuals at the moment. But the one that I think we can really see is that technological change is affecting the character of warfare. It's affecting it in the use of robotics and autonomous systems, so mass use of drones. And it's that return of mass to the battlefield that I think is the biggest change. We can't anymore rely on having just a few very expensive, very effective systems. We need the depth and the breadth of firepower to actually sustain the fight and to overwhelm potential enemies.
So you've recognized this. Have European militaries recognized this sufficiently, or are they still investing in legacy systems?
So, I mean, there's definitely change happening, and I think we have to give credit where credit's due. In the last year, the German government has moved very fast to invest more in defense, to reform procurement, to contract us and others to provide systems that didn't exist a year and a half ago. That's light speed in defense. So there is change happening. Is it going far enough and fast enough across Europe? No. It's not, because we face a very urgent threat situation. People talk about being ready for 2029. I would suggest to you, look at military history, look at the history of why the Second World War started when it did, because Hitler didn't want to wait for the Allies to rearm, and we should be ready sooner. So we face a threat. We're vulnerable to it because even though we're putting more money into defense, we're investing in systems that take a long time to produce. So Lithuania, leading defense spending in NATO, 5.38%, but its heavy division won't be ready until 2033. So we have a vulnerability gap to fill. That's where the opportunity comes in from using new technologies. And we haven't fully seized that opportunity yet, but you can see that people are starting to understand that we should.
Why haven't we fully seized it?
It's funny, I was talking with General Nick Carter yesterday, former chief of the defense staff in the UK, and he said, you know, that it's very hard to get a new idea into the military mind, but it's even harder to get the old idea out.
Yeah.
And so I think there's quite a lot of still legacy thinking. And also, if we look at our militaries, for so long they were deprived of funding. Then when the funding taps are turned on, I think a lot of soldiers said, great, we can finally get the stuff we always wanted but could never afford. Well, bad news is that's the stuff of yesterday's war. We need to be arming for tomorrow, not for today. And that hasn't yet happened. The way to make it change is simply the Nike strategy, just do it. Invest in new systems, change the percentage of funding that's going from old legacy kit to new systems. That way, our militaries get the technology in their hands, they can experiment with it, understand how to use it better, and work out the doctrine that they need to make it effective. That's the history of military innovation, and we need to give them that chance now.
Anders, you've talked in the past about the need for private investment in the defense sector. Do you see improvement?
Well,
I see improvement, but much too slowly. One thing is that the old-fashioned ESG rules, environmental, social, governmental criteria, in many ways hampers the private investment in defense because defense investments are considered dirty investments in line with tobacco, pornography, etc., etc. So we have to change that mindset. And in that respect, it was an achievement that the European Council, the leaders of EU, made a statement last year in June that we need more private investment and it's okay to do it. So I would say start. Well, we have seen more private investment in, if we consider European venture capital, it has doubled in 5 years. But from an extremely low starting point, it was 1% 5 years ago. Today it's 4% of venture capital. So we need much, much more. Yes, there's progress, but too slowly.
I would think that when venture capitalists looked at the tremendous investment that governments in Europe are now going to be making in the military, that this would look like a good bet and that they'd be more anxious to invest. Not so?
Absolutely. If you look at the share price, shares in defense companies have risen dramatically. And I fully agree with you. And I appreciate the work of Helsing. It's really at the forefront when it comes to introducing high-tech military capabilities. And this is a way to fill the gap. Because if you are investing heavily in legacy military equipment, it takes much too long. But high-tech is more flexible, it's more agile, it's much faster. So I fully agree. Now, you said that in the military, it's hard to get acceptance of new ideas, but even harder to get rid of old ideas. I can tell you it's exactly the same for politicians. That's a problem.
But this is what makes my job so fun, is that I get to talk to politicians and talk to military leaders about why we need to change. And it was Andy Marshall who famously said that the competition we need to win is not only technological, it's intellectual. And what I've found increasingly in the last year is greater responsiveness to the intellectual arguments that we can make, because people start to understand this is not tomorrow technology, this is today technology. We can field by the end of 2027 the kind of firepower using loitering munition systems and strike drones that would make Putin say, not today in the Baltic states. That's the kind of difference we can make, and people are realizing we've got those tools to take our future in our hands. Then they want the help to understand how to employ them, and that's what we're privileged to work on.
In today's war in Ukraine, more people are killed by drones than by artillery. That's telling.
When it comes to moving faster, I'm wondering about some of the constraints beyond mindset and acceptance of new technologies. Industrial capacity, we just had a conversation about supply chains. Are these things that are forcing this to go slower than you might like?
These are strengths we're not using in Europe. The essence of competitive strategy is to play to your strengths and your opponent's weaknesses. And it's an under-realized fact that Europe has more industrial capacity than the United States. At the moment, we don't put it to the use of defense and the use of geopolitical competition because we're not using it to produce systems at mass. Now, this means a change in the way we design weapons. And this is what we, Helsing and others do who work on what's called software-defined defense. You put the complex part into the software so that you can make cheap, easily mass-producible hardware. This has been a lesson from Ukraine as well. That's the kind of hardware that could be mass-produced by European industry. And that's why we have a partnership with Schaeffler, the big automotive supplier, for example, 120,000 people working there. That can give you the kind of scale that will unlock freedom's new forge in Europe, the arsenal of democracy that Alexander Commission mentioned before. The good news is that also investing in these new technologies has a greater economic multiplier effect, 1.5 compared to 0.6 for old technologies. And on supply chains, you're right, but the way to European supply chains and true sovereign capability is European demand chains. Look at the example of electronic fuses, essential for drones and for strike drones. There was no producer of these at scale 2 years ago. When we started ordering drones in mass, that becomes an economically viable proposition for a fuse maker. And now we have European supply of electronic fuses. We can replicate that lesson.
And we should change civilian production into military production. For instance, the car industry in Europe, there is a lot of excessive capacity. That could be used. So instead of producing motors for cars, we should produce motors for drones.
Here, here.
We are out of time, but Anders, I do want to ask you about the consequences if we don't speed it up and get the innovation into the hands of warfighters more quickly.
But the consequence will be that democracies will continue their decline. This is, as you said, it's defense of democracy. But defense of democracy is not just words. It is high-tech and hardware.
It's what Volodymyr Zelensky famously said, freedom must be better armed than tyranny. And I'm proud that we're playing our role in that.
Exactly.
Great. Ben Tallis, thank you so much for joining us here today.
Yeah, Anders. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jean.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anders is going to stay on stage with me, but we have to do a little bit of stage setting here, so bear with us as we make these adjustments. There we go. Anders, I think you're at the end?
Yeah.
So we're going to continue this conversation on innovation, but we're going to focus more specifically on drones. Let me introduce our panelists. Here they come. We have with us Dan Hermansen, who's CEO and founder of My Defense, and Carl Rosander, CEO of Nordic Air Defense. Thank you both. Dan, if you could take the seat closer to me, that would be terrific. Thank you both for joining us.
Thank you.
So we just heard that Ukraine is a teacher, not a template. Speaking from the perspective of people who make drones, do you agree? Is that the right way to look at it? Dan, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, we are making anti-drones. So basically, we are doing the protection against drones. And I think what we've seen in Ukraine in the past, I would say we started in 2019 helping soldiers to be protected against drones. First period was of course a bit slower than after 22, but what we've seen is a tremendous cooperation effort with the Ukrainians and with us to make sure that we can provide protection for the soldiers. And of course, this live studio, as you could call it, in modern drone warfare, and how to be better protected in that scene.
Carl, what about from your perspective? Would you say teacher or template?
Listen, what we're building, we build a system that can rapidly change due to what the threat is, because the threats are changing not by months, not by years, it's changing by days at the moment. So the system we are building are set for the new threat. We need so much data, we get data, and all this data we process, so we can rapidly iterate, test, build new prototypes, depending on what the client wants or what the customer wants.
I was talking last week with someone who had been involved with IED warfare in Afghanistan and talking how the military was able to do this very rapid innovation cycle in that instance. But he felt the US military, at least, was not keeping up with the drone iterations, which, as you say, are happening so quickly. Are you confident that you're really on top of the latest developments?
Yes, it can be faster. We need more data, of course, from the front line in Ukraine. And if you take the hedgehog exercise that NATO had, I think it was a couple of months ago, or last year, you could see that 10 Ukrainian drone pilots, they took out on a day 2 battalions, 1,200 soldiers on the NATO exercise, but also more than 17 battle vehicles. Only 10 drone operators, so you need to be constantly looking what the threat are. And just 2 weeks ago, they changed how Shaheds coming into Ukraine. Before you could see that they took down 97% of the drones with FPV operators. Those operators are basically engineers. So they can build up a drone, and our soldiers in Europe and NATO, they are not ready for that. So what happened was that recently, so we got that data, they go now with the sites in the clouds. So the FPV operators, they have hard to hit the drones. So it changes. That's where autonomously interceptors and very important.
And I agree to that. I think, I mean, to the question about if it's a template or a teacher, I think it's both. Because what we've seen over the course of the years here is that the technology has evolved so fast, and we are constantly on the counter-drone side keeping up and innovating all the time. But then basically we are at a level now where we don't need to develop new technology. It just needs to be more spread out. So look into Ukraine, what they have built with the help from allies is really what you could say a system of systems. It's a number of different layers of sensors, effectors, and different kinds. It's all connected into one big system, sharing data all over, and nobody else in the world has that. Not Israel, not the US, nobody else has the same capability. So in that sense, it's a template, and it's also a teacher of how to do rapid innovation. Because, I mean, going back to when we started My Defense 13 years ago, it was impossible to have a direct cooperation with the end users, being the soldiers. Now it is a template for how to do it, because in Ukraine you have to do it. You have to work side by side with the industry and the soldiers in the front line.
Anders, would you say that in addition to changing technology, that Ukraine has succeeded in changing the operational mindset of people in Europe?
Absolutely, yes. We have seen how fast the Ukrainians have developed new, modern, high-tech military capabilities. They're working hard. They're working without breaks, without holidays. They have a strong incentive to protect their country against the aggressor. So it's a good investment, actually, to put money directly into Ukrainian defense industries and to promote a direct cooperation between Danish and European defense companies and Ukrainian defense industry. That's actually what we are doing. So that's also why I have concluded that Ukraine deserves a much stronger place in the defense of Europe. We used to speak about Ukraine as a country that needs our help. Obviously they do. But what we should not forget is that at the same time Ukraine is an asset that can actually contribute actively to the defense of Europe.
So should we just buy Ukrainian and forget these guys?
No. No, but I think your companies and other companies have profited a lot from cooperation with Ukraine and from learning what the Ukrainians have done.
I think we are now at a stage where it's kind of a symbiosis. We need each other in order to keep developing and following the trends. So what we see is that we have a number of Ukrainian companies and partners, and also end users that we are working with on a daily basis. And they also come to us and ask for, can you help us with this? Can you help us with that? There's a sourcing problem in Ukraine because if you would like to source everything from Ukraine, you couldn't, because they're using all their resources for their own defense and offensive weapons. And on the other hand side, there's a resource pool that's limited in Ukraine. And that's also why they needed help from everybody outside to add resources on the technological side, with people making sure that we are on top of the threat. Mm.
I'm curious, since you've developed an anti-drone system, why we're seeing in Iran the use of missiles and other very expensive weaponry to take down drones. Are they not, is the US not talking to you, or explain, please,
I think
please.
For our case, the US is talking. We just opened a factory and this year in Oklahoma, really boosting our presence in the US and also delivering to the US Army. But it's not the same as this has been really spread out everywhere in the Ukraine, in the US Army and the armed forces. So I think, back to the same question, technology is there, but it's not at the scale that is needed for what is going on in Iran, for example. It's not really spread out there yet. And I think your systems are even more on the mitigation side and can definitely help out on that side.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a components problem at the moment. In Ukraine, you get so many Chinese components, but here in Europe, we need to be having production of cameras, thermal cameras, processors, etc. So with what happened in Iran, I'm not a politician, but I know how to build companies. Yes, of course, you can't shoot down drones that are cheap, and you need to have a new thinking of cheap, highly scalable products. So that's why we exist, and we need to also work with the big primes, but they are slow, unfortunately. And
yeah. Yes, I'll use an example. Previously this year, we had some alleged incursions of foreign hostile drones into not only Danish but also other European airspaces. For strange reason, it hasn't been identified who did those incursions. That's an independent story. But in the wake of those incursions, a discussion raised if we could build a so-called drone wall. Now, it's not a physical wall, but it's a system that can detect a drone, track the drone, eliminate the drone. But we were told it would take 2 to 3 years to establish such a drone wall. I was so surprised because on a daily basis, they exercise such a wall in Ukraine. And so, I mean, it wasn't true. And some of our clients told us, it's not true. We have the components. We only need to connect the dots. So we established a drone coalition. It's called Drone Techs. And they will now demonstrate the capability to take down a drone in Odense Airport on the 26th of May. Hopefully, that can stimulate political leaders and bureaucrats to move much faster.
Who told you it was going to take 2 to 3 years to do this?
Beg your pardon?
Who was it who said it would take 2 to 3 years to build this wall?
Yeah, among other things, it was a message from the European Commission.
we also have a procurement issue. Procurement are too slow.
Yeah, it's too slow. I fully agree.
And they favor, unfortunately, the big primes.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's a change going on. It takes too long time, though.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, in general, we have too much peacetime thinking. The procurement rules need to be reformed. Tender rules need to be reformed. Auditing rules need to be reformed. We cannot continue with this peacetime thinking. We are not in a peace, so we have to speed up and increase our capacity.
Did you want to weigh in on the wall issue?
Yeah, exactly, because I completely agree. It's not a technological issue. It's simply a matter of putting the orders there so we can scale the capacity and start building the components. If you don't get started on that, well, then it'll take another year or 2 years from you start really deploying it until it's effective. But there are definitely things that you can do right away. Just get started.
How quickly could you guys get a wall up?
If we are already talking about partnership. We've been doing that for a year, so we can be very fast, I would say.
We can be fast.
Give me a.
We can make.
What is this?
This is our wingman. So I always bring my wingman. It's a drone detector basically. So we built last year. We built more than 5,000 of these wingman, and it covers a few kilometers. And then just do that all along the line towards Russia, and then within 6 months it's all covered with sensors at least. Then you can add jammers to it, and then you have the.
But did they then come up with ways to evade these particular sensors, and then those are outmoded, and you have to develop the next one?
Yeah, but that's also thought of. So it's already in the platform, software updatable. So it's just a matter of doing the fast iterations.
So I've been hearing about the need for procurement reform for at least the past 5 years. Everybody highlighting this as something that absolutely must change if we're going to meet the challenge when it comes to innovation. Carl, are you telling me it just hasn't moved, or it's only moved incrementally?
I've seen the change, but it's too slow. And I must say, Europe don't have an innovation problem. We have an integration problem. And we lack speed on manufacturing also. So we need to build, we think that all the time. We think scale, mass scale from the beginning. So.
One small comment on the procurement side. What I see right now on the sourcing side is actually that we are fighting against other technologies like AI. So basically, all the factories are being now chip factories are being used more and more for AI production lines, so AI chips that are not necessarily exactly the same as are used in products like ours. So suddenly we are fighting a technology fight with AI because it's the same production capacity in Taiwan or other places that is being used.
Wow. We hear a lot about the need for European strategic drone autonomy. Are we going to get there?
Yeah.
And how soon?
Nordic Air Defence going into production in Q3, mass production. So it's about sourcing components. It's a tight. You have thermal heating cameras. We don't buy from China. In Ukraine, it's okay to buy from China. They have to. Sourcing of components like thermal cameras, they have coated of the lens is coated on with germanium, and that is a rare earth metal and only refined in China. So they squeeze that to be able to sell their own product. But we need, I say it again, we need to be able to source the components from Europe. So that is also a big project.
And that's a long-term project. That isn't something that's going to change in a heartbeat.
Yeah, but innovation, we have companies like My Defense and Nordic Air Defence and Helsing. There's so much innovation going on.
Yeah, so I think innovation is not the problem. It's definitely procurement, making decisions, not only political decisions, but real decisions on what to use the equipment for and who has it.
We spoke previously about the need for more private investment in defense, and in a way I see a division of labor between government and private investment. I think governments tend to spend money on what I would call legacy military capabilities, tanks, planes, battleships, all the heavy stuff. I think venture capital, private capital should focus much more on your companies, on startups, high technology, because that would also accelerate the production capacity, and we need much more private money. So I would encourage pension funds, family offices, other kinds of private investment funds to put their money in private high-tech defense startups.
And they are coming now. I see so many family offices within Europe, also institutional investors. I have a couple of examples where it went wrong. The Swedish pension fund, I'm not going to say which one. They have a huge bucket. They said, we're going to invest in early stages. What they did, they went and buy Saab shares. So, but also with VCs, there are so many VCs, and we see valuations rising to the sky with American VCs spending huge tickets, and we need more of the VC money in Europe.
Yeah,
bigger funds.
Exactly.
And I think it's also related to the business model, because typically, as you talked about with the platforms, buying tanks and planes and stuff, it's a long-term procurement, and you own the asset, whereas you could also think about service-based models or maybe a mix. But the procurement systems are not ready for that. So then we come back to the decisions about how to actually roll out the counter-UAS equipment.
Given all the conversation about the urgency of addressing these problems, I'd like to ask all of you whether you're optimistic or pessimistic that Europe can meet the moment. Anders, let me start with you.
Because Putin's invasion of Ukraine was the first wake-up call. The election of Trump was the second wake-up call. Now it's time to actually leave the bed. So I'm optimistic about it.
One optimist.
I'm optimistic. I'm an entrepreneur. I know we can
You have to be optimistic when you're starting something new.
Yes, it's hard work.
So you think we can do it? How about you, Dan?
I think from the European side, I'm also optimistic. And then listening into one of the previous panels here on the Asian side, last year when Trump came in, Europe woke up and found out that we were home alone. This year, Asia has woken up and found out that they are home alone. So what we are seeing now is a huge uptake in opportunities on the business side from Asia, and there we see, the same fear, not for Russia but for China, and they don't really necessarily believe that they are covered by the US. Nobody's going to help them, so they need to also boost their own defense budgets and get started, and that's what we see going on all around the world.
Dan Hermansen, CEO and founder of My Defense, Carl Rosander, CEO of Nordic Air Defense, and Anders, thank you all for this conversation. Very much appreciated.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you.
So nice. Thank you so
Thanks
much.
a lot.
And now, it's time for a lunch break. Let me say that the Hong Kong Pillar of Shame sculpture is outside. You can go out and take a look at that. The artist is here, and a Hong Kong activist is also here. They will answer your questions about the art and also about democracy. So take advantage of that. And if you are in a breakout during this lunch period, please go to the meeting spot at the reception desk. Go forth, enjoy, and have some lunch. Thanks. I love having my applause section over here on this stage. I hope you all had a great lunch and great conversations while you had your lunch. We spent a lot of time this morning talking about Ukraine, talking about Greenland, talking about Europe as a whole. We are going to shift our focus now to another global hotspot. We are going to talk about Taiwan. Let me bring back to the stage the chairman and founder of the Alliance of Democracies Foundation, Anders Fogh Rasmussen. Anders.
One of the themes of this summit is defending those democracies under pressure from the autocrats. Taiwan has long been a country championed by me and the Alliance of Democracies Foundation. A vibrant democracy and a critical player in the global tech ecosystem. Taiwan has shown how the forces of freedom and democracy can unleash innovation, prosperity, and a vibrant society. This is why Communist China targets Taiwan, because of its freedom. And it is why all of us who believe in freedom must stand with Taiwan. I'm pleased to introduce the President of Taiwan, Lai Ching-te, to address the summit.
Mr. Anders Fogh Rasmussen, founder of the Alliance of Democracies, distinguished guests from around the world, members of civil society, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First, I would like to thank Mr. Rasmussen once again for his kind invitation to represent the people of Taiwan at this year's Copenhagen Democracy Summit, where friends who support the values of freedom, human rights, and democracy can stand together. Today's world stands at a critical inflection point in the tug of war between democracy and authoritarianism. In Europe, the Middle East, and the Indo-Pacific region, authoritarian regimes continue to consolidate. Through military intimidation, economic coercion, cyber attacks, and guerrilla operations, they are posing ever more serious challenges to global peace, stability, and democratic development. Last month, I had planned to lead a delegation to visit Eswatini. However, we had to temporarily postpone the trip due to China's coercive act of blocking normal flight routes. These actions let the global democratic community see, in no uncertain terms, that authoritarian regimes are seeking to impose their own rules upon the world. Further, it made clear that these regimes will not hesitate to break established international norms and use global aviation safety and order in civil aviation as leverage for political pressure. These challenges remind us time and again, no democracy can afford to stand on the sidelines in the face of expanding authoritarianism. Only when democracies around the world stand together in unity can we build a more resilient line of defense for the free world. Holding a key position on the fourth island chain, Taiwan stands on the front lines in the defense of democracy. And we are willing to share our experience in confronting authoritarian forces with the international community. On the issues of concern to this summit, whether it is strengthening defense resilience, safeguarding global free trade, or developing democracy-supporting technologies, Taiwan has the will, and the ability to contribute even more to the world. We will continue enhancing our self-defense capabilities and working to maintain regional peace and stability. At the same time, we will join other nations in strengthening whole of society defense, resilience, so that democracy, when tested, will become more than a belief. It will become a living force that can stabilize society and protect our way of life. Taiwan's world-leading semiconductor and AI industries have been built over decades through deep and enduring trust, forged in close cooperation with the US, Japan, Europe, and many other democratic partners. Going forward, Taiwan will continue to leverage its technological strengths and work with those partners to build trusted and more resilient democratic supply chains, which will contribute greatly to the security and prosperity of the global economy. I have always believed that a stronger democratic Taiwan is what the people of Taiwan aspire to, and it is what the international community hopes for. So I want to take this opportunity to express my deepest respect and gratitude to all the democratic partners who have chosen to stand with Taiwan, especially when under pressure. I would like to thank the United States for helping us strengthen our defense capabilities as part of its unwavering commitment to security, and the EU and European nations for repeatedly reaffirming the importance of peace across the Taiwan Strait. I would also like to thank Japan, the Philippines, Australia, and our other Indo-Pacific partners for continuing to speak out with moral clarity in support of regional stability. Every one of these voices is a powerful deterrent to aggressors, and they form a sturdy shield in defense of our shared values. Democracy is one of the values that links Taiwan to the world, and it is Taiwan's most precious asset. The people of Taiwan know very well that democracy is earned, not given. This year is the 38th anniversary of our first direct presidential election. 3 decades ago, the people of Taiwan resolutely cast their votes, undaunted by the threat of missiles from China, and completed the first direct presidential election in our history. Ever since, we have continued to deepen democracy, advance transitional justice, and uphold human rights, the rule of law, and a diversity of values, making Taiwan an important beacon of democracy in Asia. The people of Taiwan have never backed down in the face of mounting external challenges, and they will never bow to pressure. Taiwan is a sovereign, independent nation. The Taiwanese people have every right to engage with the international community, and they are more than capable of contributing to it. No attempt to isolate Taiwan will alter our determination to participate in the international community. Taiwan will continue to be a force for good in the world and shine even brighter on the world stage. While we may encounter headwinds on the path of democracy, I believe that is precisely when democratic nations will grow stronger in solidarity. As long as we stand together, the light of freedom will never be extinguished. Let us defend democracy together. Let's ensure that the next generation can enjoy a world that is free and open, peaceful and prosperous. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Let's welcome some freedom fighters to the stage. Matsi Alinejad, Carolina Barrera, Leopoldo Lopez.
Thank you.
Please have a seat.
In my culture, we wait for others to sit together.
Hello to all. As an American, we are here to be generous of spirit, respectful, and follow your cultural preferences. So I'm Damon Wilson, and I'm the president of the National Endowment for Democracy, America's Foundation for Freedom. And I just want to start, this discussion is really about how to challenge autocrats, how to challenge dictators, with a spotlight on some remarkable freedom fighters. The first is an American. I just want to say that I'm really proud to be here in Copenhagen, to be joined by some other incredible Americans that believe not only in the transatlantic relationship, but in the power of the transatlantic relationship of standing up for democracy and freedom. We love our Danish allies and friends, our Greenlandic friends. We are committed to this partnership and understand that free societies working together, the peoples of free societies working together to back those who are inspired by those founding ideals of our nations that seek freedom is incredibly important for the health of our own nations and the transatlantic community. Last word, so grateful to Anders Fogh Rasmussen, the whole team here. As a young NSC staffer, I had an opportunity to watch this man forge one of the closest alliances between the United States and Denmark. I've seen it up close. Couldn't have been more grateful for the sacrifices and the commitment that our Danish friends and allies made in working in partnership with the United States. We value that, we remember that, and we're committed to that. So I'm here to talk to you about dictators, about the autocrats that should be the focus of free societies. And I want to start with you, Leopoldo, if I might. Leopoldo Lopez is former political leader, activist, an incredibly effective mayor in Caracas, someone who was a political prisoner and came out of political prison fueling to build a fight for freedom globally, which he, along with Masi, has done in the World Liberty Congress. But let's go back to Venezuela, where Maduro is out, and yet we don't yet have a democratic transition. How do you push forward? How do the people of Venezuela reclaim their freedom through a democratic process and free elections?
Well, thank you, Damon, and thanks to all of you, thanks to Copenhagen for having us here. So it's been 5 months since the capture of Maduro. Maduro is out, and the basic thing that we need to realize is that we're much better off than what we were 5 months ago. Maduro is out. He's facing justice. That was a dream for Venezuelans, for Maduro to face justice for all of his crimes. And we're talking about tens of thousands of people being killed, disappeared. We're talking about the complete destruction of the country. A third of the country that had to go into exile. A third of the country, 10 million people in the past 10 years had to go into exile for the destruction of our country. Now he will be facing a trial. He will be given what we were not given in Venezuela, the possibility to have his own defense at a trial, to present his own allegations, and to have a free and fair trial. So we're much better off in that sense. And a transition has started in Venezuela, a transition with a priority on stabilization, keeping the country stable, and the economic recovery of a country that has been destroyed. Venezuela collapsed. 80% of the GDP collapsed in Venezuela again over the past 10 years. So that is starting to change, but we are not where we want to be. We are not where we have been fighting for, because for decades now, we have been fighting for this idea of democracy and freedom that for us, like people in Iran, like people in Cuba, like people in every autocratic nation, these words, democracy and freedom, are not theoretical. These are real. These are real because we have lived through what it means to live without freedom. And freedom is not one thing. Freedom is when they take out your freedom of speech, your freedom to move, your freedom to assemble, your freedom to have property, your freedom to believe in whoever you want to believe. All of those freedoms were taken away from the Venezuelan people. So we want to go to that promised land of a democratic and free Venezuela. How do we get there? Well, the path to democracy is elections. The path to freedom is democracy, and the path to democracy is elections. So what we need is elections in Venezuela. When? Well, when the conditions are met, and we need to start now. The elections require a new electoral board. It requires that the Venezuelans capable of voting could be capable of voting. Just to give you an idea, we had an election in 2024, and it was won by 70% of a vote, but the 5 million Venezuelans eligible to vote, living outside the country, were not able to vote. Millions of young people were not able to register. And that's just one of the many issues that needs to be solved in order to have a free and fair election in Venezuela. So we are in the transition process. I am personally optimistic because we are in a very different situation than what we were only 5 months ago. It is clear to Venezuela and to the world that the majority of the people want change. And this was made very clear in the elections that took place in July of 2024. So now what do we need? We need to be unified. We need to unify the entire democratic society, which is the huge majority of the Venezuelan people, under the legitimacy of Edmundo González, the leadership of Maria Corina Machado, the political parties, the civil society. We need to all be together into this path to make sure that we have elections. However, a transition to democracy requires elections, but it's not only elections. And let me give some examples of things that need to happen starting now. The civic space needs to be open. What does that mean? Well, people are, we are in a need for freedom of speech. The TV stations, the radio stations, the blockade to hundreds and hundreds of websites in Venezuela, that needs to open, and it needs to happen now. And more importantly, the repressive state needs to be dismantled. And that repressive state that has 3 pillars. The first one, the laws that have been approved, the hate laws, the laws that criminalize NGOs, educational, religious, humanitarian NGOs, political NGOs, all of them criminalized by laws. Those laws need to be dismantled. Then the judicial system needs to change. There is not a single judge in Venezuela that is independent, not a single one. And that needs to change, and it can start to change now. And third, the repressive operational state, which is the thugs, the police, the people that have persecuted, that have incarcerated, tortured, and killed thousands of Venezuelans. All of those 3 pillars of the repressive state is still in place in Venezuela. And that can be starting to be dismantled now. And we have a huge opportunity because the presence of the United States in Venezuela, and I believe that this is positive in the sense that now there is the possibility of having more pressure towards the regime. Some people might say, well, now the United States is in Venezuela. Well, but let me tell you something. 5 months ago, it was China, it was Russia, it was Iran, it was the drug cartels from Colombia, from Mexico, it was Hezbollah. All of those actors are still present in Venezuela. But Venezuelan people much rather be under the influence of the United States than of any of these actors. Other people say it's all about oil. Well, it's always been about oil in our country. We have a history of more than 100 years of the oil industry, and we have always said that as Venezuelans, we need to maximize the oil production, the energy potential of Venezuela, and the only way to do that is with the private sector of the United States, of Europe, and the own private capital of Venezuela. But again, the focus that we want is elections, democracy, and freedom.
Thank you, Leopoldo. It's freedom is about the voice of the people, and what you hear from Leopoldo is articulating not just the voice of Venezuelans, but a plan that the Venezuelans see, the pathway forward. We'll come back to this. Let me turn to you, Carolina Barrera, someone who was forced out of Cuba 4 years ago. An art historian, a writer, political activist, from the San Isidro movement to the protests across the country. We've heard Cuba is next, but what does it mean to really turn political pressure into a democratic transition in which the Cuban people have a say in their future?
Let me start by saying Cuba is not just an isolated small island in the Caribbean. Cuba is the regional matrix for authoritarianism. We sometimes get trapped in every conversation about Cuba in this bilateral logic. Cuba, United States, sanctions or no sanctions, engagement or isolation. But all of these are traps and are actively misleading logic. What is behind Cuba is, the intelligence that they have exported to countries such as Venezuela and Nicaragua. For years, since the 60s, the Cuban intelligence has been trying to destabilize the region. The Machu Picchu invasion in Venezuela happened in the 60s, so there is record from almost 70 years ago, and it was a military invasion led by Fidel Castro. Also, what happened in Nicaragua, the consolidation of power of the Ortega Murillo regime after 2018, mainly, it was crafted and designed by the Cuban intelligence. The Sandinistas were trained in the 80s. And also, actually, Maduro was trained in the school of the Communist Party between 86 and 87. Also, Colombian guerrillas, FARC, ELN, and others. So we are not talking really about a very small, naive island to the mercy of the embargo sanctions. We are talking about a regime that actually have imperialistic ambitions all over the region. As I said, it is the regional matrix for authoritarianism in all of the Americas, but not only. If you remember in the 80s in Africa, Operación Carlota, Cuba regime sent 400,000 men to fight in Angola on Russia's side, by the way. And more recently, and this is another layer, in the war against Ukraine, also on the side of Russia. Cuba is sending, or at least facilitating, the militarily strategic recruitment of young men inside Cuba and in Europe, in Serbia and Moscow. Cubans do not need visa to travel to Russia, so they recruit Cubans over there. Over economical distress, yes, but mostly they are misled, they are deceived. They are said that they will go to do reconstruction jobs in retaken cities. And this signals an aggression to Europe. Cuba's being part of the direct aggression to Ukrainian men and women and Ukrainian citizens, and therefore Europe. So I wanted to start by that because when we think about what's going on and how tensions has increased between Cuba and the US, we need to understand the true nature of the Cuban regime and how it has always presented itself as the victim when it's really the perpetrator.
And how do Cubans themselves use this political pressure, this spotlight on even the report that you've put out, spotlighting the atrocities of Cubans in the Ukraine-Russia war? How do you translate this into the Cuban people having a voice to shape a transition in their country?
This is very important because when you see media, what you always see is what the executive order by Donald Trump, what if there are planes surveilling around the island, and all of these tensions, negotiations first, and now a possible invasion. But you don't see in the media what is happening inside Cuba and the fight that the Cuban young men, the Cuban women, and the Cuban people are given, which is a big fight. Recently, last month in Ciego de Ávila, in Morón, there was an amazing protest. with hundreds of people on the streets in the night. They went to the headquarters of the Communist Party. I'm sure many of you remember what is to live in the communist country, in Eastern Europe, in Baltic countries, Czech Republic, not so long ago. Sometimes Europe forgets this was not so long ago, and it can happen again, what it is to live under a totalitarian regime. So for you to go out at the middle of the night, hundreds of people, and put fire to the headquarters of the Communist Party is not a small thing to do.
It's incredible.
It is incredible. And this just happened last March, and that is not in the news. So my other important message was to mention this here so that you know, even though it's not reported enough, the Cuban people are given the fight for freedom. They are not just waiting for what Europe or the White House do or not do. This is important. This is important as well. But we are not just waiting for that.
So Caroline, I'm going to pick this up with Masi because all eyes are on Iran. And despite the regime's efforts to shut down information, Masi has been one of those critical voices that has ensured that the story of Iranians is getting out. A political activist, a journalist, someone who has helped put the concept of gender apartheid on the global agenda. Masi, talk to us a little bit about the focus, as Caroline was pointing out. You follow the news, it's about the United States, Iran, Israel. But the people who have been paying a price are the Iranian people. So in this moment of great tension, likelihood of increased repression at home, what can we be doing collectively to support the Iranian people and their aspirations for freedom?
Well, let's just start from what my sister and my brother in arms just talked about, the unity between dictators and how the Islamic Republic in Iran, Venezuelan dictators in Cuba, in Russia, China, helping each other. Why I want to start from this? Because as soon as I arrived here in Copenhagen, Democracy Summit, I was walking here and I was stopped by 2 Europeans and 1 American telling me that, so is that what you wanted? Talking about Trump, talking about the war, talking about the fight between Europe and America. And I'm like, I am here to talk about the real war being waged on us Iranians by the Islamic Republic. Do you want to hear about this? And all of them extremely mad about what Trump has been doing. The same case that a lot of people were angry about capturing of Maduro, talking about the sovereignty of Venezuela, without paying attention that the Islamic Republic was the first country invaded Venezuela. Hamas and Hezbollah were there. But what breaks my heart that in the West, unfortunately, the eyes are not all on Iran. The eyes are all on Trump and Europe and the fight between democratic countries. And that actually helped the people, that actually helped the Islamic Republic in Iran to shut down the internet without any accountability, to speed up the executions without even the media talks about it, blinding people and harassing their family members without any government, and in Europe without any resolution saying that we want to help the people of Iran to access to medicine, to access to internet, to access to free media, nothing. So I think that's the problem that we are facing. My people in Iran is not fighting for themselves. Let's be clear and let's say it very, very loud. Europe is no longer a safe place. It's a hunting ground for dictators, the Islamic Republic. So I am not here to say that how you can help me or how American and European can help us Iranian people. I'm here to ask you that, are you willing to help yourself? I don't think so. Let me give you an example. In 47 years, Damon, you have done a great job at, Ned, and you've been in touch with incredible leaders inside Iran, inside authoritarian regimes, and you know it very well, that we have been suffering a lot. But here we are. I want to tell you that what you don't see and media do not talk about it. In 47 years, more than 860 non-Iranians and Iranians being the target of the Islamic Republic on European soil. How many of you knew about this? Hands up. Yes, just a few of you knew that. Only in 2022, there were 20 assassination attempts or kidnapping attempts took place beyond the Islamic Republic's border by the Islamic Republic. And guess what? 14 democratic countries, Denmark, Netherlands, France, Germany, Belgium, and the United States, UK, they come up together in 2025. They signed an agreement, condemnation, saying that the Islamic Republic must stop sending assassins to the West. Wow, they're really going to listen to you. While 14 governments were busy to issue a statement, guess what? The Islamic Republic found a solution. What is the solution? To hire criminal gangs, local criminal syndicates in Europe to do their dirty jobs. I am not here to talk about myself. I have no fear. I have seen my would-be assassin with my own eyes. Actually empowered me. It gives me hope that they have guns and weapons. They have nuclear weapons. My weapon is my voice. My weapon is my heroes, my sisters and brothers in Iran with empty hands, knowing that if they go to the street, they might not be able to go back to their home. These people know that they risk their lives and freedom to protect democracy. So I think enough of just having a conference about democracy or talking about democracy. The time is now to take action. First, why the UK still hesitate to designate Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist organization? No, really. Keir Starmer invited the Islamic Republic officials to the, I cannot believe that, to the UK, and then he sent his representative to the embassy to celebrate the anniversary of the Islamic Republic. Wow. And in the UK, only in 2025, 20 people were the target of the Islamic Republic. So what we want is very clear, Damon, and to all of you. A regime that blind women. Can I invite my heroes here? Or
we'll come to that.
Yeah?
We'll come to that.
A regime that blind women simply for asking freedom and democracy. A regime that hang athletes. A regime that hang teenagers cannot be legitimized by European leaders. That's a simple demand we want. And
I want 30 seconds. I'm going to ask Leopoldo for 30 seconds about your lesson coming out of prison, coming into the free world. You have committed your life to building alliances among freedom fighters, to learn from what Masi said, the autocrats working together. Give us one sense of how you think people working together across borders can respond to dictators working together across borders. 30 seconds on that, and then we'll come back, Masi. Sure.
Well, 30 seconds is, as Masi was saying, autocrats are working together, and us that want democracy are not working in the way we should. I'm not only talking about governments, talking about the people who are in the front lines. And that's why we created the World Liberty Congress. The World Liberty Congress is the largest global alliance of democracy defenders and freedom fighters from autocratic countries. We have members from 60 nations, and we have members that have been imprisoned, that have led protests, that have been forced into exile. Many of them are still in their countries fighting. Many of them are here in this room with us today, and they proudly represent that struggle for freedom. And what we believe in, Damon, is that together we are stronger, and that we can be very different, our skin color, our religion, our place of birth. But when we talk about what it means to fight against an autocratic regime, it's the same fight. it's the same struggle. And that's why we ask you to also unite the activists, the leaders, the movements that are at the front lines fighting for freedom and democracy.
As you started, freedom and democracy is not about concepts, it's about people. The three of you have paid extraordinary prices, but Masi, you have brought some colleagues to spotlight the price that is being
colleagues,
paid.
heroes,
Please.
heroes.
Please,
Yeah.
please.
I have to say that thank you, Copenhagen Democracy Summit, for accepting my condition to be here. Because every time when we go and we talk about freedom, we talk about those who are in the front line of fighting against authoritarian regimes. So I wanted to bring two of my heroes, Kausar Eftekhari and Faride Salavati. Two women have been blinded. One of them lost one eyesight. The other one blinded from both of her eyes. And now Kausar, I think they need support.
Yeah,
yes, thank you.
Extend a hand. Extend a hand.
Yes, thank you.
Here, you're good. You're good.
Thank you.
Okay.
I can hold. Can I have a microphone? Can they have a microphone?
I think your mic.
Yeah? Yeah. Because I don't want to leave this place without giving them the opportunity to say the reason that they took to the street. Now, they are not just victims. They are warriors in front line for freedom. They are fighting to protect democracy in Europe as well. So I want to hear from them. فریده اگه میخوای به فارسی بگو من ترجمه میکنم عزیز دلم.
Thank you.
میکروفون ده.
Thank you very much. اگه میخواین یه لحظه من رو و هم نوعای من رو درک کنید ازتون خواهش میکنم یه لحظه دست بذارین رو دوتا چشماتون.
She says that if you really want to know what the Islamic Republic did to me and my women, close your eyes. Put your hands on your eyes for a second.
هر موقع من گفتم دستتون رو بردارین.
Don't open your eyes until I tell you that you can see.
خیلی ممنون. دستتون رو بردارین.
Now you can open your eyes.
الان منتظر بودین که من بگم که دستتون رو بردارین به خاطر اینکه بازم ببینین.
You were waiting for me to tell you open your eyes to see. This is the Islamic Republic is doing too.
اما من هر چقدرم چشمامو باز کنم باز نمیتونم ببینم.
But if I even open my eyes, I won't be able to see anything.
جمهوری اسلامی چشمای منو ازم گرفت.
The Islamic Republic took my eyesight away from me.
به خاطر اینکه بر علیهش رفتم تو خیابون و شعار دادم.
Simply because I went to the street and I just, shouted against tyranny.
و برای آزادی جنگیدم.
I have been fighting for freedom.
اما من هنوز مبارزه میکنم.
But I still fight for freedom.
تا سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی.
Until the end of the Islamic Republic.
و صدای مردم هستم.
I am going to be the voice of the people of Iran.
Women, life, freedom.
عزیزم. Woman, life, freedom. Thank you so much. Thank you.
من کوثر افتخاری هستم. یکی از هزاران زنان و مردان دیگری که توسط جمهوری اسلامی عامدانه چشمم نابینا شده.
I am Kausar Eftekhari. I am only one of the tens of thousands of people who have been blinded by the Islamic Republic intentionally.
مادامی که در ایران علیه جمهوری اسلامی ایستادم و چشمم نابینا شد، بعد از نابینا شدن چشمم تهدید به اسیدپاشی شدم از جانب جمهوری اسلامی و مجبور به ترک وطنم شدم.
They have blinded me, but even after being blinded, they threatened me that they're going to throw acid on my face if I speak up. That's why I left Iran.
و از تروریست بودن جمهوری اسلامی به کشور آلمان پناه آوردم.
I escaped from a terrorist regime to Germany.
اما خاطره ای رو از خیابان‌های آلمان، از کشوری که مدعیان دموکراسی هستند رو میخوام برای شما کوتاه تعریف کنم.
I want to say a short story about my fight for freedom in democracy in Berlin that they claim they protect democracy.
من این رو میدونستم که در دموکراسی تبلیغ تروریسم ممنوعه.
I knew that advocating for terrorist regime is forbidden in democracy. When I was in Iran, I knew about it.
اما در خیابان‌های آلمان دیدم پرچم تروریستی که چشمان من و زنان مردان و ایران دیگر رو نابینا کرده و هموطنان من رو کشته. پرچم جمهوری اسلامی، یک پرچم تروریستی در خیابان‌های آلمان برافراشته شده.
But in Germany, in Berlin, I see the flag of the Islamic Republic, the picture of Ali Khamenei, the terrorists, those who actually targeted me and millions of Iranians in the street, blinded thousands of people. They are allowed to promote and advocate for Islamic Republic.
از دیدن پرچم تروریستی جمهوری اسلامی و حماس شوک شده بودم.
I was shocked when I saw that even in Germany, people are there protecting and supporting Hamas, the proxies of the Islamic Republic and the Islamic Republic itself. She was under attack in Berlin by people who were supporting recently. That's why she's a little bit traumatized, and she's explaining that people who were supporting the terrorist regime attacked her in the street in Berlin.
این صحنه ها برای دیدن من این خطر رو برای من توی ذهنم ایجاد کرد که روزی ایدئولوژی های جمهوری اسلامی، ایدئولوژی های حماس، حزب الله، حوثی، ایدئولوژی های اسلامی دموکراسی رو در اروپا نابود خواهند کرد. امیدوارم رهبران اروپایی قبل از آن که دموکراسیشون نابود بشه در برابر اسلامگرایی و ایدئولوژی هاشون بایستن.
Wow. She says that I'm not talking about myself. I want to warn Europe. Before the Islamism, Houthi, Hamas, Islamic Republic, the terrorist organizations ruin your democracy, the leaders of Europe and free world should stand up against the terrorist regime and its proxies in the West, in Europe. Wake up, Europe. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Farida. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, hands up.
Women like freedom! Women like freedom! Women like freedom!
Women like freedom. Well done.
And fuck dictators.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
We'll head back this way. We'll head back this way. Back through here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, of course.
I'm going to grab
Thank
the.
you. Thank you for listening to this. Of course. Thank you. Thank you.
Please join me up here. Thank you. I'm Jonas Pro-Plesner, and I'm delighted now to moderate this panel on democracy support with good friends up here. We have Sharon Davis, the CEO of Kettering Foundation, Antje Shipman, the CEO of Axel Springer Freedom Foundation, Jamie Fly, the CEO of Freedom House, Yi Chung-Lu, the Vice President of Taiwan Foundation for Democracy. I think like a lot of you, I come out on stage a little bit touched after this, so I hope I will soon just be able to hand over with a question to some of my colleagues here, because I'm actually still sort of standing, digesting, seeing these brave Iranian women here on stage. Let me mention that we have audience questions possible in this session. We haven't been engaging you enough, so of course this is a freedom of expression conference, so send in your questions, then we'll try to answer them in this session too. So let me start by framing what we're really discussing in this panel. We are talking about the future of democracy support at a moment of real disruption. For decades, the United States has been the central pillar of democracy assistance globally in funding institutions and political leadership. With recent cuts following Trump's return, that model is under significant strain. So the question is no longer theoretical, it's immediate. What happens to global democracy support when its main engine slows down? Do others step in? Can Europe move from rhetoric to real capacity? Is Asia ready to play a more onward-facing role? And what role do private foundations take on in a much more contested environment? But there's also a deeper question. Perhaps the moment is not only about cuts, but also about correction. If we're honest, democracy support has at times been too bureaucratic, too slow, and too focused on process over outcomes. So it's also an opportunity to ask what we would have needed to change anyway, even without the current budget pressure. So I'll actually start, Jamie, with that question. You've just taken the helm at Freedom House, one of the world's central democracy support institutions. And from where you sit, where do you see we've fallen short? And how would we rethink democracy support after the current cuts? What should we have changed anyway?
Thanks, Jonas. And so Freedom House is the oldest democracy organization in the United States. We've been around for 85 years. We're celebrating our 85th anniversary this year. And since 1973, we've done an annual report, Freedom in the World, which ranks every country and really looks at how individual citizens experience freedom and whether they are free. So we just released our latest Freedom in the World report about a month ago. And what we found, unfortunately, is 20 years of democratic decline around the globe. Some of that, obviously, is because of the entrenched authoritarians. And you heard, I think, very effectively from some of the frontline advocates who are fighting authoritarians every day in their home countries. That's a key challenge that we need to address. And at Freedom House, we do a lot to support those frontline activists, like the voices you just heard. But the other major thing that we saw over 20 years of data was that a lot of the struggle of global democracy is actually with countries that we would designate partly free. If you were a democracy 20 years ago, you most likely lived in a democracy 20 years later. Despite the fluctuations we saw in many countries in Europe or even in the US, for the most part, democracies are resilient. But what the category that really struggled during that 20-year period were those that we deemed partly free in 2005. If you were a partly free country in 2005, 1/3 of those countries ended up not making it through that 20-year period and remaining partly free, let alone not graduating to fully free. And so I think as we look at this future of U.S. democracy assistance, we need to support the frontline activists. We need to make sure our democracies are resilient, but we need to rethink the tools that we've been funding, we, the U.S. and the Europeans now for multiple decades, aimed at those partly free countries to help them maintain that status, or even better, to graduate to fully free so that they can be resilient democracies like our own.
Thank you, Jamie. So, Angie, I'll turn to you now. As publicly supported democracy support from the US declines, what about Europe? Are we ready to sort of step in and fill the gap?
Thank you, Jonas, for the question, and thank you for having us here. I would
say that you're a private foundation in Germany, so you can both give an overview as a private foundation, but of course also on the public side of things.
And especially, of course, about Germany and about what I see there. I mean, of course, Europe, it's like a fragmented approach, I would say, like some are doing more, some are less. And to speak about Germany, I think it's the matter is less about resources, it's more about political will or like mindset, I think. I mean, for Germany, as you all know, there has been, of course, decades of engagement with dictatorships, of like the assumption that engagement and like trade will gradually lead to liberalization or like opening societies, which of course has catastrophically failed. And this illusion was shattered, of course, finally with the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, which led to a major shift in mindset in Germany and a reassessment of its role in the world. And of course, like in terms of defense, like we see like stepped up capabilities, etc. But this has not really translated into the understanding of democracy support. So it's something we're working on as a private foundation to raise that understanding that democracy support is the same priority as well, and it's vital for safeguarding freedom around the world, and that we have to do much more also as Germany to step up and to support. And as Marci mentioned, like it's in our own best interest, and this understanding that it's a strategic interest actually is something that we need to strengthen, I think, in Germany and Europe overall.
Thank you. Okay, Yi, turning to you, Taiwan Foundation for Democracy. What do you see in Asia? Is Asia prepared to play a greater role?
Yes, I think many countries in this part of the world, especially in the Indo-Pacific part, we are ready to contribute to the international community for this democracy promotion enterprise. But I have to say, the readiness in this part of the world is somehow fragmented in two ways. The first one is about institution. Because right now in Asia, we do not have the EED like our counterparts in Europe. So it creates more challenges than necessary. That if we do need to do this kind of coordination to local NGOs or to our international counterparts, we need to be able to make this kind of pooling resources effectively. The second fragmentation comes from our self-identification. We all know that Taiwan right now is a full-fledged democracy. Many people in Taiwan would agree that democracy is actually already encrypted in our DNA. But not all countries in this part of the world actually take this view. So from time to time, they are taking a more pragmatic, realistic view about democracy. So they would agree to democratic peace theory, democracy contributing to economic development, those kind of arguments. But definitely for self-identification as the city on the hill, maybe that's not the case in Asia yet. Yeah, so that's where we should begin our work. And also, I learned a lot from the discussion from many experts today. When we are taking this kind of instrumental view about democracy, this would easily result in the rise of strongman politics. Because if democratic institutions could not deliver, then people would put more hope on those strongman rules.
Yeah, okay, good point. Sharon, I'll turn to you and give a little bit your perspective, of course, your perspective as a private foundation, and what will also be your message to sort of philanthropies here today. How can they strengthen and sustain democracy support in this new environment? I heard recently when Human Rights Foundation launched their tyranny tracker, your colleague Alvaro Salas from Reynolds Foundation talking about what he called freedom philanthropy, which resonated really well with me, that we need more of that, particularly from private foundations as well in this environment.
Yeah, so sometimes people use the language freedom philanthropy, and they mean different things. But one of the things it could mean is when one's government itself begins to focus on philanthropy as an area of target, an area to be controlled because of the way in which it utilizes its funding resources to support. So in this particular case, foundations that might support the health and preservation of democracy as we do at the Charles F. Kettering Foundation. And it has been really interesting to me to hear this morning the directness of the statements about the United States, and formerly seen as an important, longstanding ally in Europe, and now so many of the speakers is speaking very frankly about how that is no longer the case, and we really have to accept that. In that same spirit, a foundation like ours has been attempting to deliver those same messages to the people of the United States because we need frontline folks who are able and willing to recognize the gravity of the danger to our own democracy, which is a difficult thing for a lot of Americans to recognize, not having in their lifetimes experienced anything like we are going through. And so giving the public what it needs to understand what is happening so that they can take it seriously is an important area for philanthropy at this moment, as is helping to fund and support those who already recognize it and are willing to exhibit the kind of courage that it takes to stand up to a government that is purposefully creating an atmosphere of fear and intimidation and rewarding loyalty over loyalty to a person rather than loyalty to a democracy.
I also wanted your reaction to the previous panel, and sort of something that the World Liberty Congress, where all the activists sort of come from, talked about earlier, that when you look at democracy support, which is a small part often of larger budgets of development assistance, if it's government, then very often sort of even within that budget, then it's a very small part that's for frontline as sort of activists. So we'd be interested in hearing sort of from all of you how we do more for that. For me, I think, and for most here in the audience, I could just hear there's something that resonates really deeply when you see Iranian women that have sort of taken these personal tolls. Leopoldo Lopez, who's been a political prisoner. So I would love, and maybe start with you, Sharon, then we go the other way around. What are your thoughts as a Priority Foundation is how do we give them even more support?
Yeah, I think that one challenge that I see in philanthropy and as a sector is that we tend to take the long view. And right now, over the last couple of years, I've been advising my staff to shorten the window and to understand the urgency that is involved here. We know that democracies can be lost. It is impossible to know the exact moment when it is going to be lost. And what we hear from interviews of persons who watched their countries slide into autocracies or authoritarian systems is that they didn't know how serious it was. And had they known how serious it was, that they would have done something that they didn't do then, that instead they just took for granted that it would be okay in the long run. It's just the tenure of a new political leadership, and they would survive to fight for democracy on another day. And that was a mistake. And being able to identify this moment in time, very challenging, but it is why I say that we have to exhibit clarity about the gravity of the threat and not make the same mistakes that we have seen others regret. So our challenge in philanthropy is to focus on urgency of the moment. So in my case, in the United States, that we still have a democracy here at the end of this calendar year, taking it that seriously.
That is serious. I'll turn to you, Antje, now, and I'll just interject one of the questions, which is more of a commentary from Lisbeth Pilegaard, who is the chairwoman of the European Endowment for Democracy. We spend more than 50% of our budget on core support, which is essential for democracy activists and organizations. And she's urging others to be helpful doing sort of the same. But then over to you, Antje. And then I would also acknowledge the European Endowment for Democracy as a good partner we've also often had on stage here.
Yeah, I mean, about the dissidents, the frontline defenders, I think it's very important to understand this not as a charity, but really as a strategic partnership and as something where we have to, especially as Europeans, have to be much more bold in terms of like being able to support them and with like emergency aid and everything that Freedom House has been doing in such a really effective and experienced way. And then I think Europe really has to learn from that and has to become more agile and has to be much more active in that field. But also apart from only the grant making and the financial resources, I think it's also from the same mindset that it's not a charity, but it's actually strategic. I mean, even without the grant making, to have that as a priority in other political actions, like for example, like having this as a priority on your list when leaders talk to other leaders and they don't have like they put it on the list of their issues and not on the bottom. I mean, I always talk to Nathan Sharansky's on the board, who always mentioned like in the Cold War, like how political prisoners were always part of the conversation and were always part of the deals that might have been struck. And so to have that mindset again, to know that you can, even without the grant making, you should support those who fight for these values, something where we can do more. Yeah.
Jamie, how do we get back to freedom's frontline?
No, I think that Antje is right. I mean, we need to be flexible. We need to be nimble. Unfortunately, there are fewer resources, so everyone has to be more flexible now. Some of that probably should have happened, as you noted before, Jonas, anyways. I learned this 15 years ago when I was studying the authoritarians. I think we actually need to learn, unfortunately, from the authoritarians, because when it comes to that partly free category I talked about, they've been incredibly successful in pulling them down and keeping them from becoming fully fledged democracies. And one way the Russians and Chinese have done it is they've been very targeted. They've been very nimble. They don't fund large structures. They don't fund bureaucracy. They go in quickly in a country where they want to make a priority, and they have their impact. And I think far too much of at least the US government democracy enterprise was too big. It was too sprawling. We tried to be everywhere and we tried to do everything. But we need to pick those frontline advocates. It can be journalists, it can be political prisoners, it can be activists, it can be judges, it can be journalists exposing corruption, and we need to support them. And that often requires very limited resources, but it needs to be targeted, and it needs to focus on the countries that have the greatest potential in the near term, becoming democracies. And I'm cautiously optimistic as we build back some of this enterprise in the US, at least, that's the direction it's headed.
Yi-Chung, over to you. We're nearing our time, so like a 30 seconds
sure.
possibility.
Yeah, I think we need to do it more nuanced and more flexible in the sense that because Taiwan Foundation for Democracy, for example, is a national level grant-making organization, so there are a lot of restrictive rules on how to spend money. So for that, we can try to collaborate and put resources together to make division of labor better so that we can really help those advocates in frontline democracies.
Thank you. I also want to acknowledge up here on the panel that we are all, as part of this, contributing jointly to, for example, bringing the democracy activists here to this summit. So that's been something we each year have worked with other organizations from Kettering, from Axel Springer, Freedom House, Taiwan Foundation for Democracy, but also NET, that was and others. So that's also very practical. I mean, in order often for freedom activists to travel, they of course need support for that. Very often we also have visa issues. People travel without the right documents and so on. So all these are the kind of the practical support that also needs just to get activists like you just saw on stage for summit. So I also want to acknowledge all of you for being part of that effort sort of jointly. And I want all of you out here to sort of help me thank my panel by applauding. Thanks for your questions. Now, I saw a lot came in now, but I just didn't get to more of them. And then it's also my pleasure to introduce the next panel. That's with Anne McElvoy, Executive Editor at Politico, which is our media partner. And she will be in conversation with John Caldwell, British entrepreneur and philanthropist. And they'll be talking about business for liberty and democracy here in the chairs behind me in just a second.
Right,
in the middle.
Oh, we're going the little ones. Sorry, I was quite attracted by the orange chairs. I think. Well,
they wanted me here.
You want you there, right?
That's what I thought. I don't know.
Never argue with the business guest is my rule of these things. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really fascinated to have this conversation with John Caldwell, an entrepreneur, business leader, philanthropist, set up a company, Phones for You, back in the wild west of telecoms.
It was in the 80s. Yeah.
And, so in many ways, you've lived the beginning of that big technological pivot. I always think the mobile phone sector was really laid the groundwork for so much that...
It started a lot of damage, didn't it?
I was going to say, is it all your fault?
It's not all my fault. No, I'm just a contributor.
One of the things that you've done is since you run your businesses not only in mobile phones, you diversified very successfully. You've signed the Giving Pledge. You give away quite
70%.
70%.
70% of my wealth, yeah.
70% of your wealth. And can you look me in the eye and say you really give away 70% of your wealth? It's not
really,
some weird account.
Yeah, well, no weird accounting at all. No, 70%. I'm a sort of a real humanitarian person. I really want the world to be a better place. It's one of the reasons I've turned up today, because I want the world to be better. I want democracy to succeed. I want the rich to contribute to society. I want the rich to pay the taxes in the country that made the money. And I want them to leave the money to humanitarian causes during or after their lifetime.
So a lot of people looking at, here's a gathering of people very committed to democracy, to fighting for it, defending it, enriching it, maybe rethinking it, also as our societies move on and new discontents pile on top of old ones. They may be thinking actually there's not such a commonality between democracy and capitalism as has been sort of comfortably assumed for a lot of years, at least by those who were in the sort of free market headspace. Do you still believe that these goals go hand in hand, or do you think it's more fraught than it was?
They should go hand in hand, but because of certain events that are happening around the world, what we're seeing is capitalists being fed at the expense of the poorer people. And that's happening in regimes where we've got dictatorial powers coming, gaining increasing power and able to manipulate the markets and manipulate things to their own best interests. And that's not true capitalism. That's really, I'm loath to say the word fraudulent capitalism, but that's greedy, excessive capitalism, using manipulative means to make the most money. That's not true capitalism. Capitalism is about running a business, creating value for everybody, including your workforce. And I don't mean by that overpaying them like an altruistic boss. I mean just being fair, doing a fair job for people, giving them a fair wage, and making profits as a consequence of being smart, working hard, and doing a great job in society.
But you've said that it was your dream to rid the world of dictators, and I think we can all agree that's probably something quite difficult to pursue as a goal, but at the same time it might be a very good North Star to have, as it not to fall into a kind of permissive, well, so what, if everybody's making money, who cares kind of mentality about the Vladimir Putin's Chinese system, Iran, as we heard eloquently in the last session. But what do you think that people who have some resource, have some commitment like yourself, you're wearing your Ukraine badge I see here, besides the advocacy, the wearing of the badge, perhaps the donating some of your wealth, how do you see yourself being able to impact that argument about democracy?
Well, I think the advocacy is the main thing. And, I use my social media, I use TV and radio to try and influence people down the route of a combination of the points I've made already, which is capitalism with a human heart, with a humanitarianism, and democracy. And I'm an absolute fervent believer in democracy. And, what's happening in certain administrations around the world is a bit tragic at the moment. At least we've got Viktor Orban gone, haven't we? And we've got a little bit more democracy now in Hungary. But it's, I find the world very disturbing at the moment.
And when you look to the potential of AI and to the remarkable rate, really, of iteration of AI developments, do you put yourself in the column of those who think, this is, if not the full abundance argument, we'll all be just, the worst bits of our jobs will be replaced and we'll just get to do the fun stuff, like attending thoughtful events and creating value that we want to create? Or do you think that there is just too much to fear here in terms of the uncharted consequences?
I hope I'm wrong, but I feel that AI will deliver way more evils than it does positives. You can already see the evils in the deepfake videos where we can all be made to say anything that somebody might want us to say. And I think our children are going to be brought up in this world where virtual reality is indistinguishable from reality, and they don't know what's right or wrong about what's happening in the world. And that's the mild end of it. If you go on to, will AI ever have that intellect that it can control us? That's beyond me, but it's a risk. It has to be a risk. So there's a lot of immediate risks from AI that need controlling. And then there's the futuristic risks that we are not able to quantify.
Isn't this a sort of political challenge in some ways? Generally, you've got a sort of a view of many people in the business community as they want less government, want less state on their backs. In the case of AI, which is going to flow through pretty much all of our businesses, AI is not just the impact on someone else, it's the impact on any field that any of us are in this room and far beyond. So you have a kind of almost a sort of European default model that says that we've got to try to get a grip of this and get regulation in there. Then we have different views of what that should be across the Atlantic, but we're also seeing the massive Vorsprung, I'm going into German, but the advantage that America already has by investing heavily in its AI industries. I mean, this kind of Schumpeter model tells you that race between the regulators and the less regulated are probably going to go with the less regulated.
And of course, that's where the worry is. The worry is there for all of us on the less regulation. But, don't get me wrong on this. I do believe AI has got some phenomenal assets to bring to bear. But if you just look at unemployment around the world, in the UK where I come from, we've got massive unemployment of young people 18 to 30. And AI is going to produce a tsunami of unemployment above and beyond all of that. So there's a lot of worry about young people, especially being out of work. And, there's an old expression, isn't there, that the devil makes work for idle hands. And we need to give people a reason to exist, especially young people, a reason to survive and a reason to succeed. So we've got the most enormous challenges over the next few years, partly as a result of society and the way society is going, but definitely as a result of AI.
Does that make you more friendly to the ideas of things like a universal minimum wage? I mean, these are ideas which originally, I think, came a bit from the left or the more utopian end of thinking. But, but AI has...
I would have reversed everything.
I was saying, a lot of people are beginning to think we might need something. Because as you say,
well, we
if you've
do
got
need something. We need plumbers, we need builders, we need electricians. What we didn't need, and this is perhaps not very popular in this audience, I don't know, but what we didn't need was endless kids going to university, told it was the Holy Grail, ending up coming out with a 2-1 degree that's no good to them whatsoever, mounting of debt, and where do they go with that? I did an engineering apprenticeship. I did an HNC as well in mechanical engineering, but I'd got every skill in the engineering world. So when I finished my apprenticeship, 21, 22, I'd got a huge amount of practical skills. And we need practical skills today because the brilliant people are going to get the AI jobs. They're going to get the jobs of really creating AI efficiencies. They'll get those jobs. But what will the people do that have not got an amazing brain but might be brilliant with the hands, who've been sent to university? We really need to radically look at how society is restructured going forward.
What do you think the AI economy, that's don't go to university, kids, that's just, you didn't quite mean it sweepingly as that, no?
Sorry?
Don't go to university, do something else.
It's not don't go to university, it's do what's the right thing for you. And it isn't what we brainwash the kids to do, to go to university because there'll be a much better job at the end of it, because there isn't.
Not necessarily the case. Talking about just AI and the economy, you've been sometimes being active, you've had some sympathies with Conservative governments in the UK, you switched to being more friendly to Labour for a while. Don't know where you are on that one at the moment.
I think you do.
I think I do, but they don't.
No.
Go on then.
What do you want me to talk about?
Go and answer that. Just, I mean, so you've been sort of friendly, if you like, across the divide, across the centre-left and centre-right of politics. Where's your head now?
Well, I've always been Conservative, and I voted Conservative my entire life. But the mess that was made in British politics over the previous 10 years caused me to switch support to Labour as the only alternative in my viewpoint. I felt Reform were a bit too right-wing, even for my capitalistic blood. So I ended up voting Labour, but I also voted Labour because I knew they were going to get in power. And if we want to talk about failures in my life, because this is a big failure, I voted for Labour to get a seat at the table. And I got at the seat at the table, and I got nowhere in influencing Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer. Unfortunately, I got nowhere whatsoever. So that was a failure. But
what did you want to influence in politics?
I wanted to grow a society that brought massive inward investment in from all around the world. I'd got an absolute prototype to give them of how that would be done, and they've done none of it. And instead of doing that, what they've looked at the black hole of 50 billion and decided to tax all the businesses that are then progressively being driven offshore. And that is not the answer.
But you can see a problem for governments, as Denmark prepares to form its government after what seems like quite a long time, but we'll get there, is that governments are finding it harder to tax labour. As you say, the labour market is changing, so they need revenue. A lot of shortfalls in public finances all across Europe. So wealth taxes do appear sometimes to be a place, you can tax the wealth, you can tax land, you can tax property. What's wrong with that?
Well, they're doing it all, aren't they? They're doing all of that. But, if you look at the world, how unfair the world is, and especially in the dictatorial regimes where all the people that are close to the power at the top do brilliantly well and the people that are lower down the food chain do disastrously badly. I mean, look at Putin. He was one of the richest guys on earth at one time. He probably still is. And the oligarchs that were all given all the Russian people's money. And we have to find a way of making society fairer. I don't have the answer to that, but people often ask me about a wealth tax. And of course I don't support a wealth tax in the UK or any other country in isolation, because you just make that country poorer in the long run. But if I would do this job, so if you want to vote for me, I would be a humanitarian global dictator, if you could have such a thing. And the first thing that I would do would be to put a 2 to 3% wealth tax on every rich person. Can you imagine how much that would transform society and the world if we were able to do it?
I'm worrying about the collection mechanism here.
Well, forget that. Just the practicality to getting me to be global dictators.
I'm coming to your yacht first.
You're not going to achieve that anyway. But the society could be transformed, but you can't do it by taking one country in isolation and damaging the wealthy people so that they all want to go to Dubai, to Milan, to Monaco. It just doesn't work.
We'll have several younger people, entrepreneurs in the audience today, or people thinking about their futures and maybe sort of stimulated by your thoughts on what's useful for them to think about when they think about their higher education and their path. But I'm just really interested, I'm afraid it's going to be in the closing thoughts, kind of haiku style. Well, to get into a situation in a headspace that makes you a successful entrepreneur, whether it's you way back in the telecoms boom or writing it and making that happen, or you're in the world, a more complex world in many ways, some fundamental things apply. Some people are going to be successful in business, entrepreneurship. What do you need?
Oh, you need masses of resilience, commercial intellect, passion, leadership. You need all the qualities that enable you to take a business and grow it from nothing into a huge empire that creates lots and lots of jobs and has sustainability.
Doesn't sound that easy.
It's not that easy, no. But every person can aspire to be the very best that they can be. They might not get to be a billionaire or even a millionaire, but they can be a better version of themselves by exercising those qualities.
Thank you very much, Don Caldwell. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you all.
Life advice, everyone. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Having found the right seat in a bit of stage choreography, I thought I might as well just stay in my seat because I'm about to take us straight into our next panel. I hope you can hang around for that, because we touched on AI, we touched on the complexities of the digital sphere now, what we do about it as consumers, as policymakers, and as advocates for democracy. So we thought we'd dive a bit deeper into that in this session on restoring our digital freedom. And going to join me on stage in just a moment is Tomika Tillerman, the president of Project Liberty. Come on over. So good when I don't have to walk around the stage and find the chairs, and you did it so beautifully as well.
Glad to be of service.
Glad to be of service, yeah, exactly. So all that training on stage. So Project Liberty is basically, to dive straight in, built on the idea of giving people back greater ownership, control, although I might actually sort of explore with you whether we can really have control in something that is as diffuse and has such power as the digital space, and what is happening there in the advent or the next stages of the AI revolution. But you clearly think it's worth separating out almost as a cause from others, and I'm interested in that, because you could say, well, of course I'd expect to be in charge of my digital self. What makes you think it's such an urgent cause?
Well, if you think about the foundational principles of democracy, there are really two cornerstones. One of those is agency, the ability to make independent decisions. And then the other is the idea that we should have control over our systems and decentralize power in a way that doesn't lead to the massive concentrations of authority that we've historically had in authoritarian nations. When you talk about the way technology has evolved over the last 20 years or so, you see some very troubling trends. The business model that powers the modern internet is predicated on platforms making their content as addictive as possible, using that addiction to aggregate our personal information, and then using our personal information to manipulate our behavior. And what we have seen over time is that that business model is ultimately incompatible with a healthy, thriving democracy. So if you care about democracy, you really need to care about what happens to our data, and you really need to care about the decentralization of digital power. If you don't have control over those two things, then eventually you're going to lead, your society is going to trend in an authoritarian direction.
People can look up your biography, but you've got very deep experience in administrations, in policy making, in advisory work, whether it's Joe Biden to Barack Obama, John Kerry, among others. And yet, for all of that period, they just happened to be periods when Democrats were in power, and then we've had power shifts, Trump 1, Trump 2. It seems that sort of politics, I'm talking about the US, but I think it then just exports, and it is this kind of the node that then spreads out into the digital economy worldwide. Sort of lost that argument, right? Because, I mean, how did we end up in a place? It sounds like you're basically saying that the sort of tech titans and the less responsible and simply profit-driven without guardrails model just was able to let rip. How could that happen if politics was working as it should have done?
There was certainly a moment in the early 2010s when I think many of us were very optimistic about the trajectory of technology and its potential to be leveraged as a tool on behalf of democracy. What I don't think many of us recognized at the time is that these systems could be co-opted and diverted in ways that were very concerning. We have institutions in democratic societies, whether that's Denmark or the UK or the United States, that are grounded in a set of values. And those values have been with us for a very long time. They've served us very well. We have technology at this point that is grounded in a very different set of values. If our institutions are based on decentralization and accountability and transparency, our technology increasingly is based on centralization, consolidation of authority, and opacity. And ultimately, one of those two is going to give. You're either going to have our institutions bend and break and become more like the values of our technology, or you're going to realign the technology and have it become more democratized and more decentralized.
So how do you go about that?
Well, we think that AI, for better or worse, constitutes an inflection point in this story. It is a technology that, whether we want it to or not, is going to completely remake the digital landscape on which we are currently operating. And with that moment of great disruption comes opportunity. If you were to try today, and we have, to completely rewire the way that legacy big tech digital platforms operate, that's a very uphill climb. It's hard to do. But AI is going to change anything independent. Anyway.
Yeah.
And so we might as well take advantage of that moment to shift the trajectory of the technology in a direction that is better aligned with our democratic values.
So if you're thinking of building new AI tools, or indeed an ecology around AI that would be different, using the inflection point, John Caldwell on stage before you, as an experienced person in the global economy, he was just worried about AI. I mean,
yeah.
That's
with good cause, frankly.
And I was going to say, it sounds almost like a sort of obvious thing to say, but there is something in, I think, very smart and innovative people are concerned about it. Why would they feel that you had a better chance of succeeding, given that AI iterates so quickly? There are so many interests at play. If we failed so much on the regulatory front before?
Well, we need to acknowledge a few things at the outset. This is a technology that is inherently centralizing. So it is a technology that tends toward, in its current form, massive concentrations of capital, massive concentrations of power, massive concentrations of data. If you want to counter that, you need to be very deliberate in how you go about it. We are advocating a future for AI in which people control their own information. You have a much higher degree of control over what's called your AI context, so the information that you're sharing with AI systems, than you currently have today. And you're able to leverage that information across a wide array of predominantly open, safe, fair AI systems. And you can slot in different tools and different agents depending on your specific needs. If you take that approach, you end up in a world where hopefully we're in charge of our own decisions. We retain our agency and control over our digital personhood, because in the day and age that we live, our data is our digital personhood. But you're also able to access a wide array of leading edge systems that will help us leverage the power of this technology, hopefully in service of better societies and healthier democracies.
So if you're sitting in the audience or watching this on a stream or afterwards thinking, that sounds sensible, I'd like to know more about that. And at the same time, and my tendency is to think, I think that's great. And then I'll just go straight away and go onto some site that I need to be on and click all permissions because I'm in a bit of a hurry. And then, so sometimes there's a cognitive dissonance in a lot of us because we're just busy. We need digital services and access to get through the day, to get the job done, get something that we need to do. What would you say we will start to have to think about changing in our own behaviours and our own actions to support the kind of benign change that you're advocating?
Well, two things. If you're sitting here today and you're interested, at 3:30, Yoshua Bengio, one of the godfathers of AI, and I will be doing a roundtable on this up on the third floor in the CEO room, and we warmly invite you to join us. Beyond that, we think there is a real opportunity for middle powers to assert themselves in a very constructive way in the conversation around AI. And the reason I say that is because we have seen middle powers assert themselves before around a prior generation of technology and shift its trajectory in a much better direction. Some of us are old enough to remember the mobile market in the early 90s when it was a fragmented mess. And everybody had different cell phones that operated on different networks with different standards. There was no interoperability. There was no portability. It was kind of a disaster. And what you saw at that time was 4 European governments assert themselves and say, we are going to set a standard. That standard was called GSM. We're going to invite the world to build on that standard. And we're going to use our procurement power to procure technology that is built on this set of technical values. That single decision by those 4 companies completely remade the global telecommunications market. And today, when you arrived in Denmark and your phone worked, you have that original decision in 1991 by 4 European governments to thank. We think there is an opportunity for middle powers to do something very similar today with artificial intelligence. The Canadians, the Danes, the Brits, the Germans, the Swiss can all come together, establish some standards around individual control of data, interoperability, and portability, and then create markets using the tools of procurement to reward companies that are building good artificial technology, artificial intelligence systems. To the extent that happens, we believe that there is still a window to create a digital future for AI that is going to be much better aligned with democratic values.
And yet that idea that Europe could build AI, social media platforms and other technology that supports it, it does seem to kind of run up against the fact that you have many different views, even within the European, the so-called middle powers. And if I include Canada in Europe, my friend Christia Freeland, I'm talking to later, would be very, very cross with me, so I won't. But, you could just say there's some alignment there, there's some alignment of values and aims. At the same time, from what I understand from my colleagues in Brussels who cover this in detail, including at Politico's Tech Summit last week, is that it's actually quite hard to get individual countries, all of whom want to be in the AI race, all of whom would like to see themselves as in some way, if you like, to take your example as one of those 4 companies who are sort of creating a more interoperable space. But it does seem to run up quite quickly into classic kind of EU stew kind of problems, doesn't it? What makes you more optimistic? Am I being a bit...
Well, that's why...
maybe a bit about a glumpster.
You need to begin with some very basic tenets on which hopefully everyone can agree. And that includes things like data portability, the interoperability of systems, and individual control over information. Those should not be controversial. We should live in a world where you are able to use your own information in the way you want to use it with the systems that you want to leverage. That's pretty basic. If you can do that, if you can make that work, a lot of other things open up.
What AI do you use yourself? I ended up in a conversation last week, and this was someone who was big. You do have a...
Thank you.
I'll give you like 20-second question. You have a glass of water. It's what counts as luxury when you're under these lights. Someone big in the tech sector in the UK, and the rest of us are blundering around, a bit of Claude, a bit of Gemini, a bit of whatever the office gave us, a bit of chat, GPT, and then someone said, no, don't use that. He said, oh, no, Claude's much better. He said, except the tone is very facetious. And I love the idea that AI is the kind of AI, I don't know, who uses, what's most used in the audience? Chat, GPT? Most people, who's Chatster? Quite a lot of chat. Claude Convert, oh, my goodness. Look at the cutting edge, isn't it? You come to the cutting edge of Denmark, because the Claudesters and Gemini. Sorry, I should have. Look at the Gemini. The lady at the front. You got the marketing campaign from Gemini, right? And I'm sure there are some other options. So that's interesting why you made that decision.
Well, the reality is I use many different platforms because they have different comparative advantages. And some of the models are better at certain types of activity than other models. That is the point, though. We should be able to do that seamlessly and easily, and we should be the ones who are able to choose. Again, if you think of the last generation of digital technology, the most powerful companies and wealthiest companies in the history of the world have been built on the ability to take some disparate data points about you as an individual and make guesses, make educated guesses about what you're going to be interested in or how they're going to be able to manipulate your behavior based on those data points. With AI, they don't need to guess. You are telling these systems your deepest thoughts, exactly what motivates you, exactly what makes you tick. That's why it's going to be so critical to have control over your information and be able to use the systems that are the best fit for your specific needs.
Dominic, thank you very much indeed for your insights and for joining
pleasure.
us. A real person, not AI. Great. Yeah. That was the water break. That one's for you. No expense was spared for fresh water. Thank you very much. We are actually going to continue our conversation now on multinational collaboration in the context of advanced AI. So I think this builds quite nicely. I must introduce my guest, Joshua Pengio, professor at the University of Montreal and president of Law Zero, founder of Mila. One of the things your name came up in our last conversation, I don't know if you heard your name check, was we asked some quite rudimentary questions there about what we needed to do to sort of think with where we want to go with AI. How do we avoid making some of the errors that we perhaps made in the early years of the digital and technology and social media boom? Listening to that conversation, and with your roles, people sometimes refer to you as a godfather of AI, which sounds like you could end up getting the blame for quite a lot if it goes wrong.
Well, I think
when you reflect on what you heard in the previous conversation, what do you think?
We generally underestimate the changes that are likely to come with AI. We generally underestimate the power that AI will have and will give to those who control it. And democracy is about sharing power. But if you have these systems, eventually could be even smarter than us in many ways, that concentrate huge amounts of power, right? Because we kind of dominate this planet because we are smarter than animals, right? But if we build machines that have much more intelligence than we do, at least in some areas, that's going to change the game completely. And it's a real threat, this concentrated power, the fact that it is very, very expensive to build, that it takes particular resources that, are not easy for anybody to get. The fact that it's currently driven by 2 countries and maybe, 10 companies in the world. This, I think, is something we should be careful about. If we let things go with the current trend, there's a good chance we end in a world where we won't have much agency. Like maybe we'll have mock democracy in our countries, but all the power will be somewhere else. Decisions will be taken somewhere else.
Yeah.
And I think the mistake would be to think that this is it, that we're done, or let's hope for the best. When we still have agency right now, it's not too late. As Tomlikin was saying, we have time to build an alternative to the current leading models, where the power over these AIs will be shared, will be multinational, will be really driven by the public good and public governance.
What are the steps that you need then to get there that me and you are able to capture the economic freedoms that AI can offer, the remarkable kind of upskilling, the taking away of kind of drudge work, but also the kind of imaginative potential of AI, not to come off here as a complete glumster about it. But that at the same time would mean that you just don't end up with a kind of multilateral, I always call it a stew, lots of ingredients were put in with the good intentions. And at the end, it was like, well, actually, you have disagreements. And in the end, countries, I think when you mentioned 2 countries, you probably meant the US and China. Yeah. But then, strolling on by and moving on and delivering at the higher level. Is that something that worries you, that you might trade a degree of kind of efficiency and progress in AI for trying to do things in a different way?
I'm not worried about it. We by definition of, ethics is about dealing with
balance,
values that are in tension. And yes, we want progress, but we also don't want to lose human dignity. We don't want to lose our agency in choosing our future. We don't want incredible economic disparities to grow even more. And in order for us to be able to make the choices that we really want collectively, we need to have those tools in our hands. So we do need to build alternative infrastructure. So regulation is extremely important, because that's a way to make sure companies will not go in places where we don't want, but we live in a world where, for example, if the, say, European companies were not allowed to implement AI in many different ways that, say, their competitors in the US are, then the European economies would not be competitive against the Americans or the Chinese. Yeah. So we're stuck in this global game. Ultimately, the only way that we'll be able to make sure AI it goes in the direction that is good for humans is with a global coordination. Now, I know it sounds like utopian, but it's like climate, right? So if it's only the competition between countries, we can't solve these problems. The only way we can bring about a future that's good is if we have international coordination. And that's true in particular for AI. I anticipate that because of the weaponization of AI that is now more and more possible, for example, with Mythos and the models that will follow. For national security reasons, we're going to start seeing governments, forced to agree with each other about the sort of thing that needs to be done, like evaluating how powerful they are and can they be used by terrorists, for example. So there will be coordination, but I think it is also important that it's not just two countries deciding for the future of this technology and how it's going to drive the world.
And how does that relate then to the sort of world of the AI gods that we're in at the moment? There's the front cover of The Economist recently that literally depicted Altman, Amadei, Musk, etc. as gods. Had a slightly Oswald Spengler, end of days sort of feeling to it, but with these characters who are so powerful. I guess the question that was being asked there was, is too much power invested in these people? Well, people would say yes.
Of course.
But do you see anything in the model? You say yes, yeah?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes, there's way too much concentration of power.
And you could have a model, as you say, that might develop in a way that is able to balance that out. But no political regulatory process so far, and either end of the governance in the US, whether it's Democrat or Republican or Trump, something a little different, has actually really made much material difference. So do you sort of leave them to do their thing? Or do you still think that there are things, as strict as I'm really winding you up, strictures that you would apply, and how would you go about it? I mean, Elon Musk, tell me how you can take away my power.
So I think the most important ingredient to try to deal with these questions that seem intractable is public awareness. Once people understand that the future of their children can be taken away from them, they will demand that their governments do something. And individual governments, say in Europe, probably can't do much, or my government in Canada can't do much. But together, we can work with Democrats around the world to make sure that the power of AI is going to be managed properly, the risks are going to be managed, so that we think more of it as a global public good, right? Something that we have to manage collectively. Because let me give you an example. If it's just the market forces, we're going in very, very bad places. AI is getting better and better at pressing on our psychological buttons and getting us, in a way, addicted to positive feedback that we're getting. And eventually, this is a way to manipulate us as well. This is a way to remove some of our, social life, and it's something that that is profitable. And so just left to their own devices, the companies will want to do it. Like they want to sell stuff and people will buy it, even though it's bad for them, just like cigarettes, right? It is because governments got into, dealing with the issue of tobacco that we ended up, we're now in a better place. And it's not just going to happen by the forces of competition and markets.
So if you were to look at where you want to accentuate the positive, I mean, we're here talking about democracies, supporting democracies, particularly those under strengthening. All of our democracies are under strain. I nearly fell into that sort of the bit of the smug pattern of saying, there's other places where democracy is under strain, but that was a kind of fine. But actually, we know that's not true. We can see fragmentation, we can see disinformation. We can also see democracies often seem not to answer to the needs of their populations to the extent that they did. Do you see benefit here where AI could be on the positive side of the scale? And if so, where would that be?
Of course. I'm a big fan, for example, of being innovative on democratic institutions, democratic processes, deliberation, public deliberation and assemblies, citizen assemblies are things that we should explore. And AI does not replace people, but it can help people to manage the discussion with online discussions, but also in-person discussions. So that's I think we should explore these things, but the issue right now is that is not where the money is. Right? Right now, the money is to do things that will be profitable, but not necessarily what we really want. Do we want to replace like 90% of the jobs? Probably not, or at least not too quickly, right? Do we want our children to get addicted to the companionship of AIs? Probably not. But that's the profitable thing that's going to drive companies. So we need to start moving to a world where the high-level decisions about where AI is going to be applied, how, with what safety sort of processes, with what testing of risks, that must be something coming from a democratic process rather than the decisions of a handful of CEOs.
And do you think that governments are equipped at the moment for this challenge? So
they should wake up.
They should wake up, right? So you go around, I'm sure you go around Europe to different capitals.
I visited 12 capitals in the last 6 months.
In 6 months, right. So we're just on the spread, and you can either elevate or name and shame depending on your view of this. Where do you think your governments are sort of awake to this? And do you see a world in which we look to sort of best practice in this world in the way that we do on other things that we know some countries do better than others, and how do we then harness that?
So strangely, the political anxiety about what's happening right now in geopolitics with the wars and the tariff wars and so on has been maybe waking up a bit a lot of European governments and other governments around the world to how precious the kind of international rule-based order was, and that their sovereignty wasn't something they should take for granted. So we've been hearing about sovereign AI or AI sovereignty and so on. Nice buzzwords, but if each country does it separately, it's going to be a waste of time, and they're probably not going to do it right in terms of actually achieving the goals that they have. But together, I think we do have a chance. So I've been trying to convince governments that forming coalitions, especially on the development of powerful AI that will be designed ethically for the benefit of people, that is a place where they can really change the future. And I want to quote my Prime Minister, Mark Carney, Canadian Prime Minister. He said, if you're not at the table, you are on the menu, right? And alone, each of our countries will be unable to get at the table. We have to work together. That means we have to let go of some sovereignty, strangely enough, in order to protect our sovereignty.
So it's an uneven feast, the future of AI, isn't it?
Well, hopefully we can bring the whole world into a future where AI is managed for the global public good. But it can't be, waiting for 193 countries. It has to start small because there's not enough time. Things are moving really fast in AI.
Listen, Joshua, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Things are indeed moving fast, as I can see by my clock here. But thank you very much for giving that quick speed tour of the future of AI. Thank you so much. I'm leaving you as well for the moment. John is going to moderate the next session, so do stay with us. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. You're here. Cecilia next. Great. Well, technology has become a main battleground for the competition between democracies and autocracies. It shapes how power is exercised and how societies function. So how do we ensure that the right values are embedded in technology while still creating competitive industries. Joining me to discuss, Nana Louise Linda. She's Vice President of European Government Affairs for Microsoft. Sitting next to her is Cecilia Bonfedal, who is Director General of Digital Europe and has advised NATO on AI. Yvonne Rejoin is Director of Government Policy and Advocacy and Strategy at Ericsson. And on the end, Gordon McKee. Gordon is a Member of Parliament at the United Kingdom. Thank you all for being here today. So this morning, we heard the acting Prime Minister of Denmark on this stage say this: the tech companies are working against democracy. They are working to undermine everything we stand for. In the face of that kind of opinion and criticism, how do we build trust in technology? Let me throw that to you first.
Thank you very much for inviting me. And I understand that people are nervous and frustrated, sometimes including with big tech.
Often, actually.
I think, people, yes, big tech is not only big tech. There are different kinds of big tech. Let me just make sure everyone knows that. But I think people see that AI and technology can be used as a weapon and can be used as a tool. And we need to address both the problems and the opportunities. I think we see it play out in Ukraine, where the technology is used very much as a tool to win the war. At the same time, it's used to spread misinformation, and it's also used by adversaries to be even more sophisticated with cyber attacks. So I think, what can we do as a tech company? We can, first of all, apply with all guardrails set up by governments and by rules and regulations. And then on top of that, do more. Make sure that technology strengthens democracies and doesn't weaken it. And that we build commitments on top of what's expected from us, from governments. And there was a recent example where we partnered with Ericsson and other European companies to offer a set of principles that we all commit to adhere to. It's called the Trusted Tech Alliance. It was announced at the Munich Security Conference, where we are committing to certain standards around transparency, data, privacy, and transparency.
Ericsson is also a member of the TTA. Who are its members? And I know it was only formed during the Munich Security Conference, but has it done anything yet?
Well, first, agreeing with the companies from different sides of the Atlantic is not that easy, and we've seen a lot of sometimes negative comments during today. No, but our starting point, and that's why I was a little bit surprised with the perspective on technology, is that I'm Spanish. I landed yesterday after Vatican and other countries. We are maybe fourth in life expectancy. And I'm saying that because that was yesterday. And we think that in order for Europe to close the competitiveness gap and then to guarantee our lifestyle, technology plays a very relevant role. And you need to create that technology and you need to adopt that technology. And for that, because of the challenge of scale, you need to partner with the different companies. It's unrealistic for Europe to try to compete across the whole tech stack. And for that, trust is fundamental. It's not just cybersecurity. The threshold for tolerance for risk has been reduced, so you need trust. And you need to align with the companies and countries which can support you along the whole tech stack. This is our starting point.
Cecilia, explain, if you could, how you build a robust European tech industry in the face of what you're seeing from the US and China in particular on AI. Can you compete?
Yes, we can, and we are. So we're just not competing in where all the political focus is right now. But if you look at Europe in a broader context, Nokia Ericsson is the only alternative, for example, for US on 5G, 6G, unless they want to go the Huawei way, right?
Which they don't.
Which they don't. But it's not only in connectivity. If you look at, for example, energy tech, which everybody talks about, yeah, we need to bring down energy consumption, we need to optimize the grid. Europe is the leader. It's Schneider, it's Siemens, it's Nemetschek. If you look at water technology, how we basically both clean water, reuse water, pump water, everything that has to do with water, you would have in Denmark, you would have Grundfos, Danfoss, but I could mention multiple of those companies. In machinery, I mean, we have ASML, of course. You cannot make microchips without ASML. We do the machines that do microchips. And I could continue and continue. And that's kind of the big technology stack. If you go, down to the more like the dual use, I see around here with MyDefense doing counter drones. I saw that Helsing is here doing drones. I could say Farsight Vision, very small company yet, but actually delivering capabilities on AI in the battlefield that is quite unique. And I could continue and continue. Sateliot or even Multiverse from Spain, who are extremely good in satellites and quantum systems. Our problem is that every little member state is either worried about regulation and worried about how to stop things from happening, and they have extremely small procurement budgets. I mean, so many scale-ups that I work with, they say like, oh my God, and then I need to go to Denmark to sell like 4 drones, and then I need to go to Sweden for a teeny budget. And, in Germany, sometimes they buy a little bit of everything in 16 different Bundesländer, right? And when you have this kind of mini investment system, and on the top of that, we have a competition law where companies cannot merge, because big is bad and small is good. In an era where innovation is so fast that you can say in 1 year we have new innovations, so you need to, accelerate the maturity of companies, and technologies are maturing so fast that you need more mergers and acquisitions. Then you have an environment with high regulatory cost, often a price cap on certain services, like, for example, our telecom network. The prices are kept artificially low, and the companies cannot merge, so they cannot become bigger and have economics of scale. So we kind of lost our own game in the scaling of investment. But on innovation, the game is still on. I mean, we are leaders in so many areas, but nobody's talking about it.
We've been talking about it here, and we talked about it in the drone session. And I was interested to hear them say they're having trouble because they're competing with the AI companies for chips. So you've got a supply chain problem, don't you?
Of course, we had some hiccups, I would say, in the supply chain, because it is a global supply chain. I think the microchip travels around like 3 times around the world before it ends up in whatever device it is in. So it is a global, and that's impossible. I mean, if we were supposed to do the most advanced chips, first of all, the member states must agree on one place to put it, because we cannot have 27. That's out of the question. And second of all, people would have to upskill their game a lot. But we do have vendors. I mean, we have Infineon, for example, doing an XP. So we do have vendors that are doing microchips, just not all of them.
Gordon, UK sits outside the EU,
sadly,
as we all know. So does that provide potentially some unique opportunities for the UK?
I think it does. Firstly, thank you very much for having me. It's a busy day in British politics, but there's nowhere else I'd rather be. It does, I think, provide opportunities. And I think if you look at the AI market in the United Kingdom, I would argue it's probably the strongest in Europe. And I think that is in part because, as much as I'm a huge supporter of the EU and very much regret the UK's decision to leave it 10 years ago, some of the regulations that have been introduced in the EU, the AI Act, have been quite restrictive, and I think have had an adverse impact on AI investment and on the development of the AI economy. And from a British point of view, I would certainly say, as the UK tries to rebuild its relationship with the European Union, which the Labour government is intent on doing, the AI sector that we have and the investment there is, I think, of serious opportunity for the EU as well as it is for the UK. And I hope that we can cooperate there. And as we look forward, regulation is important, but we've got to have innovation to regulate. We've got to have large-scale investments. And if we can find some kind of way of partnering on that and making sure that capital markets across the EU work much more efficiently, then I think it will be for the best for everybody in both the UK and the EU.
Nana Luigi, you want to weigh in?
You're talking about AI and you're talking about Europe's competitiveness. And what you talked about just made me think of a misunderstanding that I've heard throughout the day. So AI is just not something that US companies deliver. AI is a lot of different things in what we call the AI stack.
Yes.
So what companies like Microsoft deliver is like the data center and the electricity of AI. So the power plant and the electricity, but then you also have the application layer where all the innovation takes place. If you compare with electricity, it's all the electrical devices, for example. Here it's AI innovations, application layer, and then there's the adoption and diffusion layer. And where you take this in technology and then you adapt it and infuse it into your windmill production or your. And I just posted the new diffusion report in the world on AI. And UK is correctly in the lead together with Norway, France, Ireland, and a few Asian companies like Singapore. But it's not the US and China. So we are definitely very, very competent in Europe, and there's a lot of potential.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point, and we have to, certainly in the UK, recognise, we're not going to be the people developing the most advanced models, but we can be among the best in the world, exactly as you say, about adopting AI throughout our economy. And just to go back to the title of the panel, there is a lot of evidence that shows as adoption of AI grows, trust of it grows, and this is true of many technologies. And so people seeing and using AI in their everyday life and seeing how it can benefit them, I think is important as this technology develops.
Yeah, I fully agree because most of the headlines today focus on data centers, semiconductors, and large AI models where US is leading. And China is trying to compensate through a cheaper energy, but also innovation in how they develop AI models. So for us, Europeans, I think the opportunity is to rely on partners, Taiwan, Japan, Korea, US, obviously, and then to work on apply AI, what we call intelligent fabric. And here we have a unique combination, and Cecilia mentioned that leading companies like Siemens, like Airbus, and then trusted connectivity to connect data centers, inference models, and so on.
Cecilia, you mentioned fragmentation just a few moments ago. How much does that impede the quest for European digital sovereignty?
So I would say sovereignty is the ability to act, right? Not to close yourself in a room and stay there alone, right? But the ability to act. And being able to act in this environment is also having partners with whom you can act. And there is neither US, neither Europe that will be able to build a total sovereign stack. And I don't see why we would do it, to be honest. I think there will be interdependencies. So if you look a little bit more granular, US has a very well built out digital and industry sovereignty package. They have in defense, they have the FOCI board where they have American organizations and employees around this. They have the FedRAMP for the cloud solutions where there's arm's length of data exchange. If you go to China, okay, it's totally different. You have to give your IP away. You cannot own your company more than 49%, etc. But let's put that aside a minute. So you have different models in the world. So in many senses, Europe's problem is right now that we're waking up to the fact that, we don't have a model for that. How do we want that? And that's the discussion. And of course, for some very, very sensitive areas like the Justice Department or the defense, we have to discuss what are the safeguards around this. But it doesn't mean that if we look at the European companies that are working with the US defense, for example, we have access They buy from us. They buy our technologies. The Justice Department buys our technologies, but they have the safeguards around it. And we can learn a lot from that. And I don't think industry is opposed to Europe developing a sovereign framework, but leaving your friends out and closing them out, it's not a good thing, because you won't have access to a lot of the technologies you need to defend yourself or stay safe or cutting edge security. And neither does US. They would never do it this way. So I think we have a lot to learn from each other. We're just a little bit younger in the European Union to define harmonized rule across countries.
Nana Louise?
No, it made me think about Ukraine, because I think nowhere in the world it plays out more clearly how technology is important in order to win a war, both with the drone technology, but also we are first-line defenders in Ukraine, helping the Ukrainian government resist cyber attacks and cyber influence. Because we have information that no other company in the world has. Threat intelligence, we see what's going on before it's happening. So also their collaboration with US company like ours is key for them to stay resilient or sovereign.
We are almost out of time. I want to do a quick round robin here on whether you think that technology in the end will expand freedom or entrench authoritarian control. I'm going to start at the end.
Freedom.
Expand freedom?
Me too.
Of course. Goes without saying. And if we don't have the superior technologies as allies, someone else will.
Nana Louise?
Me too, but it has to be under your human control.
Wonderful. Thank you all for your participation
Thank you so
today.
much.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks.
So much.
Certainly. And let me just tell all of you, it's time for another coffee break. You can meet in the lobby members of the World Liberty Congress, who you heard from earlier, and some of the activists who were with them. And also, if you do have a side event during this break, go to the reception area. That's the meeting site. They'll direct you where to go. Enjoy. We are now going to enjoy the Democracy Tech Entrepreneur Program. This has been a feature of the Copenhagen Democracy Summit for the past 6 years, and it really is a highlight. As the name implies, this presents you with innovations that are intended to bolster the digital resilience of democracies. This session is made possible by SCSP, the Special Competitive Studies Project, and Atlas Network. So, about the competition, our competitors, our entrepreneurs who you're about to meet, are from Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, and Armenia, all countries on the front line against Russia's digital and military aggression, disinformation, and election interference. They have either won democracy tech hackathons or have been selected through a highly competitive open call. Over the course of the last 5 months, they have received master classes and mentorship from global leaders in business and tech. They also have worked with democracy activists. Please let me welcome our Democracy Tech Entrepreneur Fellows onto the stage. Each fellow is going to have 3 minutes to present their innovation, and then they will be questioned by our judges. So let me welcome our judges onto the stage. Hane Crevillari is with the Institute. She's the Institute Relations Director for Atlas Network. Hane, hello. We also have Nana Louise Linda, who you met in an earlier panel. She's Vice President of European and Government Affairs for Microsoft. And John Caldwell, you also saw on stage earlier. He is an entrepreneur, business leader, and a philanthropist. The prizes today are going to be awarded, 3 of them. They each bring a prize of $10,000. The judges are going to pick the winners of 2 of them, but all of you are going to have the opportunity to pick the 3rd award. The Copenhagen Democracy Tech Award will honor the most outstanding tech solution working to secure democracy. The Atlas Award will honor the solution most effectively combating authoritarianism and illiberalism. And the People's Choice Award, that's the one you get to vote for your favorite democracy tech tool. In order for you to cast a vote, please download the conference app if you haven't already, or you can scan the QR code on the screen. We'll hear more about the voting process a little bit later. But now, it is democracy and tech time. Please give a hand to Vahan Metrosyan from Armenia, presenting Parler. Vahan.
Thank you. In less than a month from now, Armenia will hold parliamentary elections, and a vast majority of our population will vote for candidates without really knowing what they stand for, their key policy points, and what they have done in the past. And you really can't blame them for it, because legislation and public policy are currently drowning in a deluge of parliamentary debates, committee sessions, and media interpretations, so vast that even experts have trouble keeping up. This type of information asymmetry creates the perfect environment for malicious actors to take advantage and weaponize misinformation in order to erode democracy from within. And this process is already well underway. Over 60% of youth in Armenia and even in Europe no longer believe that democracy is the best form of government available. This is a real crisis in democratic legitimacy, and Parler is here to help. What you see is not just a database. It is an AI-powered intelligence platform built on top of the digital footprint of all MPs active in Armenia right now, using all of their speeches, media appearances, legislation, any publicly available piece of information. Our AI agents collect, analyze, and connect. Our AI agents collect, analyze, and connect all of the available data points and convert scattered political data into actionable, searchable, and explainable content. From now on, using our platform, you can find the exact second that a politician mentions some concept or even express some sort of emotion. And what if you have deeper questions? What if you want to analyze the politician's emotion concerning a certain policy point? In this case, we have AI agents and assistants that you can chat with in long-form conversations to dive deep into the particular policy point. Furthermore, we believe that democracy is not a one-way road. Representatives need to really understand the electorate that they're working with. And to facilitate this process, we have created personal profiles where politicians can log into the platform and see what type of searches they've shown up in, what type of chats their AI agents have engaged in, and also get the full problem set that the electorate is bringing forth to them. Furthermore, we are currently developing to deploy for the upcoming elections in Armenia, and we have good partnerships with the Armenian parliament, civil society, and media organizations as well. Furthermore, we're building traction by doing pilots with Western European media organizations, and currently we're looking for partners to help us build and also scale beyond Armenia. We're looking for investors to invest in the AI democracy stack, and we believe that AI will shape democracy anyways. And our team has 30 years of experience building cutting-edge AI, and we want to build AI to help democracy progress. Thank you very much.
So, Vahan, you have a couple of questions coming your way. Nana Louise, first one's yours.
Great pitch. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I had a question about how you wanted to scale and which partnerships, but I think you already answered that. I was curious, can you give a concrete example of how this digital, a user might interact with this digital twin and learn something meaningful about politics?
Yes, of course. So we've had a lot of conversations with media representatives, particularly in Armenia, who have used this AI twin to really dive deep and ask multiple consecutive questions concerning a policy point that a politician may have had. So sometimes one question is not enough to gauge the full context of a decision, whereas having a chat interface, which also cites everything based on the sources where the information is collected from, this really helped the reporters and journalists do some in-depth investigation much quicker than they would have been able to do before.
John.
Yeah, I thought it was a great presentation. Well done. And it's very easy to see the benefits. So I think that's all fantastic. How is it sustainable financially? Where do you get your revenue from?
So we believe there is a large stakeholder base that we can use to generate sustainable income. So first of all, democracy-based, so journalists. Also, we believe that state organizations such as parliaments that want to engage the society, this can be one source of revenues. We also believe that the private sector is highly invested in understanding what politicians are doing, what interests they're expressing concerning their industry.
So you sell your intellectual property out to interested
We will sell
parties.
it as a service. So we will sell it as a license, essentially, annual license fee that they can then get access to the platform. And we also believe that we can delve into kind of custom research as well based on the big kind of database of knowledge that we're.
How many employees have you got?
Sorry?
How many employees?
We have, our company is 9 employees.
9?
Yes, working on DemTech and political tech solutions.
And what is your revenue?
Right now, our annual revenue from not only from this product, but from all of the projects that we have ongoing is approximately 300,000 USD.
Vahan, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. And now, if you would welcome Anna Vishnikova from Ukraine. She's going to talk about verbal lex. Come on down.
Hi, everyone. I'm here to present you VerbalX, an innovative AI solution to investigate the crimes related to propaganda. I'm actually a war crimes lawyer and an investigator and the head of an NGO, and that must sound cool, right? But it's not. Because 95% of time, I'm just sitting and reading absolutely absurd statements about the Nazis in Ukraine. Why do I do this? Because justice sector is basically one of the main battlefields in the cognitive warfare. However, the cognitive warfare has changed so much and escalated, and the quantity of the content is basically unbearable for the law enforcement, right? And we still need to fight somehow. I will give you a quick example. Probably who is from Eastern Europe, you know this face, notoriously famous talk show Solovey of Life. And since the full-scale invasion of Russia to Ukraine, there were more than 3,000 broadcasts, full of propaganda for war, hatred, incitement to violence. Together with the law enforcement, we managed to transcribe this content. 85,000 of pages, 5 years of manual review for an investigator. As you can imagine, we do not have an army of the investigators. And that's how VerbalX was born. VerbalX acts like a team of experts. It analyzes massive quantity of content, provides the preliminary linguistic expertise, identifying special linguistic markers, manipulations, hate speech, etc., and provides the report where it puts the evidence, the information into the evidence. This is how this looks on the screen of the user. So here it analyzed the broadcast of Soloviev Live literally in seconds, and it identified the concrete statements where the host was telling his narratives about Nazis in Ukraine, and basically, honestly, justifying the war in my country as a rescue operation. Then it prepared the report where it put all the information, why this is not freedom of speech, why this is a crime, and it provided to our users, who are investigators, prosecutors, forensic linguists, and basically everyone who is interested to work in analyzing propaganda and to work with massive content, academia, researchers, government institutions, journalists, whoever. Cognitive warfare and hybrid warfare has changed so much that we cannot fight it with the old-fashioned methods. And VerbalX is basically can come a game changer that finally will help to ensure accountability. Thank you very much.
Bonnie.
Thank you. Great speech. I would like to know what are some tangible, meaningful successes that you see for this platform in 5 years? What do they look like?
3 years, we're working together with the law enforcement on the investigation of propaganda-related crimes. You can probably imagine, right? One investigator who is working with this massive content. How many propagandists are prosecuted now? We do not have the answer, because the answer is so small that it's even shame to talk about. Rwanda genocide, what the same. I think that this can become a game changer, and it can let us not to prosecute the so-called talking heads, but go up to Kremlin. And I think that it's very important.
John.
Yeah, well, once again, the presentation very good and the cause, but I do come back to the financials all the time, because for anything to be sustainable, it has to be self-financing. Can you tell me how many employees you've got and what sort of revenue and where your income comes from?
Thank you so much for the question. As a head of an NGO, financial question is always so tangible for me. So basically, we are going to sell a product, right? To sell a product probably to the donors, like who would be funding it, and to government institutions, that they are giving it to the prosecutors and the investigators. Also, we're going to sell consultancies, because this is what we're already doing. And to sell consultancies about, first of all, how to work on these crimes from the legal point of view and how to investigate these crimes. So both product and consultancy.
Great. Anna, thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And now we're going to hear from George Lubarezzi from Georgia, talking about FOI security. It's all yours.
What's in your pocket right now? Your phone, which means most of your mind. Your messages, your photos, your location for every minute for the last 10 years. The shape of your thinking. I'm from Georgia, and when our government turned authoritarian, police raided activists' houses. They didn't look for illegal items in their houses, they looked for phones. Because whoever holds this phone holds you. I know, because my phone was seized a couple of years back. They weren't able to get in, and the same defenses that I applied to my phone became FOI security. Right now, there's citizens in Tbilisi that are being arrested for just standing on the sidewalk. FOI security exists to protect them. Celebrites is in use in Tbilisi by police force to crack the devices. Despite companies saying that they will not sell these tools to authoritarian regimes. Pegasus is probably one of you probably has been a target of Pegasus spyware in the last years. A chat control legislation in Europe tries to make secure communication in Europe very hard. And these images, I'm a software engineer. I only know how to draw stick figures, so I used AI to generate them. The same AI that a teenager is using right now with a $20 AI subscription to write malware that required a team of highly skilled professionals just a few years ago. The threats have been democratized. The defense has not. Cybersecurity training industry has failed you. It's a 6.7 billion industry that produces certificates, it produces 100-page PDFs, and it tries to make your life really complicated. Rotate your password every 90 days, make it so hard that you cannot remember it. But people are not cryptographers. They have lives. They should not have to know any of this. They need a system that does the hard decisions for them. That is voice security, an open source defense system. Voice security configures most of the security profiles on any macOS, iOS, Android, or any device that you might have. And it makes it so secure that it becomes very, very expensive to hack with just a single click. But to make it really feel, this year we are building an interactive game that breaks the fourth wall, so that every time you progress through a chapter, a character may message you on your signal, or you might have to use a password manager to progress to the same chapter. Our model is seeds, not seats. The game is open source and free for individuals, same as the guy and our tooling. The game is also licensed to organizations so that they can make their organization secure. If you want to change your life in just 30 minutes, just scan this QR code. If you want to contribute, again, it's open source, so you're welcome. Thank you very much.
George, thank you. Nana Louise, it is your turn to ask a question.
Thank you very much. And thank you for addressing this important problem and trying to find solutions. Very important. What does success look like 3 years from now? And how are you going to measure success? That's my one question. And the other one is, how are you tracking success?
Thank you. So as of now, thousands of Georgians are already using voice security. So to me, success is more of them using that, and more of them actually implementing that in their actual life. And tracking is complicated, to be honest, because it is a privacy product. So I myself restricted myself from tracking the users, so I don't have a lot of data points. But I have minimal data points that I collect, so how long the users stay on the page, and how long they progress, and how many times they download it. So success to me is actually people playing the game and saying that security made their life easier, not harder. That is the goal.
What's the key differentiator from competitors?
Most of the competitors are actually selling fear. Right? They're telling you complicated things, and they expect understanding of cybersecurity and understanding of entropy and weird jargon. So for us, it's just do this, not that. Or install this profile that will configure the security on your device in just a single click.
Honey.
All right. So how do you see your platform leading to more civic resilience rather than just individual awareness?
Yes. So right now, as I said, Georgians are being arrested literally just for standing on the sidewalk. So to me, every time police seizes the phone just from an activist, every time they cannot get into it, that is the success for me, and that is the support of civil activism. And I've supported dozens of civil society organizations. I've trained them, and every single one of them told me that voice security made their life easier, not harder. And that's the goal.
George, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And next up, we have Viktor Yakimovich from Ukraine. Sekta is the name of his company.
Democracy today is no longer something you can take for granted. It's something we need to defend and fight for. In May 23, at the age of only 21, I was in a convoy at the front lane while we were being chased by a kamikaze drone. The drone hit the car with my friends, exploding and setting them on fire. I wanted to stop and help them, but there was nothing I could do. I felt completely powerless. And I realized something. Democracy is broken. Hi, my name is Viktor. I am CEO of Sekta. Elections are being hacked, manipulated, and power is taken by the wrong people. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is reality. Across countries, across elections. They attack critical infrastructure and campaigns. They run disinformation and deepfakes. And sometimes they don't even need to change the result. They just need people to stop believing in it. There are 12 million Ukrainians living abroad. And this makes the integrity of election platforms critical. That's why we are building cybersecurity infrastructure to protect digital democratic processes. And we are not alone. 2 weeks ago, Ukraine, Romania, and Moldova came together at the Cyber Alliance for Regional Resilience because we share this challenge. And that's why we created first election cybersecurity framework. It protects critical infrastructure, political parties and campaigns, detects covert influence, prevents manipulations, and we turn it into a platform which identifies risks, protects infrastructure, detects manipulations, responds to threats, and recovers from attacks. All in real time, because you can't protect what you don't see. Our customers is governments, election bodies, and countries already under the pressure. You might think I am crazy to suggest that we can do this, but hear me out. We're already working with the Ukrainian government, and they've chosen our platform to monitor national cybersecurity for 30 million Ukrainians. During recent nationwide blackout, we took critical infrastructure from 0 to 90% connectivity and scaled it in 6 regions in just 2 months. And we are preparing for nationwide scale. And we have a team to build it. We are cybersecurity specialists, auditors, and engineers, people who work with critical infrastructure and people who have seen the war. We're looking for partners to join a multinational consortium to support deployment of first cybersecurity election framework in Europe. Slava Ukraini!
Victor John has a question for you.
Yeah, what size is your business in number of employees at the moment?
Our team or our revenue?
Your team or?
Size of the business, you mean size of the team of our revenue?
No, your team. How big is it?
Yeah, we have 8 people in our team now.
And I guess you can do a huge amount of work with each member, can you?
Yes, AI helps us.
Because of the AI.
Yes, AI helps us.
And how big do you see that growing? What do you see as a growth for the future?
Yes, I see very big growth because you can see on the next slide our roadmap. We will present our solution in VivaTech. We are preparing for national deployment in all government entities of Ukraine to monitor national cybersecurity. And we're already preparing agreement with our cybersecurity agency. And also, we are scaling from the Ukraine, and we work with Romania and Moldova to make a cybersecurity framework together. And also, we protect more than 20% of Ukrainian municipalities, like Kyiv region, Dnipro, and other regions.
Thank you.
Nana Louise.
Thank you for the great pitch. And I'm generally very impressed about all the innovation that's coming out of Ukraine at the moment. Protecting elections, what can be more important to secure our democracy? So amazing course to try to work on. So you treat elections as an entire ecosystem, which I think is really smart, from political parties to voters, data. But it's also challenging then to implement it, I could imagine. What's the biggest challenges that you will face or are facing in the implementation phase?
I think that the biggest challenge is that we don't know when we have elections, because we cannot conduct them during the war. But I understand when we will win this war, we will have like very small amount of time to implement all these security controls. And also lots of Ukrainians abroad. And abroad voting is the task of embassies. And our embassy are not prepared for such amount of voters. And I see these 2 challenges, and it will be very hard to set up all this infrastructure and protect it in the right way.
Victor, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dea Bakashvili from Georgia. It is your turn. From the fiery line, Itan is her business.
I grew up in a conservative family where my father believed that women belonged to the household and not out in the world. That changed when I was selected for a youth exchange at the age of 14, when the first social enterprise in our town was established. And 8 years later, I served in that same organization's headquarters in Brussels. I'm only here because of those local leaders who chose to become the support we all once needed. But today, that same choice has a cost in Georgia. In Georgia, those very organizations are being labeled as foreign agents, putting at risk the future of every young person they empower. And as a result, 1 in 3 young people are not in education, employment, or training, with rural female needs reaching 38%, while the youth unemployment rate is 2.5 times higher, making an entire generation vulnerable to state manipulation. Physical spaces are now disappearing, but the digital ones cannot be so easily silenced. We've already begun building the digital resistance, and we need your financial support to build the platform that connects 3 different groups together. Our platform, Early Talent Access Network, connects 3 groups. We give local youth personalized access to global peer learning communities and capacity building using AI matching and API integrations. We connect them to more than 25,000 volunteers from institutions like Harvard, Oxford, and Stanford, enabling global students to stand with us as mentors and tutors, offering them structured volunteering, impact tracking, and university-backed credits. And finally, we connect those trained youth with tech companies willing to raise their social responsibility standards, and we help them to raise their strength global positioning. We reduce the cost of international mentorship by over 90%, making these opportunities accessible to young people at 0 cost. We are already making this a reality, partnering with Charte to provide devices to students in need and working with United Nations to help private sector align with international standards. And right now, more than ever, we need your support to ensure that Georgia's next generation belongs not just to a household, but to the world. And if you're working with institutions executing youth resilience strategies, you can find me after the session. Thank you.
Hani.
Congratulations on the pitch. That was very interesting to hear. I'm curious to learn more about your strategy in engaging the employers, the international partners, and universities. It seems like that's dependent on their willingness to work with you. And how does that work?
Thank you. Our platform already has a huge interest from international organizations. We're already partnering with United Nations Global Compact Network on the local level. We also have different partners that are the youth networks of the European Union, and we're also targeting to get involved in this new EU methodology of the accession countries, as we're considering Georgia a part of the European Union in the future. So we are also targeting that group. We have the vast interest from universities, and our main target is that. And as we already have the collaboration with Harvard, Oxford, and Stanford, other universities are already interested in, so we are targeting that. And we already help tech companies to align with corporate social responsibility goals of the European Commission, so I think that's the main interest of them.
Awesome. Quick follow-up.
Yes.
Do you have criteria of what kind of partners do you accept to participate in the platform or not?
Partners from the global universities or the tech companies? Or
Yeah, either.
Yes. Well, basically, we target the groups that have the huge alumni networks, considering that Stanford has over 12,000 volunteers that are willing to contribute for the good cause. That is not the scope of the country they are coming from, but the wider audience.
Thank you.
John.
Do you have any statistics as to how many young people that you've helped? And furthermore, any statistics that suggest that you, as a result of your help, they've ended up being employed?
We've joined this fellowship program when we still had the idea. So we have been working as a pre-seed startup, trying to develop the product. For now on, we only have the few young people that are just being involved in the platform, but we need the financial support to actually build a platform that would start working in practice afterwards.
So have you got no other revenue externally other than people donating?
Yes. Also considering the foreign agents law in Georgia, because it's not easy to have that kind of transactions. As the foreign agents with the foreign agents law, even the international knowledge sharing and expertise is considered as being a foreign agent.
I mean, your pitch sounds very impressive, but have you got any way of proving to a potential donor that there's real value there because you actually can achieve real tangible results?
I think that our main donors, because they are coming from the European Union mostly and also the America, we still have the focus on the European Union. They would like to see us still fighting and pushing forward besides the challenges that we are facing, because the young people are the ones who have been protesting on the local level and who have been the one pushing forward for us to become the part of the European Union. So I think that if they would see that we have the platform that makes this possible and is not pushing forward young people to get entrapped with negativity and some nihilism, it would prove them wrong.
Okay, thank you.
Dea, thank you.
Thank you.
And last but not least, we have Lucian Boaguet from Moldova. Deep Guard is the name of his company.
Thank you. Before I say anything, please raise your hand if you saw a deepfake in the last week. Well, every 60 seconds, humans create 3 years of new video. Fake videos are now 10 times cheaper to make than in 2020. And today, anyone can fabricate evidence in minutes, having the power to shift opinions, markets, or even votes. Manipulation is cheap, while verification is still slow. I know that feeling personally. I grew up in Moldova, a country Russia has been targeting with disinformation for decades. Last year, my aunt called my mother panicking. She had seen a video claiming Russian drones were falling and exploding on our soil. The video was fake, but I could not prove it to her, not fast enough, not in a way she could share and trust. That sent me to a local newsroom. What I saw there was not a technological problem. It was a time problem. 3 journalists, 4 hours, 1 video, while 10 more videos just like it were already spreading. The fake doesn't have to be convincing. It just has to move faster than the people trying to check it. And right now, it always does. And that's why we're building DeepGuard, fighting deepfakes at the same velocity that they're being spread. We have started with $1 billion journalism market because they face regulatory fines of up to 20 million euros, lose tens of thousands per enterprise client they alienate, and once they lose trust, they don't get it back. This market is underserved, relying mostly on manual processes and clunky tools. DeepGuard is cheaper than a single retraction. 3,000 users have tested the platform and 5 publishers have agreed to paid pilots. And we made sure to build our product with expertise. So we brought on Andrei Curararo, co-founder of Watchdog, who has spent over 15 years of fighting Moldova's information war, helping us build a product that actually reflects how newsrooms operate under pressure. We have started in Moldova, but we're already having conversations across Western Europe because fighting the velocity of deepfakes is a global problem. And we know there are people in this room who deal with this problem directly. So we're opening 3 more spots for newsrooms who want a verified, documented workflow before the next crisis hits. If that's you, find me after this. Because in the next election, the next conflict, or the next crisis, speed will decide the truth. I'm Lucian from DeepGuard, helping the world prove what's real.
Connie, your question.
That was a great pitch and a very difficult problem to solve. What I'm interested in learning is how do you see your platform staying ahead of the game with the evolution of AI just being so quick?
Right. So what we do right now is actually how our analysis works is go both ways. So we analyze both the forensics of a video, so how the face moves, like pixel inconsistency and so on. But we also verify the information in the video. So like we have a prominent database where we store the facts and governmental websites where we trust it, as well as other news platforms. And so right now we have over 98% accuracy for videos older than 1 week. So we rely mostly on the contextual analysis from the video, and then we go one step further towards the pixels.
Nana Louise.
Just to get very practical, so you take the video, you copy the link to the video, and you put it in the tool, and then you get the result out, and it's fake, it's not fake, it's half fake, or...
Right. So you can put a link, yes, from any platform, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and so on. Or you can put your file. Then we analyze it and provide you a verdict whether it's a deepfake or misinformation, or it's not a deepfake, but it highlights something that is not true. And then you also receive some factual analysis where we put the OSINT verification. We give you the documents related to it, and so on.
And have you tried to sell it to journalists, to newspapers, and how has the reaction been?
Yes, so we're running pilot testing right now with media fact checkers and newsrooms, and they found it very useful, particularly because it saves them time, and as well as gives them a full context before they have to actually dive into it.
Okay, so you don't have revenue yet. You're in the testing phase.
The pilots are paid.
Sorry?
The pilots are paid.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful. Lucian, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks to all of you for your impressive presentations. Well done. We're now going to ask our jury to convene behind the scenes. They're going to make a couple of decisions about awards. You can exit now and begin your high-stakes deliberation here. Meanwhile, you all are going to decide the winner of the People's Choice Award as promised. So, take out your phones, open the conference app, find the Copenhagen Democracy Summit, navigate down to the Democracy Pitch Competition, click on that, and you will see a poll, and you can vote for your favorite. So please do that. While we wait for our results from you and also from our judges, please welcome an alumna of the Democracy Tech Entrepreneurship Fellowship, circa 2025, to the stage. Miriam, hi.
Hi.
So this is Miriam Kulashvili-Southwell. She was the 2025 winner of the People's Choice Award for her project, Daitova. What has changed for you and for Daitova in the years since you were here on this stage making your pitch?
Last year, this day, jury asked me after my pitch, what was I hoping for? What will be next year? And I said, hopefully next year I will be standing on this stage and I will tell you about the great victory that we had back in our country, defending the democracy. But little did I know that I will be standing here telling you about 530th day of continuous protest, of Georgian people standing in the street fighting for democracy, for basic human rights, and for demanding freedom of political prisoners, really. And for Daitova, we are at the front line as we used to be a year ago, and we're determined to stay until the situation changes, really.
But it must be very difficult.
It's not easy. But I think it's the fight worth fighting, because you have to stay stubborn and determined, because it's not just a fight for us, it's a fight for the future of the country and for our children, and it's way bigger than our tiredness or our stamina. Yeah.
For those who might not have been here last year, explain what Daitova is, explain what it does.
So 2 years ago, when Georgian government reintroduced foreign agent law, we created a Facebook group, which was basically the idea of BlaBlaCar and couch surfing, because people from the regions wanted to come in Tbilisi and participate in the rallies. So we basically created a Facebook group where all the volunteers could offer a place to stay in Tbilisi, in the capital of Georgia, and also to hatch the ride from the different regions. And basically that was an idea. And the Facebook group suddenly became one of the biggest social platforms organizing protests and providing medical help, legal aid, and we reached around 260,000 active users and members of the group, and it's a public group, so there are way more users. We would get around 2 million views per week, and considering Georgia is 3.5 million country, it was quite a big number.
And has the government targeted you?
Yes, of course. Yes, we are targeted. Members of our group had police searching. Some of them were arrested for administrative charges. I know that, and we know that our devices are tapped in, but thanks to Georgi and his amazing help, we are secured digitally, but physically, yes, of course.
How has the situation in Georgia changed since last year?
Drastically, and
for the worse.
And for the worse, yes. For instance, last year, if someone told me that some of my very good friends right now would be in prison just because they stood on the sidewalk protesting, I would not believe it. But right now, my friends are in jail just because they stood in front of the parliament on the sidewalk, demanding fair elections and freedom of political prisoners. If someone told me that I could go to prison for a Facebook post, I probably would be a little bit hesitant about it. But yes, like online speech is criminalized in Georgia right now. If you call a legitimate government, you might end up in prison as well. So if a year ago we had to pay huge fines for whatever government didn't like, now we just go straight to prison. Situation changed because most of the political leaders, opposition political leaders, are in the prison, including a very good friend of mine, Drua party leader Elena Khoshdaria, who is the mother of 4 underage kids, and she's serving in prison 1.5 years. And her only crime is that she would not be silenced, and she would not stop fighting for the better future of the country. And so are the rest of the opposition.
And in the face of all that difficulty, what gives you hope, if anything? Is there hope?
530 days of continuous protest. The fact that independent media still exists despite all the threats that they're facing. The fact that the leaders of the opposition has not fled the country like we've seen in some other countries, the fact that most of the activists are staying on the field. And I think the hope for me is that we're determined, we understand the risks, but we are staying on the ground and we are fighting on the ground, or we're not fighting or, like trying to save the country from abroad. We are staying and we know the threats, we know the risks, but we are ready to face it. And that's what gives me the hope.
And they haven't shut you down.
No, I think Meta is on our side.
Pardon me?
I think Meta is on our side.
Okay. That's a good ally to have. How can people in this room support Georgia?
That's actually a very good question, because recent actions of Georgian Dream is that they try to get legitimized in the eyes of international society. They try to arrest the police officers who brutally attacked people in the streets. They try to, have this pose of being very fair and very legitimate, and they want international society to recognize them. And I think the only request is that no self-respectful organization or politician or anyone, they should not even sit at the same table, no matter the terms, no matter the conditions. Georgian Dream should be isolated because they does not represent Georgian people. Quite the contrary, they are anything that we want in the country. So I think the isolation is very, very important. And also, we have more than 150 political prisoners, and we don't hear them as much. And they're not I don't hear it enough. We try to voice that as much as we can. And also, Georgia should get the spotlight because we're not at the front line somehow, but we are fighting a lot. And I think we're fighting for Europe and EU, and we have to feel at the point that EU is there for us as well, and that is not just one-way fight.
Do you have a few quick words of advice for these folks, our fellows this year?
Yes, you're bright and you're amazing, and don't take democracy for granted. It's an ongoing fight, and use your brains and amazing technologies and whatever you can to protect democracies. And the second you see the backslide, just voice it and be brave to voice it and to use whatever powers you have to defend it.
Mariam Karlashvili Southwell of Daitova, thank you so much for coming back to visit us again.
You.
And now I would like to welcome our jury back onto the stage. I hear them. They're coming. There you go. All right, we're going to start with the Democracy Tech Award. Nana Louise.
Yes.
Please announce the winner for us.
So first of all, we thought you were all very impressive and addressing very important challenges. We also thought that you were all very talented young people. So it was really hard. It was very, very hard. We, of course, had some background material and we heard your pitch, but still we only have limited information. But we were very impressed by this project tackling a very important problem. And what really appealed to us also that it's very easy to apply. So we believe that the adoption rate will be great. So the winner of the Democracy Tech Award is George Lubarezzi for Security. Congratulations. Yeah. Is there a picture? You want a picture?
Congratulations, George. We have another award coming up. That is the Atlas Award in Hani Krivillari.
Thank you.
We'll announce the winner.
Good evening. It's a real honor to be here presenting this award today. Through my work at Atlas Network, I have the privilege of supporting a lot of real courageous organizations just like you guys. They are really trying to promote freedom around the world and in their countries and their communities and, fight concentrated power. So it was really difficult to pick one of you guys, but this person and this project represents that, the courage and the impact we're seeking to make the world a better place. And the winner of the Atlas Award is Anya Vishniakova with Verbal X.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It was the pink jacket that did it for you. That was it. Okay, you guys all voted for the People's Choice Award. John Caldwell is going to tell us who won your hearts and minds and votes.
Thank you. Well, I would reiterate what people have said, what the judges have said, which you're all very smart young people. And I think you'd be very proud of the type of work. Why are you looking like that? You've won an award. You're very smart. You're all very smart. And I think you're, what you're doing is really, really very clever and very necessity for democracy and to influence. So well done to all of you. But I think the most important thing is not the Judges Award. It's all those people there that have chosen the People's Award. And so the winner of that is Lucian Bolaji. Well done. Congratulations. Well done. Camera around it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, here's my team. Please.
Well done, guys. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you. Wow.
Thank you, John. And congratulations to all of our winners and to all of our fellows who gave great presentations. A round of applause, please, for all of them. And now I'm going to ask all of you fellows and judges to leave the stage because we have to do a very quick reset here, which will take us a minute or two. Let me just say once again that this year's fellowship program was made possible by the Special Competitive Studies Project, also known as SCSP, an organization dear to my heart because I do a podcast for them on national security and technology, which you should listen to, just a subtle pitch there. Also, the Atlas Network was a big supporter of this year's fellows. So thank you to them for their generosity and support for this very important project that's fostering innovation on the front lines, innovation that democracy needs so much. Free speech is a bedrock principle of democratic societies, but even in liberal democracies, free speech is under pressure. Some would say it is even endangered. Joining us is the founder and executive director of the Future of Free Speech. He is a research professor at Vanderbilt University and a senior fellow at the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. Please welcome Jakub Machangama.
It's great to be home. I live in the United States, but I was born and raised right here in beautiful Copenhagen. And the values instilled in me here is one of the main reasons why I spent my life promoting free expression around the world. Apparently, my clicker is not working, which is a great start. So when I today am going to be critical about European tech policy, don't take it as an American criticism. Please consider it a homegrown concern. The reason we're all gathered here today is because democracy is under attack. 5 decades of progress have been wiped out by a global wave of authoritarianism. But authoritarians don't only attack democracy through invading armies. They also try to poison the digital arteries that transport the oxygen of debate and reliable information. From tech billionaires that spread propaganda to Russian disinformation factories, the challenges are real. So the question is not whether we respond. The question is whether we respond in a way that strengthens the immune system of democracies, or whether we respond in ways that will weaken it from within. The European response has been forceful and rooted in the concept of digital sovereignty. You heard our Prime Minister talk about the need to regulate algorithms, and she is joined by prominent European leaders. I had some great quotes that I'm not able to show you for some reason, but you've heard similar things from Pedro Sanchez in Spain, from Friedrich Merz in Germany wanting to end online anonymity, from Commission President Ursula von der Leyen talking about the need to combat illegal content online. Now that logic can seem compelling because if hatred and lies corrode democracy, why should we tolerate it? But I want to argue that this concept is dangerous. It's essentially a trap. Because it says that in order for us to defeat authoritarians, we need to copy from their playbook and tear out some of the most consequential pages of our own. Instead, what we should do is focus on openness and decentralization. And a good example, which again I cannot show you, and which is throwing me off a little bit, is going back to 2012, when the European Union, championed by Sweden, was behind a groundbreaking resolution at the Human Rights Council, which said that internet freedom is a fundamental human right, that everyone in the world has a right to access information across frontiers, regardless of media, without government intervention. That was essentially a vision of European Enlightenment ideals serving as the operating system of a connected world. Now, that might sound naive in 2026, but I would argue that this vision is still very relevant today, and that the beneficiaries of digital sovereignty are not democracies, they are strongmen. Take the issue of generative AI, which is fast becoming the interface of information and ideas. But already we see that leaders like Modi in India, like Erdogan in Turkey, are starting to censor and filter AI outputs that they don't like. But even the United States is not immune. We all know that the Trump administration loves to criticize Europe for online censorship. But of course, the Trump administration is doing its best to try and censor and punish critics at home. When Anthropic had philosophical differences with the administration over AI safety, the response of the administration was to designate Anthropic as a supply chain liability. When other tech companies hosted apps that were critical of ICE operations, the Department of Justice demanded takedowns. And maybe this is, okay, I'm online. There you can see the receipts. Now, some of you might then say, well, this is exactly why we need digital sovereignty in Europe, because we want to protect ourselves from a hostile Trump administration and from tech companies that are willing to do his bidding. But the lesson of Trump trying to censor his political enemies is not that Europeans should have the same tools. It is that providing those powers to any government is dangerous, including the next one. And in fact, in the United States, the First Amendment has been a formidable defense against some of Trump's attempts to punish his enemies. So Europe should think twice before adopting the very tools that would have made Trump succeed without the same constitutional safeguards that made him fail. And this brings me to Hungary, where last month we saw the end of Viktor Orban's 16 years of illiberal democracy in one sweeping election. In theory, that should not have been possible because Orban controlled 80% of the media. He had restrictive laws against civil society, minorities, universities, media. But there was one thing that Orban did not control, and that was the internet. It was fearless online independent media that broke the corruption story that forced Hungary's president to resign. It was a viral YouTube interview that launched Peter Matya's political career. It was organic content on social media that allowed TISA to outcompete Orban's well-funded propaganda machine. The very tools that digital sovereignty says needs to come under increasing government control were the tools that helped deliver the most important democratic election victory in Europe in decades. Now, none of this means that the current ecosystem of information and ideas is healthy. There are far too many platforms out there that optimize for outrage, polarization, and AI slop. But there are things that we can do without centralization. Crowdsourced fact-checking is a prime example. We know now that community notes, for instance, is effective at increasing trust and reducing misleading content. And community notes is based on a bottom-up organic approach, a decentralized approach, rather than a top-down approach that can be gamed by both governments and tech platforms. In fact, Elon Musk himself has several times been community noted on his own platform. So have prominent members of the Trump administration after they spread misleading information when a protester against ICE was killed by federal agents in Minneapolis last January. What we saw was that community notes allowed the American people to fact-check their own government in real time. Now, obviously, community notes is not going to save democracy on its own, but it's just one powerful example of what an information environment based on openness, decentralization, and empowerment of citizens can do, and that is the antithesis of digital sovereignty. Since 1988, the European Parliament has awarded its Sakharov Freedom of Thought Award in the honor of the great Russian dissident Andrei Sakharov, who better than most understood the importance of freedom of expression, freedom of thought to combat propaganda and authoritarianism. And Sakharov said that freedom of thought is the only guarantee against an infection of people by mass myths, which in the hands of treacherous hypocrites and demagogues can be transformed into bloody dictatorship. We cannot honor the legacy of Sakharov by compromising his ideals, even with the best of intentions, even in the name of democracy. Now, defending open societies is difficult. Success is never guaranteed. But if we want to win, and win we must, we should reject the false promise of digital sovereignty and recommit to the very values that made Europe the cradle of the Enlightenment: freedom, open inquiry, and civic resilience. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and the next topic we are going to discuss is a tiny one. It's about US global leadership on democracy. My guest is already on stage, even before the stage is finished. That is true US leadership.
I just go where I'm told.
How can I now perform in presenting you as you're already sitting there? I mean, there's nothing.
Have a seat.
Not many. Not many words needed. Welcome, John Bolton, former National Security Advisor under Donald Trump. Welcome. We're going to have 20 minutes for Iran, Ukraine, China, Taiwan, and how it is to work with Donald Trump. So that's an easy one and enough time to include a couple of questions if you use the app. So I'm really trying my best. I'm going to put the iPad here, so feel free to type in your questions, and I'll try to include as many as possible. Mr. Bolton, I guess we have to start with Iran. Right now, although Donald Trump is on his way, almost on his way to China. But I mean, Iran is a topic that you've been always outspoken about. What do you think about the current situation, and what can be a positive outcome?
Well, it's not been clear to me from the outset what Trump's objectives were. He's changed, and he continues to change almost day by day. I've thought for over 2 decades that there will never be peace and security in the Middle East while the regime in Tehran remains in power, and I still think that today. The threat that they pose through their pursuit of nuclear weapons, the terrorist threat that's made itself felt in the Middle East but around the world, and now the palpable willingness to extort the entire global economy by trying to close the Strait of Hormuz tells us that this regime of religious fanatics and militaristic extremists is not a normal regime, and that until the Iranian people get control of their own government, there is no negotiated answer. Now, with respect to where we are now, I think Trump has only 2 choices, neither one of which he will like. One is to resume the military campaign full force and destroy every instrument of Iranian state power that we can, work with the opposition to help them tear apart the regime from within, and I think it's already fractured very badly, and hope that they can persuade enough people to defect, including from the regular military, to bring the regime down.
That includes boots on the ground, in your theory?
No, it includes the Iranians taking control of their own country. What we can do is eliminate the regime's capacity to kill them, which the regime gladly does. The estimates vary, but it's clear at least 40,000 people were killed in January by this regime. It was a sign of their own desperation, I think, of how badly they knew they were. They faced by an almost united opposition among the general public. If Trump isn't willing to do that, I think he has to force the Strait of Hormuz open militarily. Number one, to relieve the pressure on the global economy, although I would keep the blockade on Iran itself to keep pressure on them, and to reestablish deterrence. It's obvious that the regime believes that it can open and close the Strait of Hormuz like a light switch, which, by the way, for any of you who care about international law, is a violation of international law. I'd like to see the great outpouring of outrage about the illegal acts of the Iranian regime. I never hear very much about it, but
violation of international law is
Yeah.
not a dimension that is very high valued currently. That's the problem, maybe. Yeah.
no, I mean, I don't think there is much international law. I'm just saying, for all the people who like to criticize the United States for violating it, where's the criticism of Iran? But we have to reestablish deterrence. The Iranians have to know that it's simply not acceptable. And it's very interesting, it's not confirmed yet, but there are press reports that there's a third coalition partner in this war now, that being the United Arab Emirates. And I think that's one of the most positive developments we've seen, a break in what has paralyzed the Middle East since World War II. We have Israel and the United Arab Emirates fighting with the United States on the same side.
Mm-hmm. Now, when we look at Iran, what we see is regime change might have been tried by the US, but not successfully. We still have even a Khamenei in power, whatever.
If he's alive.
If he's alive, but still, I mean, just the fact that they can sort of transport the narrative that he's alive is strong enough from the Iranian perspective, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then we have the Strait of Hormuz that was open, now it's closed, and the attempt to encourage the Iranian people to stand up against the regime, which was also not very successful. I mean, wasn't the whole approach towards Iran a bit naive?
No, I just think Trump bumbled it. Look, he didn't make the case to the American people why we were going to use military force beforehand, and I think it's a strong case. Whether his aim was to eliminate the nuclear weapons program, that's another violation of international law for those of you who care. He didn't make the case to Congress. He didn't make the case to the allies, and not just NATO. He didn't make it to the Gulf Arab states. He didn't make it to allies like Japan and South Korea that get much of their oil and gas from the Gulf. And he didn't establish liaison with the opposition inside Iran. But the logic of regime change, I think, remains entirely valid, and it's still possible to save it. I think this regime has been badly fractured. I think the instruments of state power have been gravely weakened. There's more to do, and the logical course is to get on with it. And as I say, at a minimum, if you can break the hold on exports of Arab oil and gas through the Strait of Hormuz and relieve the pressure on the international economy, then I think the odds of collapsing the state increase.
Mm. Wildly enough, we haven't even discussed the nuclear deal. That is also part of the whole negotiation that needs to be negotiated with Iran.
I think negotiating a nuclear deal with Iran is a waste of oxygen. These people long ago made a strategic decision to get nuclear weapons. There is not a single piece of evidence in 47 years that they've given that strategic objective up. They have pursued it in a variety of ways. They've lied, they've cheated, they've violated every agreement they've signed. They've demonstrated their willingness to do thinking outside the box to get nuclear weapons, including building a replica of the North Korean reactor at Yongbyon in the Syrian desert, fortunately discovered and bombed by the Israelis in September of 2007. And everybody has talked for years about their uranium enrichment capability, ignoring the fact that the spent fuel at the Bushehr reactor, built by the Russians on a Siemens base, has now accumulated by Russia's own statements spent fuel equal to, using calculations from the International Atomic Energy Agency, the ability to manufacture 200 plutonium nuclear weapons. So you can talk about uranium enrichment till the cows come home. It doesn't solve the problem of the plutonium and the spent fuel.
You were a security advisor for Donald Trump in 18 and 19. How can we...
I am Donald Trump's longest serving national security advisor.
Oh. Is that true, actually? Yeah.
So far.
That's not bad, huh? For 2 years. It's not even. How can we imagine decisions like an invasion of Iran or attacking Iran are actually happening? There's reports that say Pete Hegseth talked him into that decision. Is he someone that let's say, reflects more on those decisions than we would think, or maybe less?
Look, Trump never owns decisions that he thinks are going poorly for him. I foisted any number of things off on him over the years that he didn't like. Some people say Bibi Netanyahu talked him into the decision. I don't think that's true. Netanyahu said the same thing to him in the first term without effect, as did I. So it's whatever convinced him to do this in the second term, it came from his own fertile imagination. I don't understand what it was that convinced him. And I think a large part of the confusion that we see is that he has all but dismantled the National Security Council decision-making structure, which, if it does anything, tries to provide presidents with the information they need to make a decision, gives them options, gives them cost-benefit analysis. I think now decision-making consists of Trump sitting behind his resolute desk in the Oval Office, 5 or 6 people in a semicircle in front of him, and he says, I think we'd like to do X. That's when Pete Hegseth says, yes, sir, we'll do that. That's decision-making.
How has your consulting process with the president happened? I mean, did you know when you enter the Oval Office, okay, now I have 35 seconds to convince him about this or that foreign policy matter? Or how was it happening?
Sometimes it was longer than that. I thought before I took the job that, like every president before him, the gravity of his responsibilities, the weight of the decisions he would have to make in national security matters would provide discipline to his decision-making. And it turned out I was just completely wrong about that.
So, and when you assumed that role, and you had an idea of how Donald Trump as a person and as a politician would be, why did you do it? Did you think you were able to change him?
I thought that if we could get him to look at the facts and consider the options, that it would be pretty clear that he would make intelligible decisions, not necessarily ones I would always agree with. That's why presidents get paid the big bucks, but that we would have a process that would help maximize the chances for intelligible decisions. The first week I was there, I started on Monday, April the 9th. On Saturday, the Syrian regime used chemical weapons against its population. By Saturday, we were engaged in a trilateral attack on Syria with France and Britain. So in a very condensed period of time, a lot of important decisions were made, and it was clear we didn't have a process that was working. And we struggled through the rest of the time I was there to maximize the chances of getting intelligible decisions. But even when we went through what I would consider a paradigm example of the Brent Scowcroft model of the National Security Council, in a decision to retaliate against Iran for destroying one of our drones in international airspace, Trump went through that process, made the decision, and 5 hours later canceled it, and then tweeted about it the next day.
Feels like the two most important parameters for Trump's decisions are news cycle economics and stock market economics.
Well, and the greater glory of Donald Trump.
Which is very closely connected to.
In many respects, yeah. But it is essentially undisciplined.
Yeah. It doesn't give that opportunities to influence him in the right manner. If you know that it's about the stock markets and about the news cycles. I mean, we as Europeans had this experience when the Greenland debate was happening, and then all of a sudden the Danish withdraw some funds and the stock markets went down, and all of a sudden there was some sort of leverage in negotiations with Trump. Isn't that something that should be used more for people like you who, or your successors who are negotiating with him?
Well, I think it's a variable with Trump. I mean, it's clear he's worried now about the impact on price at the pump of gasoline, of what's happened with Middle East production substantially reduced, but not enough to panic about it yet. So it really depends, and I think you have to be careful of any fixed rule with Trump about how his decision-making works.
Let's jump over to his next trip, going to China. We just today learned that it's actually a great leader, Xi Jinping, and he is well respected. And so there's no new bromance, or what is happening?
Well, Trump sees international relations as embodied in the relations of heads of state. So if he's friends with Xi Jinping, he thinks that U.S.-China state-to-state relations are in great shape. He calls Xi king. He said at the Osaka G20 meeting when they were having a bilateral, "You're the greatest leader of China since Mao Zedong," which caught everybody a little bit by surprise. But then he said, in fact, "You're the greatest leader in Chinese history." That's how things go. He thinks he's friends with Xi Jinping and with Vladimir Putin, and I will guarantee you that's not how they see Trump. I think they both see him as an easy mark.
I'm going to jump to the questions that you were contributing here. One is asking a short question, but it's interesting because it touches our third very important topic. Is the US able to sacrifice Ukraine, or is it sacrificing Ukraine for peace in Europe?
Well, I think the best thing you can say about Trump and Ukraine at the minute is to hope it doesn't cross his attention span anytime soon. I think the whole way the Ukraine situation has been handled, frankly, since the Russian invasion in 2022 has been mistaken. And I think it's led to the stalemate we have now that Trump would like to resolve so he can get the Nobel Peace Prize, one of his highest objectives. And he doesn't see that developing in that direction, so I think he's standing back from it, which probably from the perspective of continuing Ukraine's ability to defend itself is a good thing.
I think his chances really are lower for the Nobel Peace Prize.
Really? You think?
Yeah, I think so. But he got the FIFA Peace Prize.
That's right. That's right.
Next crisis. What is the current crisis unfolding in Cuba? How does Havana pose a threat to the United States, and what would be a positive outcome? An interesting question, because he might shift focus again.
Well, he might. We also have the first Cuban-American Secretary of State. And I would just remind everybody here, for the United States, Cuba is very different from Iran, from Venezuela, from Ukraine, from everything else. It's 90 miles from our shore. Going back to when Castro took over, it's never been far from people's minds. So how he deals with Cuba is anybody's guess, and I wouldn't want to predict it. But for millions of Cuban Americans, it makes a lot of difference. And it's within cruise line travel from Miami.
I would like to come back to the Ukraine topic, and would like to ask you a question that sort of touches the time when you were his security advisor. It feels like there's a personal disappointment of Trump towards Zelensky because of the whole story about Hunter Biden and his role prior to the 2020 elections. Is this actually the personal thing that stands in the way of supporting Ukraine in the way the country would have deserved it?
Well, as I said, this is a matter of personal relations. And Trump believes that Ukraine worked against him in the 2016 campaign. And that Hillary Clinton's computer server, is somewhere in Ukraine. And he wants it. And he's serious. He wants that server, which would prove it. Zelensky hasn't produced the server. It resulted in cutoff of U.S. security assistance in 2018 for a time. That's how Trump sees things. His analysis of Ukraine is not what's in America's national security interest. It's about that problem. And Putin has played on that repeatedly in belittling Zelensky. He has passed Russian propaganda through to Steve Witkoff, who has in turn passed it to Trump, who said it publicly. This is not anything about compromising material that that the Kremlin has on Trump. It's about Putin's ability to read Trump's weaknesses and to exploit them.
One of the things that I have never really understood is, okay, Trump's position on Russia, fine. But your Republican Party has always been more than clear about its position against Russia. How can it be that like such a large part of congressional politicians, Senate members, members of the House fell for Trump's position?
Well, I don't think they agree with it. I think they're just intimidated. They're unwilling to speak out against it. I think the party fundamentally remains a Reaganite or Reagan-Bush party on foreign policy, and I think when Trump leaves office, that will be clear. I think there's going to be a fight for the soul of the party, but I think the Reagan wing is going to win.
Isn't that fascinating that so many people don't?
It's terrible.
Yeah.
That we have to go through this.
Because to me it's also fascinating, like people like you work with Trump, then they leave the government and then they become very outspoken. There's many of these people who worked with him and then become very outspoken. So I'm wondering what kind of play is it that we're watching when we look at Washington, D.C.?
Well, I think Trump is an aberration, and I think he has faced 3 very weak Democratic opponents, and he's been able to beat 2 of them. But I think the majority that elected Trump is unique to Trump. Nobody else can hold it together.
John Bolton, thank you very much.
Thank you
for your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can stay in the room because it's a very interesting next topic that we're discussing. Ukraine at the front line, which is a political topic that we've discussed here in several panels today. But it's also a topic that Ukrainian filmmakers took and said they're going to make a movie about it. You are going to see the movie. It's a short movie of 17 minutes later, but I would start to debate the topic with my 3 participants. Mariana Shafro, she's the movie producer of She, that's the name of the movie. Evgeny Matvienko, the filmmaker, and Olena Sonceslava, I hope I did that correctly, Ukrainian combat medic. Welcome on stage. Please. Great to have you on stage.
Well, thanks for having us.
Yeah, as we see the movie after the panel, just give us a very short overview on like what was the idea of it?
What was the idea?
What was the idea of the movie?
Okay, so I'm starting from the idea of Varta. Varta is the new Ukrainian epic, is the memory for the next generation. It's not a statistic, it's the souls of the people, 1,000 people, because the war is not the statistic, it's the people. And the Varta is 4th chapter of our project. We have a list of the short films that we combine as a full movie. And this is the 4th part about the combat medics, snipers, tank drivers, and whole the movie about the women on war. So,
Olena, you are a female combat medic in that very situation. What is it that you experience on the front lines?
Який це досвід бути бойовим медиком на війні?
Досвід здобувати, щоб потім передавати його наступним, навчати потім в першу чергу. Досвід виживання, досвід бути мужнім, щоб витримати, вистояти і не зробити крок назад.
So it's an experience of survival, first of all, and bravery, and the experience which we have to share with our future generations, because it seems like we're not the only one who will be battling there.
And that was your motivation to make a film?
I would say our motivation was our love to our country, most of all,
And when the war started, everyone was just doing basically what they could, and we were in entertainment, filmmaking. So it was mostly about love, music, and everything what touched our hearts. And for the artist, it's really important to be inside of the content of today's life, and it's important to shoot about what touches you. So there was no chance we could do something entertaining anymore, and we started shooting about war, and in the format where it's not about just units, but it's about souls of each particular person, that you can attach yourself with someone you see in the screen, and you understand that this is not a just combat medic, it's a woman who smiles, who loves, and she's exactly as all of us in our everyday life, beside the fact that she's protecting her country like Yara.
Can you explain how your work as a combat medic started and what your first experience were?
Як твоя робота почалася як бойової медикині, і яким був перший твій досвід?
Я не готувалася бути бойовим медиком. У нас війна прийшла в 2014 році швидко та неочікувано.
I was not a combat medic when the war started. It was unexpected event that war came to our life, and a lot of people who had quite normal professions turned into soldiers, volunteers, and medics.
Я і подібні мені, інші військовослужбовці інших спеціальностей та професій зазвичай здобували досвід та знання вже на війні.
We used to get our experience during our first missions, and I was a painter before the war started.
So you have not had any medical experiences, knowledge, anything like that?
Чи в тебе був якийсь експірієнс медичний до того, як почалася війна?
Ні.
No.
And this was the way to engage, maybe particularly as a female or as a painter, as someone without the education, but you said that you want to support your country, and that was why you took that path?
Це був поклик чому? Чому ти почала так робити? Чому ти пішла воювати?
Я з дитинства була такою активною та за правду, справедливість, права. І я просто опинилася в слушний момент, в потрібний час. І якби це не сталося одразу, це сталося б пізніше. Я пішла би все рівно на фронт, у військо, і обрала би, можливо, цю професію як бойовий медик.
I was the fighter for truth from the very childhood. So for me, it was not a question. When the war started, I was there the first day, and if not the first, I would join in any other day.
It's very hard to imagine a situation like this for me, and I think for many of us, that have never been precisely being confronted with a frontline. What you experience, what you feel, what kinds of ups and downs you go through. Can you share a bit of that?
Які в тебе були моменти підйомів і падінь? Можливо, розкажи про якийсь випадок, коли ти зневірилася, і також коли ти навпаки зрозуміла, що ти в правильному місці?
Так, час від часу і я, і мої побратими зневірюємося, тому що стає моментами тяжко. Тяжко. Брак чогось, брак людей, брак чим захищатися. Але майже ми всі знаходимо сили далі рухатися, тому що будь-який крок назад ми програємо і втратимо все. Це знаходиш силу просто в собі самостійно, з підтримкою побратимів і рухаєшся далі.
So we all have our ups and downs, and sometimes it happens because there are not enough people or not enough weapon. But in the end of the day, you find the strength inside of yourself in some everyday actions which lead you to protecting your country, and you understand that your failure is basically the failure of Ukrainian independence.
When you decided to make the movie, how did you want it to appear, and what did you say in the first place? How do you want to shoot it? Did you say you want to be as close as possible, or as authentic as possible, as uncut as possible? What were your thoughts?
So I'm a professional filmmaker. It was my choice from the beginning of war. I decided I know how to do it well and in a good way. And my partner Mariana, we decided to film all our heroes. I came to the front line first. When I saw these people, I understood how bright the Ukrainian soul is, and it inspired me. And it's exactly now, after so many years of war, it's inspiring me a lot. That's what given me power to continue. Also, I just need to add a few words about the movie. You will see a lot of characters, not a lot, but some of the characters. There's one of the characters is Sofia. She's 19 years old. When I met her first, we chose for her the military boots, not the university or college where she's going to learn. That was a really powerful impact for me personally, and so much impact that I get from the war. You choosing for yourself what to see, the death or the life and love. And all our movie, we're trying to show the motivation to continue and motivation to love your life. And in the moment where you are, as you know, our next novel, the fifth novel, it calls The Voices. It's about the Russian terror when the missiles and shaheds is coming to our homes all day long. We are not sad people, as I'm telling also. We are not, because no one loves sad people. We're trying to live our best life and trying to see the small things. Our mission with Mariana is to show as much as we can, to be the voice of our country and our people.
Before we watched the movie, how many days did you spend on which part of the front and in which year?
So personally, Yara, we was in some of the places. First place when we met, it was Liman. Now is the gray zone. It's a really dangerous place, but we met there first. And the second place when we met, it was Konstantinovka. Maybe you heard about it. It's also a really dangerous place for now. You can get there. It was really tricky because I came to the evacuation more than 5 times to Yara and nothing not happened. And only in the moment when I'm going, it's starting to be a mess. So I'm telling to myself, maybe I am an angel who comes to the war and the war is stopping. I know it's really childy, but yeah. So yes, we did it. It's 17 minutes. It's really immersive experience. I hope that you will feel too the same. Because all the team is Ukrainian and the music, the composer is Ukrainian too. All our artists get their soul to this movie.
Yeah, Evgeny, Mariana, and Yara, thank you so much.
Thank you so much
for your appearance, for explanation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
And we're gonna leave the stage and watch the movie. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And you can stay, it's 17 minutes, and then afterwards we're going to see each other here again. Please.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Я іноді говорю, що це не я зробила вибір, а вибір зробив мене. Раніше для мене це були мемуари моїх улюблених письменників. Тепер війна це стало особистою трагедією кожного. Щасливою я буду пізніше. У нас немає часу. Час це розкіш, це діамант. Мене звати Христина. Мені 25. Позивний Мівіна.
Це тяжко. Це дуже тяжко. Це тяжко морально, тяжко фізично. Мене спочатку не хотіли брати, тому що я дівчина. Але я сказала, що я нікуди не піду, я залишаюся тут. Мене звати Валентина. Позивний мій Валькірія. 29 років. Вже скоро буде 30-очка. Буду розмінювати вже 4-й десяток. Процедура така, що коли приїжджають до нас, він помирає на столі. Ти повинен записати всі його дані. Треба було записати його прізвище, ім'я по батькові. Ми скриваємо цей гаманець, а від руки вирізане сердечко розмальоване. Написано: «Тато, я тебе люблю, Злата, 7 років».
І це було дуже сумно для мене. Бо я стала свідком цієї любові, скажімо, крізь простий там папірець, дитячі букви, знаєте. І ти такий якийсь інтимний момент, що ти швидше за людину, яка любить його найбільше в світі, засвідчуєш його там смерть.
Я знаю, що я там, де я потрібна. Я роблю те, що потрібно. Дуже часто в думках те, що ці роки на війні – це і є мої найщасливіші роки і дні мого життя.
Бо іноді ти не маєш можливості поспілкуватися навіть з хлопцями. Ти просто береш і робиш. Тобі максимально швидко тут і зараз. 19-річний юнак, давайте про юнаків говорити. То вони вже приїжджають без свідомості, зазвичай. Ти просто пам'ятаєш, як вимикається помпа реанімаційна. Коли помпа все, тобто закінчуємо реанімаційні заходи. Це
Тут немає ніби повітря. Але вирішіть, це гематома, скоріше за все.
Ні, ви везете на Харків.
Мені хочеться, щоб ці діти не сиділи в окопах і не вмирали через снаряди. А мені хочеться, щоб вони створили якогось робота, машину, яка буде воювати замість них. Я взагалі не знаю, в що я вірю. Я перестала ще в АТО рахувати кількість поранених або загиблих. Нас буде настільки мало, або взагалі ми перестанемо існувати в цій країні, що не буде кому після нас її відбудувати. Є такі поранені, які дивляться на тебе, наче нічого не сталося. Не задаюся питанням, що він відчуває, я більше задаюся питанням, чому він нічого не відчуває. Мене звати Олена, мені 35 років буде. Позивний Яра. Яростна в роботі.
Першу війну я побачила, коли мені було років 8. Моя мама та батько долучились як добровольці і поїхали на схід України. Це Дебальцево, Донецький аеропорт. У мене просто відчуття, ніби я вибухаю зсередини, і я вже не знаю, що мені зробити ще більше. Завжди перемагає той, хто б'ється, і той, хто б'ється до останнього. Бути українцем – це не миритись з несправедливістю. Визначна риса українців – це жертовність. Мене звати Софія, мені зараз 19, і я медик евакуації 3-ї окремої штурмової бригади.
They say sometimes you're a big commander and sometimes you're a little girl. When you must be like a big, strong commander, you are, but sometimes you're tired and you're just a little girl. If there's a God, I don't know how he could allow this to happen. It seems like a different world. It's insisting they drink water, even though you just have a little bit left, but you know that if they don't, they're gonna be even more dehydrated. It's the small things. Ukraine is a society fighting to keep their independence. They've worked so hard to achieve it. My name is Rebecca Masharowski. I'm 30 years old, and my pozivnoy, Rebecca. I love my soldiers so much. It's the motivation for me staying, for me working.
Всі страхи – це у нас в голові. Людина може пристосуватись до будь-яких умов абсолютно. Людина може все, про що вона може подумати. Моє ім'я Дар'я, мені 25 років, позивний мій Кара.
I started to feel restless. What am I doing here in Canada? I have skills that could be put to use. My name is Bernice Gigizis. Call sign is Capitan, and I'm 31 years old.
Є поранений грудної клітки. Наберіть дружині, скажіть, що я тут, будь ласка. Добре. Ми можемо тут стояти, нас заїбашить. Все, раз, два, три. Давай, раз, два, три, підняли. Раз. Ахмед, ти тут? Так. Дивись мені, говори зі мною. Фу. Ахмед, ти тут? Так. Моя ти золоце.
Збережу це для наступних поколінь.
Про свободу не можна говорити російською. Вона не для цього створена. Скільки в братських могилах людей, які вміли відчувати особливо, які вміли писати особливо, які вміли любити цю країну особливо, насправді, які поклали життя, скажімо, для того, щоб не погоджуватися. Скільки таких, що не погодились.
Саме несправедливе це те, що ти бачиш, що реально хлопці ще малі, яким треба навчатися, працювати, мати сім'ю. У кожного ж є молоді батьки.
Смерть від нас недалека.
one piece of bread left and you hand it to your friend. It's making sure someone's helmet is tied before they go to the position. That's love.
Любов, вона не втомлює і не втомлюється. Це і про найвищий прояв. Там тато, я тебе люблю. Це любов, да.
I feel like I'm at home here. I feel very welcomed. I love Ukrainian people a lot. And I want to fight on their side and fight with them and for them.
Я думаю, що мій янгол-охоронець – це я сама. Якщо дуже сильно захотіти, якщо поставити перед собою таку мету, людина може все. Коли ти бачиш перемогу, життя над цією самою смертю – найщасливіший день.
Щоб я перетила на нащадка, крім спаленої землі. Якщо переді мною стояли мільйони діток, дівчаток, хлопчиків, що б я їм сказала? Вчитися. Щастя – це моя сім'я. Зараз всі мої мрії, вони, напевно, пов'язані дуже з долею України.
I think I would wake up and the war is over and my boys can go back to their families and not be in danger. When the war is over, when my guys are safe, then I can think about what I would do on my day off.
Для мене Україна – це я, це моя сім'я, це моя історія, це моє майбутнє.
The Copenhagen Democracy Summit 2026 is coming to an end. I think it's been a very successful summit with the blend of hard security, technology, but also the ideas, democracy activists, all of which is part of defending and protecting democracy and making our democratic societies more resilient. I would like to thank our partners and sponsors who support both the summit and the work of the Alliance of Democracies Foundation throughout the year. Thank you to all the speakers, both here on this stage and in all of the side events. Thank you to the Playhouse and production team and all the people behind the curtain. Thank you to the team from the Alliance of Democracies Foundation, Rasmussen Global, and all the volunteers who have devoted time to support us. Thank you to you, our guests. This year we were joined by guests from over 50 countries. And thank you to our brilliant moderators, Gordon Ripinski from Politico and Jean, who is so generous with her time and skill. Thank you from the bottom of my heart to you, Jean. Of course, what happens on this stage is a small part of this summit's purpose. The real reason we host the summit is to unite different parts of the democracy ecosystem: politicians, business, media, tech, civil society, and frontline activists. We are all stronger when we can work together. But the truth is, the democracy ecosystem around the world needs all the help it can get. Budgets have been squeezed. Supporting democracy is no longer a priority for many corporations. And so many people and organizations are now afraid of backlash from their governments just from sharing a stage with democracy supporters. Funding our mission has gotten harder. Paradoxically, at the same time as the global demand for defending freedom and democracy is more urgent. For us to continue to deliver more Copenhagen Democracy Summits in the future, we need good forces with values and wallets to step up and contribute. We hope that you will consider supporting our work. As the Korea War Memorial in Washington, D.C. reminds us, freedom is not free. So I hope to see contributions and commitments in the coming days. Let me also use this occasion to thank Jonas, who has led the Alliance of Democracies since 2018, and call you, Jonas, on stage. Jonas has been a multi-talented Swiss knife as executive director. He has stood for making the Copenhagen Democracy Summit the international flagship conference it is today. You have undertaken an active international travel program with me to places such as the United States, Taiwan, India, to secure speakers and cooperation partners. On your own, you have been representing the foundation in global events. You are widely visible in Danish and international media, especially on the defense of Taiwan. In the foundation, you have been part of developing innovative projects such as the Democracy and Tech Entrepreneur Program. You have secured our strong cooperation with the World Liberty Congress and democracy activists globally. Still, I must announce that donors will depart the foundation this year. So this will be the last summit you are convening. So I wanted to give you the opportunity to join me here on stage for your concluding remarks.
Thank you, Anders. Thank you for your trust in me over the years. When my phone indexes my photos, it ranks you among my closest family. I think that's due to our many joint travels where I take the photos of you. So I'll miss those travels and the companionship. So you will have to move down a little bit in the family ranking. Leading the Alliance of Democracies Foundation over these last 8 years is the honor of my lifetime. It's my job, but it's more than that. Fighting for freedom and democracy is also a mission, my mission, and it resonates deeply with me. Today on stage, I once again wear my Ukraine uniform in blue and yellow. It's been a constant reminder of the brutal war waged against Ukraine and my own personal unwavering support. I've worn it at every summit since 2022. And of course, we've had the strong support for Ukraine here at the summit today, both in the high-level speeches and the frontline contribution we just saw from Yara, the combat medic from the movie. We also see it out in the foyer with our co-branded T-shirt with Sang Javelin that I still encourage everybody to buy. And we launched Hal Cox's book, What is Democracy, as well today. One of my stamps on the foundation's work has been the inclusion of Taiwan among us and the family of democracies. It doesn't make you very popular in Beijing. Neither of us are any longer, even though we once upon a time negotiated a strategic partnership with them. Yet including Taiwan is the right thing to do. The world I want to live in is one where 23 million Taiwanese remain free. I'm equally honored to see the World Liberty Congress here represented at the Copenhagen Democracy Summit back in 2022, which a lot of people in my team and others that attended called the Obama year because the president spoke that year. I also really cherish that year as the VLC year, the World Liberty Congress birth year. Leopoldo Lopez came to me with then a brilliant idea. It was assembling a group of democracy activists from all over the world at the summit. When the autocrats cooperate, so must the forces of freedom, was Leopoldo's punchline. That was the igniting spark in creating a freedom playbook for what became the World Liberty Congress. So I'm honored to have contributed to that. For me, that's also the essence of the Alliance of Democracies Foundation mission to uniting forces for freedom. As Václav Havel said, hope is definitely not the same thing as optimism. It is not the conviction that something will turn out well, but the certainty that something makes sense, regardless of how it turns out. And today, we are surrounded by this generation of Havels and Mandelas, Leopoldo Lopez, Marcia Linejad, Carolina Barrero, Jesus Amas, and many more. I'm both honored to be a friend and supporter. This summit has also worked on a principle of trees. My boss and mentor, Anders, always likes to have things in three. Having worked with you this long, I developed my own three principle. It is that this summit speaks both to the head, it speaks to the heart, and it speaks to the hand. When I mean the head, I mean then we have intelligent people up here on stage, like Bolton, like the godfather of AI, Joshua Benjo. When we speak to the heart, we have Marcia Linejad, we have Yara, the combat medic, we have the two Iranian women, Farideh Kosa. They speak to our heart. And what I mean by the hand is your engagement. That's why I still go out and buy that Sang Javelin T-shirt. Do something after you leave the summit for freedom, for democracy. Don't just let it be a sort of conference that you attend and don't think about it anymore. So that's really my principle of three that I put into the foundation, and delighted to see we did this year again. Finally, I really want to thank my colleagues in the Alliance of Democracies Foundation. You make work fun. Amelia, James, Christopher, Elizabeth, Rosa, that's the core team. Yes, That is how few we are in doing this. We've been supported at this summit by Vicky, Sasha, Valeria, Crystal, Nico, Joachim, and Eleni. You've given it, all of you, your 100% every day, including today. That was also the most important day to do it. I'm very proud of working with you. So after the summit and over the summer, I'll head off on time off to gather strength, but I'll look forward to continuing the fight for freedom together in whatever form that might be. And now I have the pleasure of calling on stage Jean Meserve, our completely wonderful moderator of the day, together with Gordon Ripinski, equally wonderful from Politico, so they can bring the Summit 2026 to a close and start all the fun reception. Jean, the word is yours.
Gordon.
Yeah, now that's a tough one for us to find
follow.
more closing remarks. I thought about today and about the conferences that we had in 25 and 24, and I thought, okay, yeah, well, it's chaotic times we're in, but I also think that chaotic times open the space for creation, and I think that's an encouraging fact. And it's challenging times, but it's also a privilege to be part of it and to try to do things that actually make a difference. Those are the two aspects that are my takeaways from today's conferences, and that, keeps me optimistic.
I come at this as an American, and I was struck by the very frank and bold comments that were made about our absence, our abandonment, our abdication. But there were so many inspiring moments. Just referred to the World Liberty Congress and those tremendous freedom fighters who were out here on stage inspiring us all. I leave here with a smidgen of optimism that all the big thinkers who were here, who are working so hard on these very tough issues around democracy, will keep doing that hard work, whether the US is by your side or whether it is not. Thank you to the Alliance of Democracies. Thank you to Jonas for his years of very hard work, and to Anders also for organizing this. And thank you to all of you for joining us today. And I sincerely hope that we will see you again next year at the 2027 Copenhagen Democracy Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.